Hello and welcome, Draft League fans. Today we're going over the Draft League World Cup, power rankings generally, like who are the title contenders, that's what I want to know. But first off, since we are doing this live on a stream, I'm going to link my live stream to my Discord server, which is linked below if you want to be notified for any streams. But here we go, at the streams roll. And then I'll give a few minutes for people to trickle in, but then we can really get started, right? So I guess in the meantime, I can go over what the Draft League World Cup is, what's the deal here, right? So this is the second one annually. So the first one was won by my team, US West, but okay, what is it? So all of these different countries, they put together their best Draft League players, and we just go at it at a team tour format. What makes this a little bit unique instead of like other team tours is that the drafts are creation. They're not actually drafted. So within the team, they have to make 10 different drafts with no overlaps. Is this stream going to be PRs of the roster or the drafts or both? We're going to try to do both. It is a lot to get through, but I do have a lot of time today, so might be a long stream. But anyways, each team has to make 10 different drafts of 8 Pokemon, and they can't overlap at all. So that's kind of like the main difference. Like, you're going to see a lot of really, really great synergies in a lot of these drafts because, let's say my Zarude team really wants an Iron Valiant. We can make that happen. No one's going to snipe Zarude from the Valiant team if the team decides we want that pairing, right? So it's just a matter of resource allocation, right? That's 2 really great Pokemon that you're putting on one team, so that one team is going to look quite nice, but then the rest of your teams might suffer as a result, like for example. But anyways, so it's kind of like just trying to make at least 8 really good drafts given the entire draft board. So that's the goal with a lot of these teams, because you only really have to bring 8. The other 2 can really be permabenched if you want. You could just throw the leftover mons on there. Just really focus on making a strong 8. So yeah, for the purpose of power rankings, I'm going to be looking at all these teams' drafts, and I'm going to probably be dropping the bottom 2 ones, in my opinion, just to keep the top 8 into consideration. Or what we can do is actually go to week 1, which is posted by now, and see what teams are actually being brought and which are benched. But that might be different for different teams, So in general, I'm going to rate the top 8 drafts. And then we're going to look at the player list on each team and see, do they have the sauce or do they not? So that is going to be the question. And then at the end, we're going to put together an aggregate ranking and see who are the big dogs and who are the little fish. That's what we want to find out in this stream. But anyways, that's kind of the concept, right? Here's like all of the, this is like the teams and managers, right? So if we just look at like the captain duos, which is basically what this is, the team leaders, right, whatever. We look at Europe, right? Europe has a lot of entries here. The UK with Addison and Blitz, these are really excellent players. I have no doubts in their ability to lead the team. Netherlands, Thomas 18 and 20 Tuan. This one is definitely a little bit weaker than Addison Blitz, just off of name value alone. I don't really know too much about these 2 players overall, not gonna lie. But anyways, Portugal, Belith and Msuza? I'm just gonna say Msuza. But Belith, I have some interesting sauce on that guy. That's definitely gonna be a big part of the 2HitKO podcast this week, which we're recording tomorrow, I think, and it'll go up soon after that. But this guy is insane, let me tell you. Not exactly a role model these days, but yeah, that's a bunch of sauce that we'll go into then, so watch the episode when it comes out. France, right? Hurtado and Toad OW. I don't actually know these guys, but I've heard from other people that Toad is like particularly decent, So maybe they can do something. France always has some weird stuff going on, like some players like Amel and stuff that, they're a little wacky, but they can get wins sometimes. Right, Germany, Mind Gaming and XD Rudy.exe. Okay, so Mind Gaming I do actually know quite a bit about. He's like a really great player. He plays in a lot of like the SPL stuff, the Smogon tournaments, and I don't know if we've seen him too much in draft. I'm really not too sure, but he does seem to be signed up as a leader for the Germany Draft League World Cup. So we're gonna have to see how that goes. I have no doubts that he's able to translate his skills. Anyways, Western Europe. Zeb strike him down in Flappington. I don't really know Flappington. Tuan made top cut in seasonal. Yeah, okay. But then Zeb strike him down. I don't know Flappington, but Zeb strike him down has been like a really active community member for a long time. So good to see him here. Eastern Europe, Yocho and Anon 2004. I have no idea who either of these people are, unfortunately. But Austria, Draken Kule. I'm gonna butcher so many Austrian names in this. But then Seifmon. I know Seifmon. He's played in DPL before. He was like pretty reasonable. Played on Trick of Eye. Was it on their championship season or was it a different season? I'm not too sure. But he definitely played in high-level draft tournaments before. Let me look at North America, right? US Northeast, you have Kyle, which is 2-player Luffy, and Meta. So Meta was actually like the #1 player by standings in the previous Draft League World Cup, so it's good to see him here leading the team. And then Kyle is like obviously a very seasoned player, so one of the stronger duos, especially compared to Europe, which unfortunately I don't know too many of these duos outside of Addison Blitz. That's like the main one that I would say is like on the same tier as a lot of these North American ones. But anyways, US Northeast looks pretty strong. US South, Hacker and Jeroni Puff. These are two players who have been around for a long time, right? Jeroni Puff has been in the Smogon for a long time and then has really branched out to draft in a big way in the past few years. By past few years, I mean like quite a long time, right? He's been in draft for a while. Then Hacker, of course, one of the community leaders of Smogon. Great player, so US South, can't complain about that duo. US Midwest, King of Crook and II. Now, I don't really know too much about King of Crook, but II, of course, one of the big names in draft. He's been around for 1,000 years, since the dinosaurs at least. And yeah, he had a really great DCL performance. Be not like super great, but like definitely better than some of his recent performances. He's kind of back into it, you know? Hello everybody in the chat. Oh, is my my chat, there we go. It was hidden, but now you should be able to see the chat on the stream. Okay, anyways, King of Crook I don't know too much about, but II, one of the best you could ask for. Then US West, we have ALG Spees and Zom. 13 viewers, 2 likes, kinda cringe. I mean, we're still in the introduction, so you still have to decide if you like the video or not. But hey, if you want to just, yeah, go ahead and like, I won't stop you, you know. By the way, this beanie I got as a Christmas present from my friend, a Hockey Skater 8, and it's just a Psyduck. Pretty cool. But anyways, Spees and Zom, these are like the two people that captained the winning roster last year. So no complaints there. I know Spees is like definitely an amazing captain. I worked with him last year, of course. Zom, you know, he's kind of just there, you know. No, I'm kidding. He's good too. But anyways, Canada with Nick numbers. This is Panda AA. He goes by a bunch of different names, but yeah, that guy. And then Jay Scurf. I really can't complain about these two guys. They're really excellent. Kind of like newer names in the scene, relatively speaking, like especially when you compare to like II, Hacker, stuff like that. But these players have really made a name for themselves in the past year or two, and really can't complain about that, right? The only thing that Canada's really missing is like Aster J, people like that. So unfortunate, but yeah, he's busy. What can you do? All right, now we move to Central South America with the Caribbean, Tamamo and Stiora. I don't know either of these players. Latin America, Mr. McLovin and Zden, I don't know either of these players as well. But Brazil, I do know these players, right? Odin had a really standout year in DPL this season, DPL Season 8. He went like 6-1 or something, 6-2, some really, really incredible record. And then Diem Nunez, who I've teamed with in the past, he's like kind of just been around for forever. And so I really can't complain about this captain duo. Alright, China, Slowpoke Fan and Sara. So Slowpoke Fan, it has been in DPL before, I think it was. Was it DPL or DCL? I think it was DCL actually. He played for Trick of Eye alongside TJ, so the double Slowpoke core, you know what I mean? But anyways, I have seen him before. Can't say I was too impressed by the play. And then Sara was someone that I did play in the group stage of the last year World Cup. So I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure he got smashed. But you know, it's me. What can you say? So seeing these two, it's at least names that I recognize, right? Right, India. So Swagata Mitra. This guy had top cut in the what's it? The what is it? The circuit. He was like top 16 in points. So definitely a solid player if you're like top cutting that. And then Thinking Septile has been around for a while. I think he's pretty reasonable as a captain here. And then Bangladesh, Calambrito and Kaif. I only know Kaif, but Kaif had a really standout year in DCL. Just going for that Sun build, you know the one. Getting smashed by King 05 is better than not getting to play King 05. You're playing, then you gotta be pretty good. I mean, it's group stages, right? So, doesn't mean too much, but yeah. He was in the previous World Cup. So, Kaif I do recognize, but outside of that, I'm not too certain. And then rest of world, obviously, Genius and K-Crick, probably the best captain duo you could ever ask for. Like, out of everyone in the entire community, these two, it's really hard to beat them. But anyways, that's all the captains. Now let's look at some of the rosters. I guess we can go by the order they're on here. Right, so we have France here. And they actually have a nice graphic here. So, Hertadu and Toad OW, these are the captains. Nice hat, bro. Thank you, thank you. It's Psyduck. Anyways, so this is the entire roster. Now, if I'm looking at people that I actually recognize the name, I'm looking at Aramoth, I'm looking at Clementine, and not a whole lot else, right? I'm sure a lot of these people are more known on the Smogon side of things, or maybe in the French draft scene, but can't say I'm a big part of that bonjour, as they say. But definitely not a whole lot that I can really give insight to on this. Unfortunately, not a whole lot I can add here. They do have a nice graphic though, so that's definitely plus some aura points. But yeah, they did mention at the end here, Masco and Gelbel. These guys are retired from Draft League World Cup, which is unfortunate because these are two players that I actually do know at least a little bit about. So it's a little bit rough having to rate this team, especially because I don't actually know them like at all. So it's a little bit tough. If anyone has any insight, feel free to drop it in the chat. But let's look at the drafts that they came up with. So France here. Let's look at this. So we have, we're just gonna go left to right, but Iron Valiant, Garchomp, Greninja, and then some really whack 5 Pokemon. Like obviously you can't complain about the top 3, but that's gonna be the case in most drafts, right? Top 3 is easy. Completing the draft is hard. That's like the main difference maker. It's like, can this team pull out wins? I mean, these 3 are all great Pokemon, especially Terra Greninja. I really enjoy. Like, I used that last year in World Cup, and gotta say, it was pretty nice. But it does need quite a bit of support to get its, like, all of its sets unlocked, right? The kinds of SD sets with Battle Bond, those are really hard to bring unless you have screen support. And this team, the screen supporter is Valiant, or like maybe Raikou. Like, not the most consistent ones in the format, let's say. And Valiant pretty much always has something better to do in a matchup. So let's look at like the whole team, like as a whole, right? What's the idea here? Corviknight, just kind of like ground resist, like everything resist for this team, like low-key. And then like what, you U-turn on those guys and then bring in your threats, these 3. Skeledirge is like pretty decent. Like if you want to run Protean Gren, Terra Skeledirge is pretty nice as like a defensive thing. Corv has screens buds. Is it good at setting screens though? That's the question. Like when I think of screens mons, I'm thinking Latias, I'm thinking Jirachi. Those are like two by far the best ones. Maybe you could say like Deoxys, but usually you want to run offensive Deoxys. But like those two in particular are like the best screen setters in my opinion. And after that, it's a really big step off, like step down in terms of like quality and like consistency getting the screens up. Maybe stuff like the Uxie is like in contention there. Goldango, I think it's a quite good screen setter as well. But really, I'm thinking not a whole lot to set up screens for this Greninja. Like it's not trivial to set up the screens. Yeah. But anyways, Raikou, not exactly the most threatening Pokemon, right? So overall, like, I like the top 3, but I really don't like the top or the bottom 5 at all. Grim, Klefki are good setters too. Yeah, Klefki for sure. Grim is kind of unfortunate because you have to actually bring a Grimmsnarl, and that Pokemon is like pretty bad on its own. Yeah. But it can set screens. It's just that's the only thing it can do, so it's very easy to prep for. Like you see a Grimmsnarl, you maybe want to fit a Brick Break. But when you see like a Latias, maybe that's not necessarily the case, right? Because Latias is a little bit more versatile. Jirachi as well. Like they're really great at setting screens, but they don't have to. That's like the main difference. Screamtail maybe? Yeah, I've definitely used Screamtail before. For sure. It's just a little bit passive, right? So it's really hard to get those screens up and then, you know, get that momentum out. Because even if you have Baton Pass, which is not legal in this format, but let's say you did, it's a fast Baton Pass, which is kind of rough to switch in your guys. Alright. The best thing, in my opinion, is having screens plus Healing Wish, plus like a decent speed stat. If you have all those 3 things, you're really excellent at setting screens and setting up your win conditions. So Screamtail has like 2 of those things, so it's decent, but yeah, not the 3rd. Anyways, this team, it's okay, you know? Alright, this team though. Terra Chi-Yu, which I think is underrated, to be honest. So good to see it here. Sneasler. I know Mountay used this combination with a Rillaboom and a Blastoise and a Vikavolt before. Was it Vikavolt? I think it was a Vikavolt. Was it? No, it might have been a... No, Vikavolt was a different season. But in the PPL, I helped him draft a team that was like Rillaboom, Sneasler, Chi-Yu, and that team also had Spectre on it and stuff like that. But it's a good combination, right? Sneasler plus Chi-Yu, because pretty much everything that switches into Chi-Yu is going to be either a free Latios switch or it's Sneasler fodder, by and large, right? Think of it like what resists Chi-Yu? You're thinking like Assault Vest, Samurott, stuff like that. That's getting rocked by Sneasler. So stuff like that. Good synergies here. I actually like this team quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie. Blastoise I think is finally dropped down to a price where it's actually pretty reasonable. 8 points, totally fine for a Blastoise. You know, some pressure to run Mirror Herbs, but even at even at that, right? Mirror Herb is not going to be too useful for like the Sneasler because, you know, that thing gets gets unburdened. So it's really hard to, you know, Mirror Herb that guy. So really Mirror Herb is just for Blastoise, and that's probably the best way to use Blastoise, is try to force those Mirror Herbs. If they don't bring Mirror Herb, then you're probably fine. And if they do Mirror Herb, you don't just lose, right? You have priority, you have unburden, stuff like that. Really good Scarfers. Stuff that can kind of take advantage of your opponent copying the +2/+2/+2. It's like, as far as Blastoise teams go, this is a fine one. Yeah, I really like this one overall, honestly. I'd use this one. Alright, next up we have Raging Bolt, Meowscarada, Palafin, Iron Treads, Mesprit. I kind of like this. It is pretty difficult to build a Raging Bolt team from scratch, right? You do kind of need one of those elite speed tiers, which is why we see a lot of Meowscarada, a lot of Greninja, a lot of Deoxys speed paired with these Raging Bolts. We're going to see when we go over the whole thing. But this combination, I mean, you can't ask for much better, right? It's the best revenge killer in the format, best speed control ever. Plus you have like priority here, Palafin, plus you know, Thunderclap. It's really a great offensive trio. The main problem with these 3, they're really good Pokemon, but they don't fill a lot of roles, so you need roll compression. And that's where Iron Treads and Mesprit comes in. 2 of like the best roll compression mons in the format, low-key. So I think if you're going to go for this top 3, you kind of have to spend your Iron Treads Mesprit on this. And then a Tauros Blaze, a Pokemon that I think is like pretty reasonable. but it is part of your top 6, which means it's going to be coming a little bit more often than you might like. I do like teams that are like top heavy, generally speaking. This might be going a little bit too far, right? A 19 point, an 18 point, an 18 point. That's a lot, man. And then you're going to see the bottom of it really struggles. A Swallow, a Spidops, and like your top 6 is a Tauros Blaze. That's not necessarily something that you want, right? You want your top 6 to be more like this. Like, if your 6th best mon is 10 points, you're looking pretty good, right? That's pretty balanced. And then Rotom Heat to sub in. Like, this is a good example of, like, something that I really enjoy, right? Having, like, a top 6 that's really strong, a 7th mon that's totally reasonable, and then a 1-pointer that's, like, if you see a great matchup for it, sure. This is kind of, like, what I generally aim for. But back to this one. I do like the top 5. But of course you're gonna like the top 5. It's so top heavy, right? It's hard to go wrong, like, in theory, right? Because these mon are like so threatening, but the bottom, you can see it does struggle a little bit. It's like, it's probably gonna be pretty reasonable once you get into the lobby. Tauros Blaze is not that bad. I think it's probably 6 points might be underpriced for the value you get out of it, so hey, we'll see. Alright, France. Draft 4. We have a Terra King Gambit, we have Deoxys Speed. This one is like more a balanced approach, right? As I was saying. So the Gambit, like the late game threat, Deoxys, you know, kind of a breaker, revenge killer kind of role. A lot of the Deoxys Speed sets are going to be Life Orb. I think it's like just the most consistent set in general. Just what I like to run most often. I think you really can't go wrong with Life Orb Deoxys in this format. It's always going to have coverage moves for whatever you're playing. Then we look at Landorus, right? And Landorus, I think, is not a good Pokemon in SV for a bunch of reasons, right? It's not that fast. It's like, it's strong, but ground resist are something that everyone should be prioritizing anyways, and its coverage options are not that good this gen. It doesn't have Rock Polish. It has Nasty Plot, but with Lando, do you really need more power? Is that what was missing? Like, it's not exactly... Like, you'd rather have Rock Polish, like, 100 times out of 100. Life Orb Deoxys won me a week. I'm enjoying that mon more than I thought I would. Yeah, like, people self-sabotage by bringing bad Deoxys sets, but once you just start bringing Life Orb every week, it becomes a really good Pokemon, what can I say? But anyways. Quaquaval, I think, is quite good, just as a utility. Right, Pecharunt I think is low-key slept on. I think that Pokemon should definitely be drafted more than it is. So overall, I think this draft is like pretty reasonable. Ogerpon I think is great for the value, like 10 points for Ogerpon Cornerstone. I know when we were drafting in, putting together drafts in US West, I was like, every team was like, we should put a Cornerstone here. I swear I was doing that every game, or every draft. People kept shooting it down, but you know, I do rate that guy quite a bit. Then Rotom Heat, you know, can set screens, you know, for the Gambit late game, you know, it's definitely an option for the Quaquaval setup. You have potential screens Deoxys for that King Gambit, but no Healing Wish, which is something that I really, really like on King Gambit builds. I think you should have that option if you're going for a King Gambit. Just have a Healing Wish somewhere on the draft, right? It gets so much value out of Healing Wish that I think it's really an error to draft Terra King Gambit and not have a Healing Wish for it. So, a little bit unfortunate there. I think, overall, I think I like the team. It's just, I don't like Landorus. That's the only thing. Just as a Pokemon, I don't think it's good. But the rest of the team does seem like it works together. So, can't complain too hard. Alright, and then this Torn team. This is like, this looks like a kind of team you'd see in like 2022. You know what I mean? Like a few years back, SV first drops. Right, was that 22 or was that 23? I think it was 22. I don't know, but you get what I mean. SV first drops. We see all these Pokemon, right? Baxcalibur plus Chilly Reception. Oh my god, what a broken combination. Oh my god, Samurott is so broken it sets up spikes. And then you have like 2 spinners. And then, yeah, Cobalion's kind of a newer thing, but then Terratorn. This is like definitely something that is like an old style. You know, trying to set up the hail for the Baxcalibur because it has Ice Body. It's so cool. You get leftovers on the defense boost. Like, in theory, it works. And we have seen some reasonable success out of like Torn plus Samurott plus Iron Treads in particular, that like trio. But here, like Iron Treads is kind of split between Cobalion and Donphan, because like a team like this over here really needs the Treads. Like that's not even a debate. Like what other Pokemon are you putting here? So I kind of get it. I would have preferred a Treads on this kind of build. I think it really fits really well. But as it stands, you know, it's not too bad, right? I see the vision with the synergies and stuff like that. But overall, not exactly blowing my socks off, as they say. I think Bramble-Gas is pretty cool. You can see like Tailwind plus Bramble-Gas. That's something that we do see kind of often, honestly. And when Bramble-Gas has that +2 speed and +1 attack, it does hit quite hard. Can't even complain. So honestly, Bramble-Gas for 5 points, I think it probably could be 6. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, I kind of see the vision on this one. I think it's alright. And then this one, Ogerpon, Darkrai, Terapagos, Lando Heatran, Comfey. Okay, this is definitely like a top 6 that I can like kind of believe in. It's just like, why is the Terra not on Comfey? Do we need Terra on Galarian Bro? I feel like Comfey gets so much more out of that. I'd much rather have a Terra on my Comfey. But in terms of like a top 5, right? This is pretty solid. And then your 6th being either Fairy or like a regen bulky poison. It's not that bad, right? You have a lot of utility on this team. You have multiple rockers. Take that burden off of Terapagos as much as possible. This is pretty reasonable. Then you have these like big threats, right? Darkrai, Terra Ogerpon, Terapagos. These things like demand prep, and it's really hard to prep for all 3 of them, I think. Did Showdown just go down for everyone? I don't know. Great question. Anyways, I'd rather have a Terra on Comfey. Maybe it's like a points thing, but at that point I just downgrade the Slowbro just to have a Terra Comfey on this, because I think Terra Comfey is actually legit. But yeah, overall, pretty reasonable. The colors are nice, as they say. Anyways, this one, Enamorous, Roaring Moon. Okay, now we're starting to look at the Pokemon that, you know, we've already made these drafts, we've used all the good Pokemon. Now we're kind of in the leftover section, you know. I think Comfey does a lot without Terra because no one preps for it. I mean, it's fine, it's just the coverage is so ass, right? And like the things that beat it really beat it. Like the steals, the poisons. Comfey's not beating either of those, ever. So having Terra can really flip those. Like Terra Ground Comfey, I think is like really reasonable. Or even, you know, just being Terra Fairy, boosting the power on your Draining Kiss to 60 base power, because that's a hidden mechanic of Terra, right? And then on top of that, getting your like adaptability boost, basically, it turns Comfey into an actual strong Pokemon, which is something that, you know, is pretty not real. It doesn't boost to 60 of Triage. Oh, it doesn't? You sure? Maybe you're right. But either way, it makes it stronger. In the calc it doesn't? Okay, so I misunderstood that. But still, I'd rather have it over a Slowbro. But this team here, I mean, there's offensive threats, right? Roaring Moon, Enamorous, Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Mamoswine. And then, like, Uxie to pivot in, Goldango to resist everything, and then Tentacruel, like, for some more utility. I see the vision, right? It's just, I don't think this team really has a backbone. I feel like, especially, like, your main defensive pieces are all weak to Dark, right? Knockoff just seems so impossible to deal with on this team. You have Moon Enam in a league, but it's 12-team pool, and I think the team is stronger. Yeah, this is definitely like one of the leftover teams, right? Because we used all of our top guys already. So maybe we'll exclude this from like the top 8. But anyways, this next one, Great Tusk, Terrazarude. Now we're cooking, right? Cinderace, like this top 3, really stellar. I like Primarina. Metagross is fine on this build. Noivern for some speed. Alright, when you're drafting Noivern for speed, you know you're down bad, right? You got Hands, Crown, Pert, Glim. That does sound pretty nice. Cannot lie. and Hisuian Quillfish for some nice roll compression. I think this team is probably pretty reasonable, right? The top 6, top 7 kind of thing that I was talking about, I think this is pretty fine. What does this team weak do? Like Terra Torn seems really, really hard for this team to deal with. You probably need to commit like a Terra Electric Zarude in that slot to deal with it. But like, that's fine, right? Terra Electric Zarude is perfectly reasonable into a lot of Torn teams. So there is that. Let's see, what else is there to talk about on this? Not a whole lot of... that's actually not true. I was about to speak a lie. I guess like ground resists are a little bit rough once the Zarude terras, because most of the time you're not terraing to a ground resist on Zarude. So if Noivern is your only ground resist, in theory that's like a little bit tough, right? Especially if it's something like you're playing against Olander's T, something like an Earthquake and U-turn to really influence the Terra, right? Because you don't want to just sit there and take a U-turn on Zarude. And once you Terra out of that EQ resist, Scarf Lando looks pretty powerful into this team, right? Something like that. Maybe like a Garchomp, another example. Are you really bringing Balloon Primarina versus that? Maybe you could, right? But is that the most reliable thing? Probably not. Alright. But overall, the team's probably fine. Alright, so Urshifu, Iron Bundle. This looks like a leftover team for sure. This is what no one else wanted to draft with, so maybe we'll exclude this one as well. It just doesn't look good, man. And then this last one, this is more reasonable, right? Tinglu, Urshifu Rapid, and then Terra Crown, Terra Moth. A good Pokemon, right? Thundurus for some T-Wave support, which the team kind of needs. It's a little bit slow. Like your speed control is Cyclizar, which is maybe less than reliable. So I can see the angle for Prankster Thunderwave support. Prankster Thunderwave, yeah. I see the vision, right? The question is, with multiple Prankster like T-Wave things, are you really influencing like a Terra Dark a little bit too much? Because Terra Dark overall looks pretty strong into this team, right? What's the punish? Like Urshifu Rapid? But if it's like a special attacker, you know, the Urshifu's not tearing out of its weaknesses. You can kind of cover for that pretty reasonably on a lot of Terra Dark Pokemon. And then what else is really the threat? So maybe a little bit weak specifically to Terra Dark Pokemon, but that's kind of like the price you pay for going for multiple Prankster T-Waves. It's a nice tool to have, but you do kind of invite those defensive Terras into those kinds of things, right? Yeah, overall, pretty threatening team. It's just like the best Pokemon being Tinglu. That's a little bit rough. But that being said, these guys are going to force a lot of prep. This guy's pretty good. It's not like the team lacks threats. It's just they're not like the big threats. They're threats. So overall, the drafts, I think, they're pretty reasonable. A few misses here, in my opinion. Maybe even here, right? Not my favorites, but certainly some nice drafts in the middle. But overall, let's say maybe a 7.5 out of 10. So let's actually make a new spreadsheet, right? Rankings. So France. 7.5 on the drafts. Let's put that here. Players, drafts. The drafts I think are like pretty reasonable. But the players I don't know too much about, right? So out of 10, I can't really rate them, right? I can only rate what I know. So, and personally, I think if I don't know you, there's probably a reason for that. So maybe like a 4, maybe a 3. Like, I think in terms of like out of 10, out of 10, I can't really rate them too highly, right? So let's do 4. Let's be a little bit nicer. But yeah, definitely below average in terms of like player quality from my perspective, right? I'm not in the French community, so I don't really know too much, but I can only rate what I know, and I don't know a lot. Okay, but anyways, let's go to the next team, right? Next one is going to be US Northeast. So look at this. So we have obviously Kyle and Meta. They're playing. Both are playing, so that's good. We like to see that. Netherlands about to be dropped to a 3 or 4 for players as well then. Hey, what can I say? Anyways, Northeast. Let's look at this. So obviously 2 great players at the beginning. Hiker Toad, I think is like quite good. Zooch, you know, that guy has a big ego, but he's definitely earned parts of it at least. Star Master, he's definitely like no slouch in draft. And then Lejon. Lejon has been losing quite a bit in his career, but obviously the name value does bring a little bit. You know, he's been playing for a while. Has he put up results during that time? No. So maybe you just say he's probably going to be on the bench more often than not, and that's fine. Alright, Scribble, someone I really respect in the format. Burger, also someone like kind of in the similar tier. Lejon Flamed, yep. Jesse 504 coming off a really great season in DCL, if I remember correctly. Then Happygate and Elevated. I don't know too much about them playing, but I see them all the time in like stream chats, in Discord servers and stuff like that, so at least I see them around, right? So if I'm looking at like a starting 8, I think this is probably one of the better starting 8s in the whole tour. So I think player-wise, it's probably up there at like a 9, like relatively speaking. Maybe we'll adjust that as we go, like maybe other teams are a little bit better. But I'm pretty sure in terms of depth, in terms of like how many players do you really think you can rely on to win most games, I think this is definitely up there. Like as a starting 8, what more could you ask for, right? This is really stellar. So I'm thinking 8.5, 9, something like that for the player quality. So let's say US Northeast. For players, I'm going to start 8.5. Undead Band and Lax not playing this team is doomed. I mean, even with that, right, it still looks pretty strong. So I can't complain too much, right? Is Undead Northeast? I thought he was like, I thought he was something else. Lax not playing is a big loss, but like, from what they have, it's still fine, you know? I can't complain too much. Now let's look at their drafts, right? Where is Northeast? Here they are. Now, I actually know that I think Zooch made this one. Him and Lax were top 2 for Northeast last year. Oh, that's kind of rough, huh? But still, I think the player quality is fine. Let's look at these drafts, okay? This one... yeah, records-wise for sure. This one has too many Pokemon that I think are bad. Right? Tentacruel, Bronzong, Slitherwing. I think these are all like low-key wastes of points. Not gonna lie. So maybe that's a little bit harsh. But I think they're just not great Pokemon for the price. I kind of understand like Tentacruel, Bronzong, because like at a certain point you do kind of need the resist that it has, but Bronzong, man, it just doesn't do anything back to anything. Maybe on this you want to take the rocks responsibility away from like the Garchomp. That's reasonable, but like you could have had anything instead of a Bronzong. Like drop the Slitherwing, put like an actual good steel here. You're probably fine, right? But Bronzong I just don't have any respect for at all. But the top 4 is good, right? I think Iron Boulder plus Sinistra, one of the better Terra combinations you can have in this format. If you're unaware, it's like 28 points limit, and you can have 2 or 3 Terra Pokemon. Team would be better with a Metagross. Yeah, for sure. It's just like the ground resist becomes an issue there. So maybe like Metagross and then something else changes. You like flying type. Like you don't have a flying type on this. Like your only ground resist is Bronzong, which is an ass Pokemon. So this team is probably like way too weak to ground, right? Or you're like hyper relying on Sinistra to cover those, which is maybe a little bit too much to hope for. Yeah, that's a big criticism of this so far. Other than that though, like there are threats on this team. Can't say it's gonna be like easy prepping for this, you know? Like Iron Boulder puts some pressure on the builder. Darkrai as well, Garchomp. Slither resists ground, but Slither's ass. See, I don't really count Pokemon that I think are bad, unfortunately. Like, are you bringing a Slitherwing? Yeah. Why is Slither bad? Okay. Let's look at all these other teams. Which teams would you bring Slither against? Just as a thought exercise. Alright, this one, I mean, I guess you could, right? But what's it really doing? It's allowing free Cerulege in every time, triggering weak armor, and then now what do you do against Cerulege? Like, that's rough, right? Or, you know, you're triggering Toxic Debris. So, like, even if you get a free turn, it's not exactly free value, right? And then Urshifu can just muscle past you. Meowscarada can hit you on the switch with a Play Rough, something like that. Not exactly a safe switch in. Iron Treads, maybe it can beat Iron Treads. This guy's move pool is pretty limited, but like, even then, it's like an okay Pokemon. Would you bring it? Maybe. This team, all right. What can it switch in on and actually threaten back? Name one Pokemon. Like, which Pokemon is he switching in on? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Fortress? Okay. Are you really that worried about switching into Fortress that you need to bring your Slitherwing? No. I think this is a clear bench. Versus this one, I mean, it's just going to be hard-walled by G-King the whole game, by Gliscor. This is terrible. Okay. Maybe you bring it as like a Terrapagos check, but you have a Sinistcha for that. You have a Tentacruel. Both are better options. Versus this one, let's see. I mean, at best, you're forcing Protect on a Spothra. Like, maybe Protect on Roaring Moon. Can they even afford this? Like, let's see, Knockoff plus what? Knockoff plus Acrobatics, and you cover the whole thing. So, like, you can fit Protect on Roaring Moon. Hardwall by G-King is crazy. I mean, it is, though. Like, what are you going to be, Choice Banded? Into a Lando T? I guess into Gliscor, right? Are you going to be Choice Banded Slitherwing? Really? I don't think so. And if you're not Choice Banded, how are you ever beating G-King? Like, U-turn is doing 30%. Yeah, that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but you get my point, right? Slitherwing does not seem very bringable. I'm not going to go over the rest of them, but you see my point and why I don't like the Pokemon. But anyways, let's move on. So, Meowscarada, Trez, Terra Urshifu. This is like Loki a clone, like stealing the idea from Hiker Toad's Circuit Championship draft, which is in turn stealing ideas from Armory SV2. Bulk Up, EQ, Dual Wing Beat, Morning Sun beats that Gliscor team since they don't bring Toxic for Zong. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it, unfortunately. Like, that doesn't even beat Terrapagos. It doesn't beat anything. Like, sure, if you, in your head, like, I'm +6/+6, okay, sure. But, like, who are you setting up against? And I think Gliscor totally could be Toxic, right? Toxic Knock seems pretty fine. And you want Toxic for Sinistcha in the first place. That's a Pokemon that you want Toxic for. I could see EQ Knock Toxic Protect. I could see Spikes. And either way, right? If you don't have Toxic, you're probably going to be SD Dual Wing Beat, which is going to roll the Slitherwing either way, right? I think you're probably fine. But anyways, this team I think is quite good overall. Like, this top 6 is really good. Then 2 1-pointers, like if one of them's a Lapras, I can totally deal with that. Lapras is so bringable. Right. You have your utility, right? Iron Treads, Glamora. You have great screens, Healing Wish into Urshifu Rapid with Terra. You have Meowscarada plus Urshifu, right? That combination synergizes so well together. You even managed to fit a Terra Sourledge on this team, which is insane. Like, I think this is really great. Right. This one here, interesting for sure, right? You have Deoxyspeed Terra Zarude. This is a combination that we saw in DCL to pretty good success. That being said, maybe the supporting pieces leave a little bit to be desired, specifically these two. Maybe not the most reliable Pokemon in the world. I think Dragonite is really good though. Cinderace is good. Like, the trade-off is your offense is really, really great. Right? Okidoki is a great secondary Terra user. Rotom, one of the best low-tier Pokemon in the format in terms of like what it brings to a team. But in this team overall, I can't complain too much. Oh, what's up, Jay Ricky? Mr. Citrus Berry himself. This team is totally reasonable, right? Right, this one, let's see. Terra Urshifu Single Strike, you have Terapagos, you have Iron Bundle, you have Ogerpon. I mean, reasonable threats, right? Now the question is, with Urshifu Single Strike, do you have enough on your team to dissuade Terra Fairy? That's kind of what I want to look at. You have G-King, but is that enough? I want to say no. I think you still bring Terra Fairy into this team quite a lot. Or maybe you just bring like no, just Terra Fairy, right? It's neutral into bundle, it's neutral into a bunch of things. You're only really weakening yourself to G-King, which is slow anyways, so who cares? Yeah, I think this team probably needed something in a way to like prevent Terra Fairies if you're gonna go for a Terra Urshifu Single Strike. Wish this team's flying resist wasn't just Lantern. I mean, yeah, but G-King totally functions as a Torn check, which is the main thing you need a flying resist for anyways in this format. So like, not really too worried about that overall. I don't know. I see this team, I'm not really too scared of it. No Dragon Resist? Yeah, that's totally fair as well, right? That's a bigger deal for sure. I think if you're opening yourself up to that many defensive holes, your offense has to be amazing, and it's just not the case here, I think, unfortunately. So I can't sign off on this one. But anyways, Roaring Moon, Annihilate, Terra Annihilate, such a good Pokemon. But then we have this like Planoty, Rotom Wash, Talonflame, Klefki. Like, is this Oras or what? Like, this is so outdated. I think all these Pokemon really struggle in SV. Outside of maybe Landorus, because it's priced appropriately. But Rotom Wash, Talonflame, Klefki, I don't think any of these are really good Pokemon in SV. And like, with a team like this really relying on that defensive backbone, I don't see it being too consistent. Bulk Up's Rude 6-0s with Encore and 2 attacks. For this team? You kind of get burned by Talonflame, no? Then Lando intimidates you. It's really not that big of a deal. Maybe it's like Terra Dark mono knockoff versus this team, but then like Roaring Moon you set up alongside. I don't know, maybe knockoff plus Drain Punch, but that's not great either. Hello. Hello, Vergi. Maybe I think you overacted, but like the lack of special breakers is a bit worrying. Yeah, it's definitely physically leading, but there isn't a Spa Throw, which does force prep. Like, at the very least, it will force prep. I don't know. I think this one is just like a little bit outdated in the team structure. Like, I think sometimes you can translate old gen like cores into the new gens, but I don't think this works. I don't think it works. Maybe you'll cheese some wins with like Annihilate Espathra, but that's definitely going to fall off as the opponents get better into like later in the brackets and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't have too high hopes of this team. Alright, this Terra Tusk. Love to see Terra Tusk. It's probably one of the best Pokemon to pair with Zapdos, right? Because Zapdos does influence a lot of Terra Electrics. People be forgetting a Spathra broken. That guy's an Ubers, no. Have you ever seen the graph that I made, Virgie? I'm sure you have. The bell curve. Hello, Dact. How's it going? Yeah, exactly, Virgie. Anyways, Zapdos plus Great Tusk is like a really common pairing for good reason, right? The Terra Electrics that Zapdos tends to influence are really taken advantage by having like the best ground type ever with Great Tusk. And making it Terra on top of that makes it that much harder to deal with. You really have to respect Great Tusk in the builder quite a bit more when it has that, you know, Terra option. Because it's not as simple as just tossing Grass Knot on your physical attackers anymore. You really have to like worry about that thing. Right, Greninja as well, you have your fast revenge killing option. Let's see. Latios probably fits pretty well on this team, no? I think it fits quite well. You have to respect Servine with the Terra option. Nope. No, not at all. The one Servine matchup gonna hit like crack. Okay, buddy. Okay. Alright, Tinkaton on this team, I think it's reasonable, right? A lot of Tinkaton drafts I don't like because it forces too much responsibility onto the Tinkaton. But here, right, you can like, if you don't want to run Rocks Tinkaton, you don't have to. You can totally run SD Tinkaton on this team. It's not like Tinkaton has to be the everything resist, right? You have the Dunsparce to blanket check a lot of things. You have Great Tusk to do the same with Zapdos. Latios has like decent defensive profile. Like, it's fine, right? What's this Servine coat? Quilladin much better? I think they are both pretty bad, unfortunately. But yeah, to each their own, right? Pick your favorite terrible grass type. It does not matter. But yeah, this is totally fine. I like this draft overall. Yeah, pretty reasonable. Alright, moving on to this Enamorous build, right? Enamorous, Sneasler. Some scary offense. Oh, I'm gonna announce an early retirement after Terra Servine 6-0s him after trash talking it. I might have to do that, yeah. If this team had Meow over Gren and Latios over Latios, it would be top tier. Yeah, probably. Like, how could you complain about that? Yeah, that does seem like an upgrade, but I understand you want the Meowscarada over here with the Urshifu, so it's totally fine. And then Latios as well, right? Latios, Urshifu, Rapid. Great pairing, especially with Ceruledge as well, those options. I think Latios fits really well on this style. It's really hard to justify bringing it over to this, right? I think it's more valuable to the draft number 2. But yeah, can't complain too much about this. This one, though, it's a little bit whack looking, right? You have Samurott plus Goldango, which is like something that people have been running forever, and it's never really like super amazing, right? It's a lot of points just to like have a few spikes up, and like if your team's identity is spikes up, they're just gonna run boots. You know, that's something we see very commonly. But anyways, Terra Hydrapple, Terra Enamorous. I mean, these are some decent threats, right? Donphan to spin, get your mandatory 2 turns per battle to rock up and then spin. Like, there's no other rocker though. Like, it's a little bit whack. Like, Enamorous, This team was like the 8th team they made, and they said we still need to use these Pokemon. Yeah, I think so. They're like, hey, no one's used Goldango, Samurott, and Enamorous yet. Let's throw them on the team. And then, like, you know, Spike Sneasler seems reasonable, but then like, oh, we already used the Rillaboom on the Raging Bolt team. It feels kind of like that. So you have an Indeedee for the Sneasler, and it's like, okay, man. Okay, buddy. Yeah, definitely a leftover draft. We might leave it out of the top 8 for like ranking purposes. But anyways, this one here, Torn, Tinglu, Gouging Fire, Jirachi. This is like pretty standard stuff. Can't complain too much, right? I'm actually a wheezing apologist. A lot of people be hating this thing. I think it does its job. Can't complain too much. I think Keldeo is definitely underrated right now. And then Bramble like I said, with Torn, you have that Tailwind option. It can kind of become a threat in that late game. So, I like this team overall. I can't complain too much about it. Right? Ting Luli, everything resist. You have regen. You have, like, you know, a good fairy type, Dragon Stopper. You have Gouging Fire plus Healing Wish screens. Like, this kind of has it all, right? Cannot complain. Alright, this one here, we have Valiant, Terra Gambit, and Palafin. So, interesting, right? We need Royal Compression really badly. So, Scizor Uxie makes sense. Rhyperior as the ground, like a secondary rocker, stuff like that. Then Altaria, Grifai, sure, you know, whatever. This team feels like it's lacking resist. Let's do a quick check, right? Flying resist, it's fine. Ground resist is just Uxie and Altaria, which doesn't really count. So maybe like ground types you're gonna struggle against, but like Palafin, you have Jet Punch. Like this team, you have a lot of priority between these three. Like it's really hard to find like an offensive Pokemon that's gonna deal with all three priorities. Water resist kind of poor. Yeah, I can see that. Especially because Palafin doesn't really 1v1 a lot of water types. At least not too easily, right? Usually the water types are the ones switching into Palafin, not the other way around. So definitely like opposing water types are an issue for this. This team is pretty ugly. I think Scizor is like really good for colors on a draft, and Valiant is usually pretty good. But overall, yeah, you're right. It's not the prettiest team ever. I think most of that is they're using the wrong sprite on Palafin. If you had the big Palafin sprite, all of a sudden it looks a lot nicer, right? Yeah, the team seems fine offensively, right? I think it's probably okay. Electrics would be an issue outside of Rhyperior. Okay, what electrics? Like Zapdos? Zapdos is 1v1 by Rhyperior, so no problem. Like, what other electrics are there? This isn't a gen for electrics. Maybe like Raging Bolt, but nothing really beats Raging Bolt anyways. Like, what are you gonna do? You just kind of beat that thing offensively usually. Like, she's gonna lose to Uxie too anyways? Yeah, lose. Yeah, maybe. Like, outside of Raging Bolt, there's no real issue here. Because they don't exist. The electric types aren't real. Anyways, this last one, Raging Bolt. Then they just had to put a Landoi on there. I don't like Landoi. But you know this. Let's see, like, pretty good special offense between these three. Like, you could totally slap a bunch of AVs versus this team and it'll do well, right? And then like Rillaboom plus Terra Hawlucha. I think Hawlucha is like really great as a win condition. Yeah, I think this is probably fine, right? Maybe just a little bit too weak to the item Assault Vest. Just seems a little bit easy to prep for in that way. So maybe it's okay, but not gonna be my first choice. Right, so the teams overall, right? I think this one was like, it's okay. This one I liked. This one was not great, not my favorite. Don't like this one. I like this one. Nah. Yep. And then these are just like fine. Are they better than France? Are these drafts overall better than France? I think certain of these drafts are better than anything France has, but I think the low points, there's more low points here. So like average it out, it's probably around the same. I'll call it a 7. I'll call it a 7. Yeah, because there's definitely a few teams that I really enjoy. Like this one, I really like. This one's alright, this one's alright. But outside of those three, I think it really falls off pretty fast, right? This one's usable. And then the rest, not my favorite. Anyways, we move on. We move on. Alright, so what's the next one? Next one is going to be Team China. Right? Oh, it looks like Slowpoke Fan is not playing. He's just captaining. Okay, so Sorrow will play. And then a bunch of these guys. I don't know any of these guys. Yeah, I just don't know these guys at all. I can't say a single person that I've actually seen play. Besides Sara, who played me and I beat him. Does that get you brownie points? I don't think so. I don't think so. This is where the money is. Let's see, are these like active on Smogon? This guy seems active on Smogon, relatively speaking. Wow, 3,000 reaction score? Must be good. NDPL champion. Okay. Alright. In terms of like player strength, I can't rate him too highly. Like I just don't know any of these guys. In terms of draft league, right? What can I say? Definitely like not a team that I have high hopes of. So in terms of like players, let's say China. I mean, I don't know any of them. I have no faith in the player ability. Which, you know, they could be good. I just don't know them. Rate them on their messages. Have they sent anything funny? Let's do that. Okay. Let's see. Who is the most active guy? Metallica. He just didn't respond? Left him on red? That's kind of aura. Okay. Well, apparently he's the GOAT. Apparently. Did they send anything funny? Not a whole lot. Just kind of scheduling. And then, like, not responding to a good portion of them. So, yeah. But let's look at the drafts, right? Where's China? Are they at the bottom? China. Here's China. Okay. Alright. Alright, we have this one, which is just Rillaboom Sneasler. You have Raging Bolt, it's pretty reasonable. And then some nice colors, right? Some very nice colors, but a Lando Eye, which is a terrible Pokemon, unfortunately. Overall, this team's not too bad, I think. Totally usable. This one, maybe a little bit less so, right? I mean, Terra Crown's good. I mean, if you're going for a double dragon setup, are these the two dragons that you want to choose? I think probably not. I instantly hate all their drafts because they aren't ordered by value. Exactly. Have you seen Blitz's board? No, I haven't. If you want, you can just link it to me in DMs or something. Yeah, this team I don't like at all. Like, the team's not threatening enough to have this little defensive backbone. Yeah. Alright, next one. We have a Raw King Gambit with a Great Tusk and Torn T. Okay, buddy. So we're bringing, like, the two best Pokemon in the format low-key. Low-key, like, two of the top 3 Pokemon on one draft. and it still doesn't look good. It still doesn't look good. Oh yeah, Terra Spidoff's #1. Last Mon Valiant. Yeah. Why does this team still not look good with Terratorn plus Great Tusk? That's a talent. Yeah. Alright, Iron Valiant. It's fine, right? You have like Terraments, you have Lando T, these are good pairings with a Valiant. You have Goldango, which is nice. I think the team is fine overall. Yeah, this one's fine. This one's fine. Alright, and here we have Zapdos, Garchomp, Keldeo, which is an Oras core. Straight out of Oras, but now we have a Terrazarud, and we have a Cinderace on there. This is usable, right? Just take this middle 6, totally usable, right? This one's fine. And then Darkrai, Mew, Moth Hands, Dragonite. The bottom 3 is like a little weird, right? But the top 5 is reasonable. The Mew is not Terra though. I don't see the point of drafting Mew without Terra. Like if you went Terra Mew plus Terra Moth, and then made the Iron Hands regular, and then just downgraded your Excadrill, I think that might work a little bit better. Maybe. They built the draft around Ditto, that's Aura. Yeah. Can't say I'm a huge fan of this one. And then they have Throwaway Rain. Okay, man. As far as rain teams go, this one is not a good one, I think. And then here we have like a Terapagos Meowscarada type thing. But no, this one just looks weird, right? Terra Thunder, Terra Como, these are like pretty reasonable threats, but then like Arcanine, Slowking, Registeel, Galarian Weezing, a lot of passive Pokemon that like, if you're allowing setup, you're gonna have to burn your Terra Shell early, like 9 times out of 10. And if you're not getting like the most out of your Terapagos on this team, that's a little bit rough. Right, and then this one's like, is this like a Yurdunk build? Everything's below 15 points? You know what I mean? Anyways. I mean, you have the Chilean to Kyurem. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, I don't like this team. It's just like, you roll this team and what are you scared of? You can dedicate so much into just preventing the Quackable sweep, and then once you do that, what's the other problem? Like Kyurem? If Kyurem's the biggest threat on your opponent's team, you're probably going to be fine. Then this one is just weird, right? This looks like a stall team with like a random ass Weavile on it. Any Mienshao Weavile stall users in the chat? No, this one's not good for sure. Like, surely this can't be good. Like, the move Taunt deletes this entire team. But yeah, overall, I think I'm not impressed by China's drafting. I think the reasonable ones are like 1 and like 5. Outside of that, I don't like any of these other ones. Maybe like 4 is reasonable. So maybe they have 3 somewhat usable drafts. But no, I have to give them like a 4, maybe a 3 actually, a 3. So China not looking too hot. Sleeping on Terraclef. I don't think I am. I really don't think I'm sleeping on Terraclef. But that's okay. Right, who's up next? There's China. Alright, Western Europe. Right, let's look at Western Europe. So let's see. Subtract them down. Having a Slick Panther, who's probably going to be their best player. Lily, I don't know much about Lily. Very active. UU leader. Okay. That's fine. PTK. I know he had that one game in DPL where he was like low-key getting smashed, but then just like healing wished his Iron Hands and the opponent fell over. One of the best draft league games ever, right? But yeah. So there is that. I know he played that game while he was like high or something, so it looked really funny, but he's better than that. At least that's the story I heard. Then Sammy C, 123. One of the better players in the Draft Farm League, right? And then what? Hail Dross I've seen around. Mata, I don't know Mata. CAPPL champion, can't argue with that. And Creator Sum was in DCL on Trick of Eye last season, so there is that. Sammy C, isn't that guy top 100 draft league player of modern time? He might just be. And Smat, I don't know. Isa, I played last year, and I think this guy gave me the best run for my money in the pools. In the pools games. Yeah. And then Butterchoke, I don't know this guy either. It's like overall, there's a few people here that like I recognize as good players, but also a lot of filler, you know. Yo, what's good, Hayes? So overall, this team, player quality, I think it's probably middle of the road. Probably about average for this tournament. So I'm gonna say, what is this? Western Europe, EU West. Players wise, probably like a 5, maybe even a 6 if you compare to France. I think France, I was probably just being nice. I'm gonna bump down their players to a 3. Yeah, EU West, I think probably average. And then let's look at the drafts. Okay. West Europe. Here we are. Alright, let's take a look at these. Right, we have the Torn Treads, Gouging Fire, kind of like standardish build. Kind of with a random ass Terrakion on there. I kind of get it. Nice beanie. Thank you. Psyduck. Ever heard of it? That boy likes Psyduck, he thinking he fly. Psy! Yep, this guy gets it. So, Terrakion in the year of our Lord 2025. Shout out. But overall, this team looks reasonable on paper, right? You have your win con. I would, yeah. Yeah, I just think this is like fine, right? Totally usable. This one definitely looks a little weird. I know this is the only Deoxys defense in the entire draft, like in the entire tournament. So there's that. So what's the idea here? It looks like you just want to like super heavy stack hazards and then like win with Moon Bundle. I think that's probably fine, right? I just really wish you had like a ghost type on here. Maybe you're like planning to go Terra Ghost a lot on your Tusk as a spin blocker, but I think you really wanted a ghost type on this build, but there just isn't a ghost type. So it's gonna be hard to keep those hazards up, right? From DNC, from Deoxys. Yeah, I don't like this one too much. Right, Raging Bolt. And this one looks totally weird, right? Just off vibes, I don't like this one at all. You have your speed from Cinderace. And then it's the next fastest mon is Lando. That's not great. Let's see, you have Spikes. So you have Spike Stack plus Court Change as your only removal. I mean, Defog Conkeldurr, I guess. But yeah, not the greatest synergies there. And then again, Lando Eye, which I think is bad. Yeah, this is one of those Raging Bolt teams that just doesn't look good. but I know Raging Bolt is going to look good individually. You know what I mean? Alright. Yeah, don't like this one. Right. Iron Valiant Zapdos. Yeah, like, this is the thing, right? Zapdos on this team, you just run Terra Electric, and what is punishing you? It's just a free Terra Electric versus this team. There's no reason to not be Terra Electric if you're weak to Zapdos. And if you're not weak to Zapdos, you have the luxury of going like Terra Poison for the Valiant. Which again, what's punishing it? Crocodile is the answer to both of these, and Crocodile, he's not that guy this gen. He's just not that guy. There's so many better ground types you could have paired with like this top two, because like obviously Valiant and Zapdos, they do influence Terras to be like the Poison, the Electric, both weak to ground, but that's when you should have like a really great ground type as your third option. But you don't. You have a Crocodile as your fifth option. If a Lando T instead of I, the Bolt team might look better. I mean, then it's even slower, right? So speed becomes a big issue on that. So I don't think there's any saving this with like one transaction, you know what I mean? Yeah, my point here. You need a better ground type on this top two. Like, it's a fine top two, you can make it work. Just like get something better than a Crocodile, you know what I mean? Overall, it's like there's reasonable threats here. I don't think it's like a bad team, but it could be so much better. Right, this one now. Yeah, speed issue for sure. So Masquerada Keldeo with Terra, which I think is totally underexplored, by the way. I think it's cool. Terra Ceruledge, which is going to be probably the Terra Hog on this one. Then you have Latios, Klefki, Glamora, Swampert. This is like a really reasonable top 7 plus Ditto, which I think Ditto is really cool this gen, right? Because you're able to copy their biggest threat. And for 3 points, I mean, it's good value. They have to think about Ditto in the builder as well. They can't just build a team that they themselves get swept by. You know, it's not that simple. But I like this team a lot, actually. I think it can totally work. But Crook got the shades. He's also the winner of the best tails in Draft League format. So shout out to that video. One of the greatest videos on my channel. Yeah. Crocodile was the #1 tail as ranked by the Dougal back in the day. But anyways, this one seems perfectly fine. I'd use this one for sure. Seems very cool. Now this one, maybe a little bit less so, right? Palafin, Namorous. Both Pokemon that kind of like hit hard, but don't do anything else. So you need some roll compression, and I think we just don't have that. I think we just don't have the roll compression. Like, Garchomp is good, but you need something more. You need something more for sure. There's just too many mid Pokemon to round it out. Like, none of these Pokemon are particularly good in SC. You can even throw Metagross in there. I think Metagross definitely is not the strongest this gen. So like, you really need to be carried by these top 3. And I think if you need like a hard carry, these two are not the guys to do it. Garchomp can do it, but on this team you're kind of like, I feel like you're forcing it into a defensive role more often than not, which is kind of rough. I mean, Garchomp, one of its strengths is it has that option as like bulky hazard setter, rough skin Rocky Helmet. But you do want to have the option to bring out the SD Chomp from time to time. I think like maybe you don't have the support for it to like really enable that to the best degree. I don't know, that's just me maybe. I don't like this team though. Right, now this one though, this one might be cooking, right? Zarude with the Ting-Lu hazards. You knock off all the boots. Terapagos, right? Great Pokemon. Just in general. Also, Terapagos can influence Terragos, which Zarude takes advantage of. I like that. Tinkaton's cool on this team. Not forced to take all of the hits, so it can really perform its job. You can go like Rocks, Tinkaton, Spikes, Ting-Lu. You get a ton of hazards. But like, where's your spin blocker? I really want a spin blocker, man. Where is my spin blocker? Like, imagine a Rotom on this team. Like, it would be so great, right? Can we have a Rotom on this team? Or just any ghost type, really? Any ghost type that beats the elephant spinners, you know? The Tusk, the Treads. Anything that does that job would be great here. That being said, you do have Screen's Healing Wish with Latias into, you know, two of the better abusers, right? Zarude, Terapagos, both can really take advantage of that. You have Terra Kilowattrel, which on Wi-Fi is a total beast, right? So we haven't really seen that translate to the showdown scene with like the higher Terra options, but you know, who's to say? Then Terra Lapras I think is pretty cool. And then Okidoki, probably one of the better low tier poisons, right? Pretty reasonable. This is probably one of the better drafts from Western Europe so far, at least. So I don't know, there's some room for improvement. Alright, now this one, going for like the double dark with Darkrai or Shifu single strike. So you're gonna see a lot of Terra Fairy into this team, and Galarian Slowking and Hisuian Goodra to punish it. I don't know. Drifblim. Where's the Drifblim? Oh yeah, Drifblim has like the ghost type to suggest here, right? That's what I was talking about earlier. Terra Lapras goated, yep. But anyways, this one here, it's like really slow. Darkrai and a bunch of slow guys. I don't think this works. This team is missing a Pheasantipity plus Monkey Dory. Is my stream like delayed or something? Because I see a bunch of comments about what I was talking about like 30 seconds ago. But it's on low latency mode. This should not be the case. But anyways, just let me know if there's like a big delay. You see the chat on the stream. You should be able to figure that out. This team though is just too fat. Like, fat teams like this we know from like Theodore Manny don't really work, right? You need some offense to fight back, and this team just doesn't really have that option. Yeah. Not a big fan. But anyways, this next one here, Greninja, Lano T, then again the Hands Moth duo with Iron Crown. A lot of irons here. Then Hatterene. This one seems fine overall, right? A lot of threats. Nothing like too crazy, but definitely you're gonna be struggling to handle all of these threats in the builder. Maybe like breaking bulky waters is like a little bit hard. Yeah, comments seem delayed. Yeah, oh well. Unlucky. Bad buffering. Is it me? Is it me, chat? Let me check my internet stuff. Yeah, it's totally on my end. This is so sad. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. Man, can I do anything about that? Let's see. Let's see if I can do anything about that. Is it based on my internet upload speed? Oh, let me just do a quick check. My speeds are fine. I don't know what the problem is. But it got better, okay. Get Hockey off the net, he's downloading too much, too many terabytes of, you know, videos, we could say. Can I do anything about that while I'm live? I think maybe not. Okay, it says now I have excellent connection, so maybe that's like a issue from the past and we're gonna be fine now. Hopefully that's the case. Anyways, maybe like refresh and we'll be fine. We'll see. What's up, Isa? I think I put your team pretty low, unfortunately, but yeah. This team seems fine overall. Then this one over here, it wouldn't lie to you, surely. There's like a 10-second delay. Okay, maybe just refresh and we'll be back. Maybe try that. And while you're doing that, like the stream. Let's throw that in there. Why not? Alright. So Deoxys, Sneasler, Rillaboom. Oh no, it's back to poor stream status. No. My dumbass internet. Unfortunate. But I don't think there's anything I can totally do about that at the moment. Unlucky. Anyways, Deoxys, Sneasler, Rillaboom. We've seen this one before. Sandy Shocks with Terra and Salamence with Terra. I think if you're drafting Shocks, Terra Shocks is probably the way to do it, right? Then Mence is like pretty reasonable as a Terra option. Really forces a lot of prep, a lot of mirror herbs, stuff like that. Terra Fairy. And you really enjoy Terra Fairy when you have a Sneasler. So those kind of work together in that way. Then like Empoleon, Gardevoir, Dusknoir. Conveniently ignoring me going 0-4. Hey, anything for the homies, right? You did play me the closest out of anyone in groups, though. That's not a lie. I think this team, though, it's like, I could see this getting a few wins, but maybe not a bunch of wins, you know? Like, this seems like a 3-3 kind of team. Like a .500, you know, average record. So like overall not too bad, but I'm not blowing my socks off. So overall, I think a lot of these teams could use some work. I really enjoy this one though. I really like this one. This one's pretty good. This one's usable. Yeah, like probably like a 4.5 here. 4.5 I'll say. Right. Who's up next? Oh, Team UK. Alright, so now we're cooking. So UK has Addison Blitz, I think probably the best Captain Core out of Europe. I think it needed Terra Mew, probably, yeah. Let's see. So Batty, I don't know who this guy is. A lot of messages on Smogon. Let's do some research, right? A lot of scheduling. He won in round 2 of NU Open. He seems pretty active in Smogon, right? These are all like yesterday. Yo, this guy plays a lot. God. Right, so I guess he's active, right? He's like active in like 20 different tournaments right now, it seems. Yeah, Deranged Lime. He's been playing draft for a long time. I teamed with him on, was it Wigglytuff skill or was it a different Clash season? But teamed with him in Clash. He was alright. Nothing too crazy. iPro, obviously one of the best in the format. Josh. I don't know this guy at all. Nala. One of like the Smogon guys, right? In terms of like the... What am I trying to say here? Like the staff on Smogon. Right, Nazarmat, legend of the sport. Palkia 62. I respect as a player. Professor Chipboard, really seen like a rise out of that guy. He's had some really great results recently. Then the Rache and Stareel, I don't know either of those two people, unfortunately. But overall, right, if you look at like a top 5 from this team of Addison Blitz, iPro, Palkia, Chipboard, it's pretty reasonable, right? And you only need to win 5 to win the week. So, are they all going to win every week? Probably not, but if one or two of them, you know, drop a game, you can kind of rely on the rest of the team to, you know, get one as well. He won TBC Iron Val last season. Okay, pretty reasonable then. Like top 5 player on this team. Interesting. You learn something new every day. So say they have 6 good players then. He railed you in the finals. Yeah. That's tough, buddy. That's super tough. But yeah, so overall pretty reasonable roster. In terms of like player strength, it's not really up to Northeast, but I think Northeast is like one of the stronger ones in the tour, so that's going to be tough to stand up against. Stario's a Smogon mainstay. Okay, pretty reasonable. So player quality, I'm looking at like maybe a 7-ish, like 7.5 maybe. So is Lily in EU? Yeah, I knew about Lily. I'll say 7.5. Yeah, I'll do 7.5. Just because like I think iPro is really excellent, and if he really cares about this and doesn't just play his game and clock out, I think they can go pretty far. I know Addison is going to be pretty active in helping, and Addison has some really unique building ideas, and you know, could be definitely what the team needs, right? Addison builds. The downfall is they're all from UK. Yeah, that's a big issue. Anyways, let's look at their drafts, right? Where's the UK? UK, they're all the way at the top. Okay. Alright. Iron Valiant Zarude. Shout out the Broken Core, as everyone says. Lando T. You see a lot paired with Valiant for that reason, right? Terra Poison. You obviously wouldn't mind being Terra Poison in the top two, but Landers T, Metagross, they kind of influence it the other way. So that's pretty reasonable on this team. In terms of like Metagross builds, I think this is a really good build for Metagross to fit on. Yeah. Then Glamora for like hazards, you know, it's a good Scarfer. I usually say that offensive Glamora sets are the best ones. I think the hazard setting ones are pretty bad, like overall, but people bring them all the time, you know, so I can't stop them. So that's why I say Glamora is here for hazards. You know, that's how people generally use them on. I think it has better ways to be used, but that's just me. Then you have a spin blocker with Mimikyu. I think Mimikyu is actually pretty cool here. And then Shaman, Greedent, I think probably more throwaway. Like, kind of waste of 8 points. I think Shaman is really... it struggles in SV quite a lot. But yeah, so this top 6, I think is like pretty strong, right? Only removal of Glamora is fake, by the way. Yeah, definitely you're going to be running some boots on this team. But I know, like, Addison subscribes to the thought process that why are we spending a turn defogging when we can just kill everything? So, depends on how you build and how you play. Would you rather have Glamora or a Nihilego? Glamora 100%. Okay, so this one's fine, I think. Overall, should be reasonable. Alright, this next one. We see a Terra Halucha with grassy terrain. Okay, pretty reasonable. I think Greninja Halucha is one of the better Terra pairings that you can ask for in this format. So let's see, Gouging Fire, no Healing Wish, which is big. Sandy Shocks, which I don't like. I swear there's like 5 ground types in the whole format that I actually like. It's so poverty this gen. But yeah, I like Halucha a lot. I think it's really excellent. I think this might be a hot take, but I think there's just too much support on this team and not enough like actual power. Grand Lucia is rough to prep for sure. Like, the only really strong mon here is Gouging Fire in terms of like stats wise. Like Halucha, Greninja, they're good late game, but in terms of like just raw stats, like breaking in the early to mid game, it seems like Gouging Fire is the only one up for the job. Am I wrong in saying that? I think like Uxie, Tentacruel, it's a lot of support and not a lot of mons to take advantage of the support, it feels like. Shocks will break any non-Lando team trust. No, I don't think so. I think it won't do that. That's okay though. Maybe it'll work. I'd have to see it to believe it. Alright, this next one, Great Tusk, Roaring Moon, Iron Moth. This looks like a sun team, right? But where's the sun? There's no sun on this team. Unfortunate. Like this Cleavor. If you make this a Ninetales, make the Rotom Wash something else, all of a sudden this looks like a pretty solid team, right? But I mean, it's still fine, right? The top 4 is tough, but then like Rotom Wash, Sinistcha, you know, your water type, your grass type, they generally resist a bunch between the two of them. It's like fine. It's probably usable, right? I think overall it's probably fine. Yeah. And then Enamorous Ting Lu. So Hazards up plus the Kyurem G-King combination. Plus Cinderace for speed. This team seems fine. Yeah, I like this team. It's like a pretty good use of like the Pokemon that generally like aren't used as much, like the Kyurem, the Sableye. Both of them really fit on this team. Even the Enamorous, right? Like, this is a totally reasonable team, I think. Is there anything like really wrong with it? I mean, once the Enamorous Terras, your ground resists are a little bit rough. Problem with this team is just taking Lu from the Torn team. Let's see the Torn team. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. For sure. But as a standalone, right, maybe ground types become an issue once the Enamorous Terras. Then you don't really have a great Earthquake switch in. Like Rotom Fan, sure. But generally ground types have coverage for that guy. Alright. So it seems reasonable, right? Overall. This next one, this Ogerpon, Darkrai, Iron Treads. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on the concept. Tuska's really hard for this team, yeah. No, poor connection. Come back. My dumbass internet. Let's see. Like, Dragonite plus Healing Wish is good. We like that combination. Diancie for hazards and stuff. Maybe this team is a little bit better than I first thought. Yeah, I think overall it's probably fine now that I actually look at it. Because you have really great speed control, especially with E-Speed and like booster treads. Like, this is about as fast as you can ask for in terms of like beating opposing offense. And then Mesprit, Diancie, Araquanid. This is like a fine defensive trio. You have the webs option, which obviously is going to be scary for the opponent. I think Araquanid is probably underexplored in draft, to be honest. I think it's probably better than people give it credit for. Yeah, this one's fine, honestly. And now this Torn Ursaluna Raw Annihilate. What are we cooking here? My Torn has been wasted, oh no. Yeah, I don't like this one at all, to be honest. Yeah, just not a fan. I feel like Torn has to like hard carry every matchup. I don't like that. I guess like Spin Block plus Spike Spam, but the team's not fast enough to really take advantage of like Boot Spam. right? The main problem with boot spam is that you're not running like Scarf or anything like that for speed control. But here you're chilling, right? Yeah, I don't like this one too much. Alright, Meowscarada, Chomp, Zapdos, Saralech. This one's cooking. I like this one for sure. This is just a cool team, honestly. Yeah, I don't really have any main complaints here. It's kind of stealing the core from the Lax team, right? Meowscarada, Tinkaton, Blastoise, and Saralech. That team had a Terra Thundi T, and this is a Terra Zapdos, which, sure, to each their own, right? A little bit more versatile than Thundurus. The Roost is a big deal, but you lose that Volt Absorb, which is a big deal for Terra Pokemon, but you're probably going to be tearing Saralech more often than not. You have Garchomp to punish, you know, the Terra Electrics that want to come into Zapdos. So, honestly, can't complain about this draft at all. I like it quite a lot. Alright, Raging Bolt, Deoxys Speed. Let's see. So I do enjoy spikes with Raging Bolt. So 2 spikers here, 3 spikers, 4 spikers. A lot of spikers. They were so happy with their Torrentine, they left a point on the board. That is super funny, yeah. You're telling me there's nothing to improve here? Okay. But anyways, yeah, a lot of spikes with your Raging Bolt, which is something I think it takes advantage of better than other Pokemon. Right? Let's see. Is there anything I don't like about this team? I mean, the mons themselves are not super incredible, right? Like, none of these Pokemon really require a ton of prep, necessarily, but they're all kind of like 9-to-5ers. They do their job, and they do it decently well. I can't complain too much about this. Just like maybe the threat level, like the top threats, sure, Raging Bolt, Deoxys are scary, and Goldango to an extent, but maybe that's leaning a little bit too special, and it's like easier to prep for in that sense. I think Spike Stack with Dio is really good too. It means you don't get your brainwashed into running hazards on your Deoxys. Yeah, for sure. Like 2 Pokemon that really take advantage of the spikes. You want to see points on the board? Wait to the Caribbean. Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. That's gonna be a comedy section of the stream for sure. This team, it's like pretty reasonable and using a lot of Pokemon that are maybe underutilized. So in this format where you have to like fill out a whole draft board, this is like one of the teams that you like to see. Something like the only real like sought after mons you're using are like Raging Bolt, Deoxys, and the rest are like really filler Pokemon. Like frees up the like more conventionally good mid tiers for other teams, which is nice. So I stamp of approval on this one. Caribbean did what? Okay, let's quickly look at Caribbean just for a minute. Take a sneak peek. Take a sneak peek. So we have this team over here, which is a direct copy of the Chrome Cabal team that Slick Panther was using to like really good success. And then look at the teams that they didn't copy. Like, what is this? What is that? What is this? Yeah, just take a quick look at all these. It'll be funny. Anyways, back to the UK. Right? 'Cause we still have a few drafts to go. Yeah, let's look at this one next. So, Ogerpon, obviously a strong Pokemon in a vacuum. Are we supporting it well? So a lot of times into Ogerpon we're running Terra Dragon, we're running Terra Grass. Are we taking advantage of those? Maybe they play a lot of VGC, maybe they do. Yeah, but anyways. So we want to punish Terra Grass, Terra Dragon. Not a whole lot to punish Terra Dragon, but at least Terra Grass, you have like Sneasler. You have Moltres. Like, Terra Dragon seems a little bit too free into this draft. I would be surprised to not see that spammed. What else here? You have like Terrapico Sneasler, which influenced Terra Ghost. Do you have something to really punish Ghost type Terras? Again, not really. It's like those Terra types seem pretty strong into your draft, just in general, especially Ghost. Like, especially Ghost. Yeah, I really am missing like the Ghost Punisher here. But yeah. Or like strong Pokemon in general. But then like the rest of these, maybe you could have done a little bit better to complete the puzzle here. All I'm gonna say. Alright, and then this last one definitely looks like a throwaway draft. So I'm not gonna count it towards like the draft rating. It's just like, probably they didn't use the Palafin yet, they didn't use Chi-Yu yet. Let's just throw them on and see what happens. So, I don't see this one getting a lot of playtime, right? There's a Gashadon, Fortress, Slitherwing, like, come on. These are leftover Pokemon. So overall, there's quite a few of these teams that I actually like a lot. Like, maybe some minor room for improvement on, like, this one. This one for sure. I think this one's a little silly. But the other ones are pretty good. I think they did a good job overall. So in terms of like drafts, here, I could make this one bigger. Fill up more of the screen, you know? We don't need that. Okay, so the UK, their drafts I think were probably the best we've seen so far. I'm going to put them in at an 8. I think they did a good job. Just my opinion. Alright, let's go on to the next team, which is going to be Brazil. Alright, so this has some people that I know on it, which is good. I think they're both playing, right? Odin and Nunez. Then Biribon, we've seen in like Hive and stuff like that in the past. 8-2 for that Torn team. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. Barigo, I don't know too much about. HGC, I don't know this guy at all. Berna, I do recognize. Kind of like took a long break and then came back with a vengeance. But like, definitely someone who like knows ball at least. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce this, but this guy I've seen around, he's definitely like, he knows his stuff. TDNT played in DCL, I think, did quite well in that. Luigi, one of like the more active Smogon users, definitely up there in terms of like Smogon achievements, right? This one seems like Odin plus good Smogon players, yeah, for sure. Then like Elodin, Eternal Spirit, Hatsuki, I don't recognize the name, but looks like he's quite active. He's got some trophies to his name, so yeah. The last 5 on Brazil have all been on Smogon for 10 plus years. Yeah, I recognize the other 4, but I didn't recognize Hatsuki. But yeah, definitely like good Pokemon players. We'll just see if it translates to draft, because usually when you take these Smogon players, traditionally speaking, they're not going to be the greatest performers unless they have like someone feeding them team ideas, you know. And in this case, that's Odin. Like, Odin's like the main draft guy on this team to like really brainstorm those ideas. And like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but like the more successful ones usually are like the ones that have support from really elite draft players. So we're gonna have to see how they end up going. Obviously the talent is there in like once you get into the actual Pokemon server, but I feel like the prep might be a little bit lackluster overall, just generally speaking. 10 to Brazil because Odin is the GOAT. You're too kind. You're too kind. They could definitely punch up for sure. So Brazil. Player strength. Maybe a 7. Maybe a 7, I think. In the context of draft, of course. Because if this was like a Smogon Tiers tournament, they'd be a lot higher. But I've seen way too many times Smogon players who are like really successful Smogon players. They try a draft and they're just like mediocre, you know? Stop bullying J-Scurf? No, keep bullying J-Scurf. Keep doing it. Alright, the drafts though. Let's look at the drafts. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. So drafts wise, we're looking at... Alright. Alright, so we have Valiant plus Hazards plus Dragonite, but no Healing Wish for the Dragonite. Ah. Unfortunate. I always love Dragonite with Healing Wish, just because multi-scale is so strong. Like, you're always getting that free DD in the end game. But then Moth and Crown, great Terra duo. I think this is a good team. Kind of has all the tools you need to win. Maybe I'd want Healing Wish, but I don't know what I'd take off for it, you know? Like, you have that spin block for the hazards up. The Dunsparce pretty good at like checking like weaker Pokemon, so Ting-Lu isn't taking a million small hits, which like it can do, but most of the time you want to preserve your Ting-Lu HP for like the really big deal. Get that crucial Whirlwind off. You don't want to be taking 15% on the switch in with Ting-Lu. Then like, you know, that chip adds up, you know. All right, then here we have like a very similar build from the Lax team in DCL, right? The G-King, the Surledge, the Terra Thundy. It's the other Thundy, but you know, Tinkaton's there as well. A lot of times your D-Knight check is like a Shukaberry, which can't check D-Knight after the Healing Wish. Yeah, for sure. Need a Pincurchin. Yeah, low-key, a Pincurchin would go crazy on this team. How many points is it? It's like 2 or 3 points, right? Yeah, it's worth 2 points. Where was I? There I was. Yeah, for 2 points, you can't really take off any of these guys. I think it fits too well. But yeah, Pincurchin would go crazy here, for sure. This team, it seems fine, right? You have Tusk Darkrai, which is like a good offensive duo. Yeah, can't complain too much about this. Yeah, I think it's just solid. Then this one, obviously, the standard Torn Treads, Gouging Fire, plus Spikes. This is fine. You have your Healing Wish and a Gouging Fire. And then you have Rotom to Spin Block. Fez is like pretty bad, but what are you gonna do? This is a fine team. I like these three so far. Hopefully we can keep it up. The Raging Bolt, Meowscarada, and then what happened? I mean, Blood Moon, sure. The problem with like Blood Moon plus Raging Bolt, they're both just Pokemon that do damage. They don't like offer any other like main utility, which is where like the Uxie comes in, the Klefki. They offer a lot of utility, that Tentacruel. But then like once you have those three, your prep becomes really easy into this team. And what I mean by that is you just need like some good Spadef, right, into Raging Bolt, Ursaluna. They're not the fastest Pokemon. You don't have like a fast special threat. So like you can kind of wall these guys out. I feel like most teams are going to have the tools to do that. Like you're not worried about some mid-tier like actual breaker, or like your only Scarfer is like Meowscarada, Infernape, and Infernape is like kind of mid this gen, unfortunately. Offensively it never seems to get the job done. So really, if Meowscarada is kind of locked into that revenge killing role, you don't have anything with like good speed and good breaking. Maybe versus a lot of teams you don't need a Scarf, maybe just a raw Meowscarada is good enough, but I definitely see some holes here, like offensively speaking. Yeah, not my favorite draft out of the rest of the Brazil drafts. Okay, moving on to Zarude Deoxys S. We have Goldango, sleeping on Infernape. Maybe I am. That's for them to prove, not for me. Alright, Lando T. We got G-Weeze, Conk, Blastoise. Let's see, what's the idea here? So it's like these top three is like kind of copying the Armory SV1 draft, which featured the same three Pokemon but also with a Garchomp on there. And instead of Garchomp, they have a Lando T. I think it's a really big downgrade, unfortunately. I called the Week 1 UK draft opponent a throwaway draft. Well, go ahead and smash him. Free matchup, etc. What is this OG Albina face cam setup? What, the beanie? Yeah. It's just a nice beanie. I got it for Christmas. Thought I'd show it off. Anyways. It's like a downgrade of a draft that I've seen do well. Is it still gonna do well? Remains to be seen. I7K? What does that mean, Sablo? I don't speak your code. Anyways, I think this team is like okay, you know, could be better, could be worse. Alright, this one though, Enam plus like Turap Sneasler, which is a duo we've seen quite a lot so far. And what's punishing the Ghost Terras? Dude, you're missing the point. Like, these two are really strong forcers of like a Terra Ghost. But then what's taking advantage of the Terra Ghost on this team? Nothing. Like, we're missing the... We've done like the hard part, which is like making it... I guess no, that's not what I'm trying to say. We've made it easy for opponents, basically. You can just run Terra Ghost into this pretty much every week. It's always going to be good. So like, where's the thing punishing the Terra Ghost? It's just missing. So you can just run Terra Ghost. It's free. And then that really puts a big limit on your Terrapagos Sneasler. Yeah, and then like, the rest of the I'm not super impressed by. You have like double healing wish, which like in Terrapagos is fool, whatever. Throat chopped. Okay, buddy. Anyways, I'm just not super impressed by this. Yeah. Alright, this next one. Gren, Chomp Hands, Glimmy, Metagross, Moltres, Sinisha. A lot of like very usable Pokemon, right? This top 7, quite good. Are there any holes in this? Because like, this seems fine at first glance, right? Yeah, I like this one. This one's good. You have your fast offense. Maybe you could use another fast Pokemon. Right, the team's pretty slow overall. That's like the only thing I see though. Your only Scarfer is really like Glamora, right? Nothing else really wants to run Scarf in SV. Like sure, Scarf Chomp, Scarf Gren. That's not really something that you're like, oh yes, I get to bring Scarf Chomp in SV. Maybe in Oras, right? That's something that you'd look for, but not here, I think. Maybe the speed is just a big issue for this. Yeah, it seems okay overall. Just the speed. Alright, now the next one. Ogerpon, Roaring Moon, Zapdos. Like, again with the Zapdos, like, this seems like something Brazil has not considered, right? Pokemon like Zapdos, Pokemon like Tropical Sneasler, they force Terra a lot. But what's the punish to the Terra? You're missing it. Having to run Scarf on Terragran feels bad, exactly. But like... Okay, your opponent brought Terra Electric, what do you do about it? Donphan? Come on. You could do better than this. Yeah, the team looks a little bit, not my cup of tea, let's say. Alright, this next one we have Terra Gambit, we have Palafin. This is a combination that my team drafted it in DCL 1, which is like 2 years ago at this point almost, right? And it was not that good there. Are they supporting it better here? Probably, right? Cinderace, Latias, Ogerpon, Gliscor, these are all like solid Pokemon. As a top 6, I think this is pretty reasonable. Can't complain too much, honestly. Maybe like opposing water types are an issue. Cornerstone can beat them, but it doesn't exactly resist it. But I guess Latias can also come in on those, so I actually take it back. Maybe like opposing fairy types are an issue, right? Because Gambit doesn't resist. So your only fairy resist is Cinderace, which definitely feels rough. So yeah, like opposing Enamorus plus Valiant, those are like the main problems here. Kind of lacks special attacks. Yeah, it's a lot of physical presence, but sometimes on Latias teams that's kind of what you want, right? You want them to under prep for special threats, and then you pull up with a Specs Latias and you start claiming. That's something that you see somewhat often, right? It's not exactly a rare occurrence for Latias to just pull up and start picking Pokemon off. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, you know, it's easier to prep for 5 physical attackers when you know they're all coming. Dragon looks rough once Gambit Terras. I mean, a lot of Dragon types are actually checked by Gliscor pretty comfortably. So I don't think it's actually too bad, and Gambit does want to run Terra Fairy quite a lot anyways. So I don't think it's actually that big of an issue. But I could definitely see it potentially being troublesome. Right, and then draft 10, it looks like the leftover Pokemon. You can tell. Not Kingdra. Okay, if Kingdra is our #1 issue on the draft, I think we're doing alright. They should have done Terra Gliscor over Cornerstone. Could they? Ogerpon is like 1 extra point when it Terras, I think, right? Yeah, and then Gliscor... Where's Gliscor? Gliscor is also 1 point extra. Could they afford to do that? No, they can't. Because you'd ruin your Terra point budget, so you can't do it, unfortunately. No! But anyways, this is definitely a throwaway. Random ass Sand, Bundle Chi-Yu, Terra Annihilate, Palladio. Yeah, I'm not going to count this towards their ranking. But overall, I liked how it started out. And then after this, I didn't see another draft that I really, really liked. This one was okay, but not to the same level as these three. Hippo Sand in the Year of Our Lord, yep. Yeah. So I think they're like kind of average in their drafts. Like, there's room for improvement, but that's going to be every team. Let's see. Let's see, so if I compare it to like the France Northeast, because those are like the upper end ones so far. Where are they? Northeast. Okay, the Northeast drafts are definitely better. And the France drafts... yeah. And compared to these... I don't know, because I really like these three in general. I think they're pretty good. But then there's definitely some misses later on. Alright, let's give them a... let's give them a 6-5, I think. I think 6-5 is reasonable for Brazil. Gets out not taking stuff? I don't know what you mean. Oh, gets out note taking stuff. Okay. Alright, so that's Brazil. Let's move on to Team Germany. Alright, so Mind Gaming, of course. Rudy. I'm not too familiar with Rudy. Let's see. Have we won anything as Rudy? One GG's in Zomog's Wholesome Big Chungus Make New Friends Team Tour. That counts for something, right? I don't know. Whoa. View attachment? What happened? Well, let's refresh. A lot of view attachments here. What happened to my thing? Did we break it? Looks like Midwest has broken on my side, but we'll get there when we get there. Okay, Team Germany. So Sylvie, I teamed with in DPL this most recent season. Pretty good, like work ethic wise, right? Always trying their best to win. Fogbound Lake, our UPL champion. It tells me he can play the game. Okay, Michael, obviously one of the more talented players on the site. Crip Walk on Sunday. What a crazy name. I don't know this guy, if anyone knows. Anyways, Paddocks, I do respect as a player quite a lot. Fogbound plays the game and is good at C-teaming and other metas. Should be good here. Okay, reasonable enough. Paddocks I played with in DCL. He did really well in DPL this year as well. Phoenix. I don't know this guy, but it seems like he's pretty active. I'm sure someone here knows. The W team, Noah. I don't know any of these other four people. So that's up for the chat to know, or we'll just, whatever. So like if I'm playing versus this team, I'm only really worried about maybe 3 players. 3-4 players. I'm like, oh, that guy could take a game. Like on average, they're winning. That's kind of what I mean by that. Who dare at me on Discord? Silly little guy. Okay. Yeah, but if anyone else knows about these last Germany players, let me know. Mind Gaming carried. Yeah, Mind Gaming's good, for sure. Like, how much draft has he played? You know, generally if you're leading a team in a draft tournament, you're gonna want some experience playing draft a little bit more, right? That's just what I think. But I think, I'm not the most impressed in terms of like a whole roster. There's some good points. He's known to be a builder usually. I mean, it's a different experience building for an official tier versus a draft team. Just completely different. But anyways, so we're on Germany. Player-wise, I think they're worse than Brazil for sure. See, EU West. EU West was my average. Are they better or worse than Western Europe? I think I have to call them comparable, right? Maybe a little bit below. Yeah, I think they're below Western Europe. Hello, Darkrai. Very funny. Yeah, I'm gonna put them at like a 4 or 5 here. I think that's pretty fine. And then let's look at their drafts. Germany, here we are. Okay, this team has aura though. You can't tell me it doesn't. Look at that. We have the raw Gambit and the raw Raging Bolt. These guys are cooking. They're cooking. For sure. Then again, you have the Tornadus Brambleghast duo. That's something we've seen so much. But they do synergize well together. Raw Raging Bolt aura is unmatched. True. Alright. And then Gambit. So like, with raw Gambit, you really want something to punish fighting type moves. And in this case you have a Torn, you have a G-King. That's probably good enough, right? So it's fine. That team made me fuck up my Rubik's Cube. It's kind of crazy, no? Definitely a lot of aura points here. Is it actually good though? I think it could work, right? Just like soft lock your Gambit into a Choppleberry and you're gonna be fine. Wait, can you swear here? Yeah, no problem. Terra Terrakion is the worst thing in the format I've learned firsthand. No, I mean you're tearing, you're torn anyways. It's all good. Yeah, maybe you upgrade the Brambleghast to a Terra. And that's maybe a little bit better. Or maybe make the Terrakion something different. Right, you have 3 points to spare. Like, the Terrakion could be an 11-point mon. What's an 11-point mon? It's an instant upgrade. Like a Keldeo, maybe? Yeah, put a Keldeo on here. Like, what? They're not even using Keldeo anywhere else. Yeah, just put a Keldeo here. It's just instantly better. No? Am I wrong here? Isn't it just better? Yeah. But anyways, I digress. Yeah, okay. Next one, we have Darkrai, Gouging Fire, Terra Necrozma. Shout out to the 2KO podcast. I think we've decided we're going to be glazing Terra Necrozma in the coming weeks. Just to see what happens. But anyways. Terra Rillaboom. Kind of sleeper, right? They can't Terra Keldeo? Yeah. But like, you have Torn. Torn can be Terra'd every game. Terra Necro may not be the best, but it's definitely mad aura. It is for sure. Every time I've seen Terra Necrozma, it's done really well, is the thing. Like, I've never seen a bad performance from Terra Necrozma. So, I mean, weren't you hating on Necrozma earlier last year? Was I hating on Terra Necrozma or just normal Necrozma? Because I think normal Necrozma is like a little bit limited by the move pool, but Terra Necrozma, I mean, that used to be banned, right? People are like, this is way too crazy, we have to ban it preemptively. Probably normal Necrozma, yeah. Exactly, last year was max priced. So like, now's your chance. Swoop in for a 13-point Terra Necrozma. And like, I've seen this in a few games, it's always looked good. Just that Prism Armor ability is always good. And then Terra Blast coverage, obviously. Yeah, at this point, it's priced pretty low. Like, you can definitely justify 13 points for this guy. Right, but then we have like the classic Guys, we need some rocks and stuff. I need a fairy type, I need a steel type. Just throw Donphan Tinkaton on the draft, you know? It's a little bit funny, but yeah. I don't know, I feel like the top 3 is really cool, and then the bottom 5 is like way less aura. Oh no, Tink locked into rocks. Yeah. At least your Necrozma doesn't have to rock. That's good. It's like it's an okay draft. It's probably usable. Alright. So now Greninja, Chi-Yu, so double dark special threats. So Chi-Yu breaks for an endgame Greninja, I kinda get it. It was a Terra Halucha instead of Okie Dokie. Yeah, and then make the Staraptor something different. Yeah, that would work. That would work so well, honestly. I wish we saw that. Because, like, the ground resist is Rillaboom in Staraptor. That's just not good enough. Yeah, let's move on, though. So, Gren Chi-Yu, Double Dark. This is just a weird-looking draft, right? I feel like this team just loses to item Assault Vest. You know what I mean? When my main physical threat is Slitherwing, I just can't co-sign that. Just does not seem reasonable. Both ground resist KO things at least, yeah. Okay, but this draft I can't co-sign this at all. Slitherwing looks out of place. The whole team looks out of place. Where's the knockoff? Yeah, you're telling me you have double dark and no knockoffs? Kinda crazy, huh? Okay. But I don't like this, we can move on. And now we have... Okay, this is it, right? The top 4 directly copying the Armory SV1. Which, of course, was a very successful team. It went like 6-2. And the 2 losses were both like really, really winnable games. Alright. So Iron Jugulus for that double dark, you know the vibes. Conkeldurr for Defog, shout out. Then Toxtricity, Avalugg, like these are bench boys for sure. Let's see. It's like a fine draft, honestly. What's the main issue here? Are teams drafting from a team specific pool? Yeah, so each team has an entire draft board to work with, and they can build 10 teams out of the draft board, and they just can't duplicate anything. Yeah. Everything has a lot of neck or no neck. Okay. Very cool, very cool. I see the vision though. That's too funny. Anyways. Yeah, this top 4 is proven successful, right? And then like the rest of the team on the Armory one was like Enamorous T. Lapras was brought a lot. And what else do we have on that team? Electivire. There's one more Pokemon on there. I forget. Let me double check. Where's my team server? There it is. Who used it? Sage. Look at the matchup. Oh, there's a Cinderace on there. Right, so Cinderace. Oh, Cinderace was a big deal on that team. Cinderace did a lot of heavy lifting on the speed tiers. Definitely not worse than Electabuzz. No, Electivire is actually super good. Like, I really enjoyed using that thing in SV. Like, it checks Raging Bolt. Like, what more do you want? Yeah, Cinderace and Court Change were such a massive deal for the team. Didn't Cinder become even cheaper? Did it? There's no way it got a price decrease, right? Yeah, it's still 14 points. And it's drafted by 19 drafts. Did we have a Cinderace somewhere else on the board? Yeah, we had Cinderace over here. But I guess it was taken. But yeah. It's probably gonna be fine, right? You thought it was 15 before? Can I double check that somewhere? Let's see. DCL2, I'll just pull it up on my side monitor. Draft board. No, it was 14. Maybe DPL had it 15. That could be. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, Cinder's very good. The Rubik's Cube is finished. Let's freaking go. Deoxys will have to revenge everything. I mean, that's kind of like its best job. Yeah, everyone knows it's good. Yeah, overall this team is like probably fine. A downgrade from earlier versions of the core. Then this one's weird. No, this is a little freaky. This one definitely looks like, oh no, we've used up all of our high tiers. You know the vibes, right? Yeah, a boulder without tearing it. This is a weird one. You'll watch the video later to see Netherlands reaction. Gotta go to bed. Alright, good night, Thomas. We'll see ya. That is a Banded Sneasler team, if I'm looking at it correctly. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. No, I don't like this one at all. It's just like, it looks clunky. You know what I mean? Like, where's the truly big threat? There is none. Right, but anyways, let's move on to the next one. Tusk Latios, Iron Moth with Terra. Okay, Weavile. A Weavile in SV has been spotted. Let's go. What is this? Look what we have on our team. So this is a top 6, and then we've thrown away 11 points at the end. That's so awesome. Yeah. Someone had fun with those two, for sure, for sure. Team would be better with a Pincurchin. So true. What in the Wi-Fi low tier Terra is this? Yup, yup. He's quirky. But anyways, this top 6 is good, right? You can't tell me this top 6 is bad. Maybe like a flying resist would be nice, but that's what God Iron Thorns is there for. Oh my god, it's so smart. Electric Terrain Moth, maybe? I mean, you'd rather just be booster energy. Using an item slot to activate it is better than using a move slot. The team would not be better with Pincurchin. I don't know, man. I don't know. Seems like maybe there's a little something in there. Yeah, I think this is probably fine top 6 wise. Yeah, seems reasonable enough. No iron deficiency. Yeah, this guy takes his vitamins, the minerals, whatever. Okay, this next team though. You would like spikes with the Moth? I mean, Moth is strong enough. It doesn't need spikes. But yeah, obviously spikes never hurt. Especially when you have like a spin blocker with Mimikyu right there. Like, spikes are not that hard to fit in SV. You can surely find something for it. Anyways, this next team. Terapagos Ting Lu. It's another draft where you can just run Terraghost into everything, man. Dude. I got no joke. What the hell is this? What is Walking Wake doing there? Okay, look at this team, and I'm going to lead off with Terraghost Zarude, and I'm going to win. What are you going to do to stop me? I'm leading off with Terraghost Zarude. I have no other 5 Pokemon. It's just Zarude. How are you beating it? I lead off with Terra Ghost Zarude. I Terra turn 1, and I click bulk up versus literally anything, and I win the game. It's so cooked. You can't even ditto me because I'm mono knockoff. I don't need coverage moves into you. I can just run mono knockoff. You don't copy my Terra type, and I wall you. Or wait, no, that's the other way around. Okay, I got it mixed up. So yeah, Zarude would counter Zarude, or Ditto would counter Zarude. I got that mixed up in my head for whatever reason. Yeah. Maybe you don't run knock. Would you run like Terra Blast plus Grass move? You could do that. Okay, but you get the idea. Get encored by what? Who's encoring me? Ogrepon? What if I Trailblaze? Moonblast wouldn't be the worst. Okay, I might be waffling a bit, but this team is way too weak to Terra Ghost. It's just so impossibly weak. I don't like this at all. Right, Roaring Moon, Iron Bundle, Terra Thundi T, Terra Doug. This is a bunch of leftover mons, it feels like. Like, hey, we haven't used Roaring Moonlet, let's build a roster with it. Let's build a draft with Roaring Moon. Oh yeah, we can use Iron Bundle, we haven't fit that on a team yet. And then, oh, I don't know, some weird guys. I don't think the team works. Isn't doing it for me. Oh my god, a Blissey. Let's go. Okay, this team is definitely passes the colors check. We see a sand build with Latios, with Primarina. So sand plus Zapdos, Meow. Blissey Gaming, yes, let's go. We love Blissey. For 4 points? Like, how are you beating what Blissey brings? Right? There's just good value at this point. It's 4 points. Yeah, this definitely reminds me of the team that Wigglytuff's guild used in DPL, which was Zapdos, Meowscarada, Great Tusk. We had a Great Tusk on there. We had Terra Latios. We had Primarina. It's a very similar structure to that team, but it's missing out on Terra Latios and Great Tusk. So obviously it's going to be a downgrade from that team, right? But one thing that was a problem with that team was there wasn't like a good steel type. Here you have an Excadrill, but it is going to be tearing, so you still don't have a good steel type, unfortunately. So that might be an issue for this team. Really switching into those like fairies. The fairies in particular, like Iron Valiant seems really, really good into this. Bastiodon was borderline the MVP of that team. Low-key it was. That's the team that put Bastiodon on the map. Let's see the best steel type. Wait, this isn't Heart Gold Soul Silver Ubers. Yeah. Like Valiant kind of like smokes this. Really hard to deal with that. But that's a lot of teams, right? A lot of teams are going to struggle into Valiant. That's why it's so good. Yeah, the color check is there. It's like a reasonable enough team. Definitely not the worst one on Germany. Yeah. Alright, and then this last build, Iron Val, Treads, and... Okay, dude. Can't say I'm a fan of this, which is like kind of rough, because like Valiant, it's so easy to build with. But it looks like they have failed. At least in my opinion, by my tastes. This is not my favorite team ever, you know? Like the top 4 is reasonable. And you have like some speed with Gengar, I guess. Not really something that you needed to fill though. Then Mesprit. Because you need the ground resist. plus rocks. Vileplume for what? Opposing like Palafin type stuff. I guess it's okay. I just don't like the look of it, you know? Like, what's the idea here? You spike stack for your Valiant? Is that it? You screens up for a DD Mence, maybe? Maybe there's an idea here. It's probably fine. Anyways, drafts overall. Let's see. Massive Aura. This one's alright. This one's alright. And this one's alright. It's like, I think 3 average looking teams and 1 with a massive aura. It's gotta be below average, these drafts. I'm gonna give them like a 4 out of 10. Okay. Let's move on, right? Okay. Can these things load? Alright, Midwest is just cooked, I guess, in their forum post. This is so sad. Anyways, we can kind of see the names here. So, King of Crook, I still don't know too much about him, but II is excellent. It looks like King of Crook is not playing. Oh no, he is. He's down here. But II, Abriel. Okay. Avarice, I don't know this guy, but it looks like he's very active on Smogon. Okay. Okay. I see you. I see you. I just don't recognize the name. Then Bobbert. Alright. Jimmy G, the Milkman. Manet, Soggy Doggy Sage, my goat. Zio Trip, King of Crook, of course. Logice, Urban, and DJS. So I don't know any of DJS Urban. Logice played in VGC this past DCL. But okay, let's look at like the actual heavy hitting names right here. Sage, obviously the best player on this roster. I think that's pretty clear. II is there. Jimmy G, Manet, and Bobbert are all kind of like similar in that. So I'd call that like a what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like a top 5 looking thing. And then Avarice, I assume is good based on just the collection of all this stuff. So let's call it good. Can play the video game. Shout out. Seems like a reasonable roster, right? Overall, can't complain too much. Is it as good as Northeast? I think probably not. I think Northeast still takes the cake in terms of roster strength so far. But this is definitely like pretty solid. So out of 10, I'd maybe put this at like a 8. I think it's pretty strong, right? This is what, US Midwest. Are they better than the UK roster? Because the UK roster is 7-5. And then UK over here was that. Which would you take, UK or Midwest? I think it's really a toss-up. You say the same? I think so as well. I think they're like very comparable. Let's do that then, 7-5. And then now we go into the drafts. Okay. US Midwest. Okay, here we are. You say UK. Alright. And we have slot 1 on draft 1, the Terra Spathra. Midwest has higher ceiling, but UK is more well-rounded. Yeah, exactly. The depth, I think, is a little bit better for UK. So like it probably averages out. Alright, Espathra Iron Hands. This is like a leftover draft for sure. Right? There's no way you're like, I have the whole draft board available. I'm gonna draft Espathra Iron Hands. It's Eyes draft? I needs to get better drafts. Okay. Get to each their own, right? Not my style, that's for sure. That's for sure. Terraspathra low-key underrated. Yeah, I think that's probably right, is the thing. Espathra is so back. Yeah. Yep. 1998? Nah, it's back, trust. All these years saving up all my octillery. That's a quote from Espathra. Alright. So now, I'm just gonna say I don't like this draft, but I'm sure II is gonna use it well, you know, it's II. But maybe he doesn't, and I'm vindicated. We'll see. 1998 is when goats were born? No, I'm pretty sure that's 1997 if you look carefully. I use his weird drafts all the time. Yeah, that's kind of his like style, right? But whatever. So Iron Valiant, Raging Bolt, Greninja. This is a lot of investment. These are 3 of your top mons going on one draft. So I got to imagine some of the other drafts are gonna be hurting because of this. Right, but anyways, Gliscor, Iron Crown. Shout out to Blissey. Okie dokie. I mean, sure, the team is probably gonna do well, but it's a lot on one draft to fit. 4 top mons, Iron Crown is there too. Yeah, it's like a top 5, and then Okie dokie is like perfectly reasonable as a bring. Then Blissey is probably going to influence some prep at least, right? Because nothing else really influences like a taunt, you know, besides Blissey. So if you're bringing taunt, it's pretty much just for Blissey, which is cool, like taking up a whole move slot, stuff like that. Anyways, overall, it's probably going to do well, you know. Gliscor, Blissey for 15 points, that's 8s to face. It's probably fine, right? Sandslash is the goated removal. Okay, moving on. So Ogerpon Wellspring, Ting-Lu Gouching Fire. They just took the Torn and they made it an Ogerpon and called it a day. Like I swear we saw this exact same team before. And instead of Torn they have Kilowattrel. It's so funny. The Brambleghast is even there. Yeah, we literally saw this draft before. It's just the Torn is now Ogerpon plus Kilowattrel to fill the gap. Very funny, but I'm sure it works, you know? It'll probably be fine. Alright, now we have like Great Tusk, Zapdos, Darkrai. This is a top 6 plus like, you could probably bring Rotom if you wanted to like Spin Block versus like Tusk, Treads, whatever. But you don't really have a ton of hazards to really worry about, like it's just Ogerpon spikes, which are fine, right? I think Alomomola probably fits on this team, at least reasonably, right? You have the Tusk to dissuade the Terra Electrics for Zapdos, because that's a big problem, right? Especially if you have Alomomola, things are just going to Terra Electric and try to just set up on those guys. So having a Great Tusk is probably pretty fine. What else here? It just seems like a pretty solid draft overall. Can't complain too much. Blissey Fat wishes to vault. Blissey doesn't have Wish this gen. Did I just shatter your world? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but does not get Wish this gen. It gets Healing Wish. It gets Soft Boiled. It gets Heal Bell. But it doesn't get Wish. No! My world is shattered. It's so Jober. This is so sad. Yeah, this draft is probably fine. So King Gambit, Deoxys Speed. This is probably fine as well, right? Maybe if you like put a hand over the Raikou, it seems like pretty slow outside of Deoxys. So maybe like playing into this team, I would probably just disrespect the Raikou with a lot of my fast mons and just like creep Lando T and have like max HP on my whatever Pokemon, my Sneasler, for example. If I have Sneasler versus this team, I'm running max HP, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Max HP Valiant, yeah, exactly. Like all these things. I don't know, man. It seems a little scary. Like my Torn is gonna be max HP, max special attack type stuff. What else? Zarude. Zarude runs a lot of bulk into this, but whatever. You get the idea. That Raikou is you can kind of ignore it, I think, pretty reasonably. Because it's a Raikou, who cares? That being said, right, the top 4 is pretty scary to prep for. Corviknight is like, it's alright on this team, right? You want that double steal, you want defog. Because like King Gambit coming in on hazards is a little bit rough. Yeah, I think it's probably a reasonable build. It might be a little bit tricky to use is all. Alright, this next one. Torn, Terapagos, Hisuian Samurott. What is the bottom of this draft? What is that? This is the best we could come up with? I don't see it. I don't see the vision. What are you even spiking up for? None of these Pokemon really care about spikes up. At least not very much. I mean, sure, every Pokemon gets a little bit better with spikes up, but does Torn really need spikes up to 2-hit KO your roster? No, not really. Does Terapagos need spikes? Not really. Like, they kind of do their job either way. Let's see. I don't know, maybe a waste of a Samurott here. You could have something else in that slot, for sure. But you could have something else in a lot of these slots. So maybe this was like towards the end of the the drafting where everything's taken. Is Hisuian Zoroark real? I think it's like pretty good. Honestly, I had a lot of fun using it in PWS back in the day. Was it PWS? I think it was PWS. It was P something. It was a team tour, and I played like King Gambit plus Hydreigon, Hisuian Zoroark, Hawlucha. That was my team. Had some other stuff on there too, but it was definitely fun. Was it good? It was alright, but it was fun. It was especially fun because Hisuian Zoroark and Hydreigon have the same special attack stat, so I actually disguised it like that quite a lot and clicked Flamethrower with like specs on my Zoroark, and then what I do is I pull up later. They think my Hydreigon's specs, because from their perspective, Hydreigon used Flamethrower and it revealed specs. But then I pull up with Scarf Hydreigon later in the game, and that was so funny. Illusion is so fun, not gonna lie, and it's infinitely better on this one than Real Zoroark. Yeah, exactly. This one's actually cool. But on this team, are you trying to like disguise it as what? Like what's the disguise here that really brings value? I don't know. Maybe like Samurott? I don't know. I don't buy the vision with this team. They probably just wanted the speed, I guess, but like, was that the best option? Maybe it was. I don't know. Right, Zarude, Garchomp, Cinderace, Goldango. This is, again, the Armory core, but they're missing the Deoxys speed. And Deoxys speed was a big part of that draft. Like, a bunch of people so far, like, kind of copying our drafts, but like, they're missing out on a really big deal on the draft. So the speed control is going to be a little bit rough on this one. That's why you have webs, I guess. This one does have removal at least. Tentacruel, you know, absorbing T-Spikes, because T-Spikes were annoying for that original build, I will admit. But yeah. I mean, it'll probably be okay because it has a Tears of Root and that guy's broken. Yeah, it'll probably work to some extent. It's just like the team is a little bit on the slower side. Is that even true? Cinderace, Garchomp, Zarude, they're all like reasonably fast, Ribombee. So maybe I take that back, but it doesn't feel fast. I don't know. Yeah, like you bring your Enamorus, and like one Pokemon is realistically going to be faster than you. You know what I mean? And Enamorus is not that fast. Like if only Cinderace is going to be faster than you in like a real game, like of top 6 versus top 6, you're probably going to be pretty happy about that as the Enamorus user. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Then this one. Okay, Enamorus Meowscarada. Another Slitherwing. I think Slitherwing works a little bit better on this draft than the other drafts, right? There's actually something to U-turn into, right? The things that Slitherwing gets switched on by, like the things that switch in on Slitherwing, I guess I should say, they're kind of Enamorus fodder more often than not. Why are there so many random Slitherwings? Am I missing something? Well, you see, Slitherwing had a really great performance in DCL, going very negative. So people were inspired by that. They were like, hey, I can go negative too. And they have Slitherwing on a bunch of their rosters. I think that's kind of what happened here. 10 teams is a lot of teams, yeah. So you end up using ones that normally you wouldn't, I guess. But yeah. This one seems fine, right? You have a bunch of momentum into Enamorus, which is kind of what that Pokemon really needs. It needs that momentum into it to really get the most out of it. And that's why Enamorus teams have been kind of struggling recently, is they require a lot of support. You can attest that a team with Slitherwing went 5-1 in DFL. Yeah, but in DCL, different story, right? When was the game that Slitherwing went to? Man. That's fitting, though. But yeah. Here I think it works a little bit nicer. Everyone just misses Buzzwole, so they draft Slitherwing? Maybe. Maybe. Your guess is as good as mine. Alright, so this next team, Chi-Yu Iron Bundle. You have the Chileanta Bundle combination here. I know, this here is a lot of points to not do very much. You know what I mean? None of these Pokemon are going to do reasonable damage to the opponent. They just don't do that. So really you're relying quite a lot on your top 4 here. Is that okay on this draft? I don't know about that, you know? It seems like maybe you're lacking power, which is funny to say on a Chi-Yu team, but I feel like you're going to be forcing Dragonite sweeps before it's ready to sweep, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing on this team that really forces in Dragonite counters to, like, chip them down. That feels correct when I say it, right? Because, like, you have your Fairy type to counter the Dragonite or whatever. What's forcing in the Fairy type to take chip? Put some respect on Beartick's name? No, I will not do that. Next question. I don't know, man. Not the biggest fan. And then this last one, definitely a throwaway draft. Like, hey, we didn't We didn't use all these Pokemon already. Let's use them. Give Bronzak back toxic. It's a bell that can ring and wake people up when they're trying to sleep. That's pretty toxic. True. Is the best Slowking set Nasty Plot? No. Not really, no. Yeah, this team just doesn't work, I think. It does not look like a good team, so we'll say this is benched and move on with our lives. So overall, the drafts, not the biggest fan overall. Because like definitely not a fan of this II build, and knowing that it's the II build, I know it's going to come every week, which is rough, right? Because it doesn't look like it's going to win a lot of games, just on paper. This one's reasonable. This one's reasonable enough. This one's fine. This one's fine. It's all like, they're fine, but none of these teams are like, wow, that's awesome. You know what I mean? At least from my perspective, I don't see any of these teams like, yeah, I want to use that myself. If it were me on this team, I'd say, nah, let me draft something else. These are not it. So Midwest drafting wise, I think probably a 5. I'm feeling big 5 energy. Not super impressed. A lot of it seems very average. And when your high points are like average, maybe the rest of it kind of gets dragged down. Alright, let's move on to the next team, which is going to be Austria. Alright, we actually play Austria week 1, so better not lose. I haven't seen you take a sip of water yet. Are you okay? I actually don't have water on my desk. I should, but I don't have it. It's okay, I'll just be dehydrated. We're almost at 3 hours on the stream. And how many more teams do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more teams. And we've done what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're not even halfway there, chat. We're not even halfway there. So maybe I should get some water. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water real quick. We're so back. Sounds like Pizza Wednesday. Gonna have eating dinner during the stream. No, I'll just eat after. It's all good. Alright. 12-hour stream though. I don't know about that. Definitely below 12 hours, but I plan for this to be about 5 hours going through all this, but it might be a little bit longer than that. That's fine. Right, but Austria, this is our opponents, right, for week 1, US West. So I have to admit, I don't know a lot of players on this roster. I know Austrian George, I know Seifmon, and Astoria. Those are the only ones that I've ever seen play a Draft League game before. Now Seifmon was on a DPL team on Trick of Eye. And Austrian George was on my championship-winning Tangang Season 4. But that was a long time ago. That was like 4.5 years ago. So, obviously, can't expect the exact same performance after 4.5 years. Wolf was a top Wi-Fi player in a Swish. Okay, sure. Anyone else? Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't know a lot of these players. It's probably like a different circle of Draft League. So if anyone else knows anyone, let me know. But in terms of like player strength, it can't be too high, you know? This is like probably a 3. Maybe if new info comes up, we can bump it up, but 3 seems about right from where I'm sitting. Alright, and let's look at their drafts, right? Austria, right here. Okay. Like, immediately off the bat, our most expensive mon is Quaquavel, which definitely leaves something to be desired, right? Like, this team just isn't scary. Like, you pull up to build against this, and you're like, oh, this is fine. They have some interesting drafts. I'm sure they do, yeah. This is one of them. Like, I'm not scared facing this at all. You know what I mean? It just doesn't have any, like, any scary stuff on it. Like, non-Terra Moth? Not that scary. Weavile? In SV? Not that scary. Terra Haxorus? I'm really okay, you know? Quaquavel is like the scariest thing on this roster. And if that's the scariest thing, that's your #1 threat, I can't co-sign that. You're seeing another non-Terra bowler on the way? Are we looking ahead? Yeah. Oh, I see it too. It's all the way at the end. Anyways. Not a fan. Alright, this next one, okay? Alright, we have the Hazards plus Valiant plus Goldango plus Cinder. I like this. But then Rotomwasha Moongus is like maybe a bit outdated of a defensive core. Like, it'll probably be fine, to be honest. Like, this team definitely is usable as a top 6. I mean, I'm not too worried about this one in particular. I think it's probably fine. Right? You have the synergies there. Cinderace on a Hazard stack team, you know, you're not getting the most use out of that court change, which is one of its greatest, you know, abilities. Like, you can definitely take some hits with this draft, right? And there's always room for like eject button and Moongus on something like this. Maybe get in like a Life Orb Valiant early game, something like that. Totally reasonable. Yeah. Alright, this next one though. What are we cooking here? Like, this one's just not good. You know what I mean? I just don't see the vision at all. Like, what was the thought process behind this build? I don't get it. Your biggest offensive threat is a non-Terra Sneasler. Okay. Not worried. Not even a little bit worried. So yeah, not a fan of that one. Right, Garchomp, Terra Blaziken. Okay, Greninja. We're kind of cooking here. Kind of cooking. You really dislike when mons have, or when drafts have a bunch of mid-priced mons? Yeah, it's like, where's the danger when I'm playing against it? I'm fine. At least if you're having like mid-priced mons, make them scary mid-priced mons, like a Terra Ceruledge, for example. You know, stuff like that, where it's like, oh, I actually have to prep for that, or else I will lose. You know. You can only bring 6 mons per week, so you want the most value possible every week. That's something that I definitely agree with. Generally speaking, you want to maximize the mon quality per like any given week. That's why I like drafts that are like a top 6, a good Pokemon that can sub in if something has a bad matchup, and then just 1-pointer niche, whatever. Yeah. Alright, this one though, let's see. Because, like, the top 4 is pretty reasonable. Pretty scary offensively, you know? Like, you have to prep for all these guys. But then, like, there's webs, which you have to prep for. This is pretty reasonable, you know? The thing is, like, rocks are always going to be on Tinkaton, so you're never going to get any, like, sword stance tank. It's going to be pretty pressured every game to do that role. Which is fine, you know? Tinkaton is a fine rocker. This one probably does work a little bit. It's not my favorite structure, but I think it could probably work. Alright. Raging Bolt, Meowscarada. Again, that combination. We have a Slitherwing again. Let's go. My favorite Pokemon ever. Slitherwing. And then Hisuian Arcanine, a massive matchup fish Pokemon. This thing, from my experience anyways, is either fantastic or garbage. Absolutely useless. And it only depends on what your opponent's draft is, which is insane. There's like no middle ground with this guy. There's like so many 4x weaknesses, and like the offensive stabs are like good. Rockhead Head Smash is like obviously very strong. Flare Blitz is strong. E-Speed is great. But sometimes it's just not bringable at all. And like, if your bench is Monkey Dory Gastrodon, you're going to be bringing Arcanine every week, and it's going to have bad matchups sometimes. Yeah. Anyways, Corviknight, Slitherwing. Not the greatest fan of these Pokemon, of course. There's like 4 Pokemon here. 5 Pokemon, honestly, that I'm not the biggest fan of. So even if I like this top 3, it's not enough to carry the roster for me. Can't wait to see that Slither Never Terra. Exactly. When L5 gets to 1,000 subscribers, he needs to release a song that's just Slitherwing Glaze. Nah, I could do a Slitherwing hate. I could be a Slitherwing hater, but nah. Yeah. Obviously this is a fine top 3, but the bottom 5 just doesn't do anything for me. Alright, now we have Great Tusk, Ogerpon Wellspring, Roaring Moon, Iron Crown, Moltres. This is pretty reasonable, right? I can definitely see this one winning a few games. Because like your 6th Pokemon is either going to be Pheasantdripedy or Rotom, and I think both are like somewhat usable, right? Fez obviously can be a bit passive, allows some setup, allows the steel types in for free, allows the poison types in for free, that sort of thing. But are you really too worried about those when you have a Moltres for the steel types? You have Great Tusk for the poison types. It's really not that big of a deal, right? Especially when you can like U-turn on them, bring in those threats. You're probably going to be fine. And you do kind of need like that strong special check, like blanket check kind of thing on this team. Like Great Tusk, you know, obviously weak to special moves in general. And then, you know, I guess you have Ogerpon to cover that, so maybe you don't need the Fez, but it's nice to have, of course. I think this one's fine. This draft is fine. Alright, next up we have Darkrai, Dragonite, Enam, Raw Enam, by the way, in favor of tearing these guys? Like, bro. I think regular Raw Enam is really struggling recently. Like, I have not seen a good performance from Enam in, like, Wi-Fi in a long time, which Wi-Fi leagues generally don't allow Terra Enam. So, like, I just haven't seen good performances from it at all. And then, like, it's just not scary, you know? It's just not scary. There's threats, but they're not big threats. They're small threats. So, I don't think I like this team very much. Alright. Next up we have Deoxys Speed, Urshifu Single Strike, Raw Tornadus, Heatran with Terra, not even Terra Conk, right? Like you could have just Terra'd your Conk, which is like at least some aura points, but no. Dragalge here, Donphan. I think you have to judge this as like a top 6, generally speaking. Is it good? I think no. I don't like this team. Okay, at the very least, though, it does punish Terra Fairies with Heat Render Galgi. At least somewhat, right? Yeah. No offense, but Austria does seem to have its own like metagame with non-Terra Torn or Terra Enam. Yeah, they definitely do things a little differently around there, which, you know, to each their own, but cannot say I'm particularly impressed. Alright. Iron Bundle, Thundy T, parentheses T, because it's Terra. Very funny, thank you. Like, this is another team where it's like, where's the big scary, like, bundle, I guess? Bundle's kind of hard to switch into. That's it. I'm not worried outside of that. Maybe Thunderous is scary to some teams. I don't know. Not a big fan overall. It's definitely like everything is like mid-tier. One of those teams. Yeah, not a big fan. And then this last one, okay. It is a bunch of 10-pointers. Alright, Terrapagos, Zarude, Zapdos, Iron Bull. Oh. We've ruined our Terra Zarude draft. No! Man. Like, Terrap Zarude is like a good combination. And then, look what we did with it. Perhaps the players on Austria are secretly so powerful they are purposely nerfing themselves with these drafts to give other teams a chance of winning. Well, I think that chance of winning is going to come in week 1 when US West plays Austria. Hopefully, anyways. I don't want to lose to this. That would be silly. But anyways, yeah, I'm not a fan of this draft at all. So overall, these drafts, they're missing. They're not very impressive. So maybe on the sheet, like a 3.5 maybe. 3.5 seems about right. Definitely not impressed. That would be potentially career ending. Yeah. Is it even 3.5? I think it's lower. No? Like 3? Because 3.5 means it's like close to Germany, which Germany definitely had better drafts than this. I'll put it at a 3 and move on. Right, Eastern Europe. Lambo has played in some major draft tournaments before, but outside of that, I know none of these players. Like, legitimately 0. I guess with Lambo, legitimately 1, you know? And I can't rate what I don't know, so I'm gonna just go over, mouse over their name, see if they have any, like, chips between them on, like, Smogon tours. PUPL champion. That guy's the GOAT. So just that. Okay, so player strength, I have to say it's down there, right? I don't have much info to go off of, but if anyone knows any of these players, please let me know. Are they good or not? Yeah, and then we can look for stuff like that. Okay. You have nothing for me either? Yeah, happens. In terms of player strength, I'm gonna put him similar to France, China, Austria. This was Europe, what? Eastern Europe. Probably like 3-ish. Is that reasonable? AKA the Confederacy breaking away from the superior whole. Whatever that means to you, I'm sure. Yeah, I agree. Player quality though. Isa, do you know any of these guys? Fish anemometer. Okay. Sure. Was that it? Leah, Beast, and Layson are also Smogon veterans. Mods Ubers? Okay. My question is, who's actually building these teams, right? Because it's all fine and good if you're like, you can play Ubers or whatever, standard Smogon tiers, but the prep is as big a factor as anything in draft. I don't see anyone here with like big draft experience. So I just can't rate them too highly because of that. But if there's some Smogon veterans in there, I'll say there's like a 1 minute delay. Is that like refreshable? Let me see. Let me pull up the stream on my other thing. Where am I on here? Where am I on? It says I'm like really close to live. So maybe just refresh the stream and then maybe that'll fix it. Because I know it was like buffering like a while ago, but maybe it can just come back to live. You know, the Caps are playing an EPC team tour, but you don't know how good they actually are? Okay. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and give them a 4. How about that? Now let's look at their drafts, right? So Eastern Europe. Where are we at? All the way at the bottom. I'm gonna have to move my cam for a second there. Let's see. That works, I think. Alright, so Raging Bolt, Meowscarada, and a bunch of mid Pokemon. The thing with Alomola is it can kind of like, it can keep wishing into Raging Bolt and you end up getting like a lot out of your Raging Bolt. Yeah, my stream is also telling me my Wi-Fi is being silly. This is so sad. Let's see. Can I do anything about this? Alright, stream is healthy now, it says. Man, my dumbass internet. Anyways. I know, stream seems fine when I open it on my phone. It's not like delayed too far or anything. Oh well. It is what it is. This draft though, I don't see it being too powerful, which is unfortunate, right? Because you're using 2 top Pokemon on it, and the rest of it just looks so lackluster. You know? I'm just not a big fan of this kind of team. There's just too much fat, not enough offense. Might be better now, we'll see. Hey, we're doing our best out here. So, not a fan of this one at all. Right, or Shifu, single strike with Terra. And then, like, is this the best we could support it with? Okay. There's at least double fire here, which is cool. Get down to 10 seconds delay progress. Yippee. Yeah, double fire is kind of cool on this, honestly. Then if you're running double fire, you probably need better ground resist, right? I guess the Heatran's Terra, but are you going to be tearing your Heatran very often? Or do you want to tarry your single strike? I feel like you want to tarry your single strike more often than not. But from the team structure, it looks like you're going to have to tarry your Heatran to like really not get rolled. I don't know. Maybe Lando T can kind of like cover that well enough by itself, but anything with like Earthquake Ice Spinner just seems so impossible for this, right? Like Treads, for example, really hard to deal with on this team. Garchomp is a huge one. Tusk, of course. This team is annihilated by Tusk. It's not even like not even like a small issue, it's a massive issue. So, yeah. But at least it does dissuade like Terra Fairy Auto Lock versus this team. Which like Urshifu, Latios, generally you want to run Terra Fairy into both of those, so at least some way to punish that is nice. At least they thought about it, right? Overall, I think the team is like, it's cool, but I don't know how good it is, you know what I mean? Anyways, moving on. Deoxys Speed, Urshifu Rapid, Ogerpon for speed control. So this is a very fast team between the two of these. Plus Treads, reasonable speed. Then you have Terra Garganackle, which is like definitely interesting, right? So what's the idea here? What's the idea? Your main breakers, Urshifu, kind of Deoxys. Yeah, I see the vision, I guess. Maybe not the most conventional looking team, right? But it's probably fine. Moltres is doing a lot of heavy lifting in like the resists category. Like ground resist, fairy resist, steel resist. Especially like ground and fairy though. Not a lot else on the team really wants to take those hits. So if you have like a coverage move for Moltres, you're all of a sudden like kind of hitting the whole team pretty well. So maybe that's a downside of this kind of team. We'll see though. It's probably okay. Alright, now Valiant, Chomp, Ogerpon. This is kind of cool. Edgequake does go Brazy, yeah it does. This is kind of nifty, right? This top three I like a lot. Metagross fits on here, I think. Does it? It's like reasonable. And then like you need something off the ground, so Mana Buzz, Rotom Heat, Remoguest resist ground. It's like, I see the vision here. This probably works. Yeah, I think this is fine, right? Nothing too offensive on this one. Right, now this one here, this is Gouging Fire plus double Healing Wish, which is cool to see. And you have Greninja, Swampert, Jirachi, Serena. It's like kind of a similar vibe to my first World Cup team, having the Gren and then the Jirachi Swampert 2-man defensive core with like the grass type to patch up some weaknesses. It's kind of like a new approach to that team where you have a Gouging Fire instead of the Dragonite. Then you have room for that Enamorous on there. But I think this is honestly not too bad. Maybe a little bit what? I don't know. It's probably fine, I think. This one's fine. Alright, so Great Tusk, Moth, Scizor, Roaring Moon, Uxie, Rotom Wash. This one is definitely powerful, right? The Roaring Moon, the Tusk. You see that pairing quite a lot. They synergize quite well offensively together. And then Iron Moth with Terra, big scary threat. Really great breaker. Then Terra Scizor. This is something that I think should be used way more than it is actually used. Terra Scizor. Because, okay, Bullet Punch is really strong. But when you Terra Steel on that, not only do you drop your 4x weakness down to a 2x weakness, which is like helpful, right? You boost that Bullet Punch, it becomes so powerful, especially a stack a life orb on top of that. All of a sudden, like, taking those bullet punches is a real challenge. And like, if you're struggling to find setup opportunities on SD, there's always stuff like Terra Fire, which is really fantastic on Scizor, Terra Water. Those kinds of Terras are really, really good on Scizor. Then, you know, sometimes it struggles with coverage, right? Into like Corviknight, Skarmory, that sort of thing. Generally fire types and steel types. You don't have a lot for that. But with Terra, you can be water for those fire types. You can be fire for those steel types. It really works out. Like, the defensive Terras that you actually want also give you good Terra Blast coverage for the things that would normally wall you. So that's something I really enjoy about Terra Scizor, which is maybe something I might start hyping up on the podcast, see if people catch on a little bit. Because I think it's really underutilized. It's so good. Yeah, paired with Moth especially, like, really two strong Pokemon here. I think the Uxie Rotom Wash probably works here. Rotom Wash obviously isn't the greatest performer in SV, but on a team like this, it's hard to see what you would have that's better than Rotom Wash. So honestly, it's probably fine. You know what I mean? It's probably reasonable. Oricorio, Carbink, just throwaway picks. If anything, it's going to be the electric Oricorio, just to take on some of those like, whatever, Iron Tread, stuff like that. But even then, like, you have Rotom Wash, you have Uxie, you're not even worried about that. So yeah, Oricorio doesn't really serve a purpose here, but it's 3 points, who cares? This top 6 is good. I like this a lot. Now moving on, Palafin and the boys, I guess. This looks like a throwaway draft with the Iron Crown on it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, not a fan of this. Yeah, Terra Electric just obliterates this. Like, just run sub, Terra Electric, setup, and you just kind of beat this team, I think. Has there been a good Palafin draft so far? Has there? I don't know. I feel like a lot of the Palafin drafts have been like towards the end of the draft, like, hey, we haven't used Palafin yet, kind of thing. Yeah, China didn't have a good one. Brazil. Okay, the Brazil Palafin team I do kind of enjoy. I think this one is reasonable. Here, let me put it so you can see on the screen. This one was pretty cool, I think. Has Teramakomo done anything ever? This is kind of like a secret underground tech, I think. The Terra Como is something that people have been like, ooh, imagine if you could Terra your Como. And then now people are actually starting to do it. You know, so obviously it hasn't done anything in the past. That's because no one's really drafted Terra Como in the past. It's been kind of like this idea where, like, once it drops in price, I'd love to try that. And now it's dropped in price, it's 11 points, people are trying it. Is it going to be amazing? I don't think so. I think Mirror Herb is way too big of an issue for that thing. But obviously, like, maybe it can do something, right? Terra Normal Boom Burst is always, you know, a cool tool to have. But yeah, we'll see. This is not my style of team. So, yeah. Anyways, moving on to Goldango, Samurott, Darkrai. This is also doesn't look that good to me. It's so slow after Darkrai. Like, even the fast Pokemon, they don't even run max speed a lot, so you don't even have to respect them very much. Like, are you really creeping a max speed Tentacruel? Probably not, right? Shaman, it's probably going to be benched. So, at that point, you're creeping Samurott and stuff like that. I guess Sandy Shocks, but whatever. The Terra options are also like very, very mid, right? Is Shocks your best Terra user? Is that really the best we could come up with? I don't think so. So yeah, not a big fan of this one. Now we have Terra Zarude, my beloved, with Clef Scarm Dug, a little like Stalcore from like Gen 6 or whatever, back in the day. with Terra Doug Trio, by the way. And then you have that little like defensive duo plus trapping plus random hail mini core plus Quaquavel. It's a little bit all over the place, I think. You know what I mean? Like, where's the cohesion in this team? It feels like you have to run a bulky style on this pretty much all the time. Unless maybe you wanted to go like Hazard leads Skarm, but that's not even good because you don't have a spin blocker. But let's just say for the sake of argument, Hazard leads Skarm. You have Doug to like trap the steel types for your Kyurem. You have like Chili G-King just pivoting into like setup Quack, setup Zarude, some kind of Kyurem. Are we in 2014? We might just be. Yo, what's up, Diet Tight? How's it going? Alright. Yeah, this team, I kind of get it, right? There's some stuff in here that like work together. But, I'm not buying it. Chili cucking Zarude recovery? That's an insane way to say it. But, yeah. Okay. Now let's go on to this Torn team, right? You have two regens, I guess. You have the King Lu core, as I like to call it. Then Terrapagos tank. Another Terra Terrakion. This is not the first Terrakion we've seen, which is a surprise, right? If I had a nickel for every Terrakion that was Terra, I would have 2 nickels. And I should have 0 nickels, so that's insane. But yeah, Sinistra on like the Ting Lu team makes sense. You want a spin block, and it's one of the better spin blockers. Terratarak on the come up. I don't know about that. It's insane value. I gotta see it to believe it. But yeah. This one doesn't seem too bad overall, right? I mean, any team with Terratorn, Terrapagos, Ting Lu is probably going to be reasonable. So yeah, I don't hate this team. Probably fine. So as a whole, for Eastern Europe, there's like maybe 4 teams that I deem usable, which is not that great. That's like half of your starting roster. So maybe a little bit below average on the drafting, like a 4 out of 10. I think 4 is reasonable. I'm gonna put 4. Not the biggest fan overall. Okay, so what's after Eastern Europe? We have Team Bangladesh. And this is another one where I'm not gonna know pretty much any of these players. I only know Kaif from this list. So if anyone here has some insight, I would love to hear it. But yeah. Is anyone privy to the knowledge of these players? Because Kaif did well in Draft Championship League. He went like 5-2 with some Sun build, which I already know he has replicated for this. Dean is a vet. Okay. Oh, RU leader. Yeah, that'll do it. Fangs 174. That is an aura name, but has sent 3 messages and joined like a few months ago. You've heard of I Love Bacon? He's a smaller league. Okay. Sure. But in terms of like player quality, who's Calambrito? I don't know. Players 10 through 12 have to be alts, right? Rowlet 69420 is a crazy alt name. That is super funny, actually. I see the vision. AI generated names, yeah. But yeah, I can't say I know too much about any of these guys. Let's do a quick check to see if they have any Smogon rings, because it'll show up on here. No, no. One message. Okay, this is definitely an alt, right? Gotta be. Xbox usernames, yeah, something like that. Lava Skull 100. But anyways, player quality, I can't give them too high of a rating, right? If I only know one player from the major tours. So, what is this again? Bangladesh. In terms of player quality, I have to be down there. I think it's a 2. I think it's a 2. The emojis are crazy. But let's look at their drafts, because maybe they're just actually gods and they know what they're doing. We can move this back down. If sleep is banned, it's a 1.5. Nah, that's actually crazy. Is sleep banned? Did they do that? Let's see. Battle rules? No, it's just normal sleep clause. Where is my goat Uzi? Where are they at though? Alright, we're here. Yeah, okay. But let's look at their drafts. Okay. We're so back. This is the Sun team that Kaif will be using every single week. So shout out to that. Kakrick says it's banned, but I just checked the rules and it said it's normal sleep clause. Did they put the wrong rule in the thing? Hypnosis terrorism. You must be wrong. Yeah. I'm just gonna go with what the forum says on the post. If they changed it, then they need to change it there as well. But that's on them, that's not on me. This team we've seen before, it performs reasonably well. It's just Sun offense, right? Kaif will be using this, it's a good team, whatever. Now let's look at the other teams that they decided to draft. By the way, this is the best draft in the entire tour. This is just a carbon copy of the team that I was using in DCL for the whole season when I was playing SV. That team went 7-1, and the only difference is Dusclops was a Sableye instead, and the rest of the team is identical. So, and they just couldn't fit Sableye because of the point inflation, because you do well with a team, all the mons tend to go up in price. So that's kind of what happened here. But yeah, so 2 carbon copy teams. Let's see what they come up with when they're being original, right? Ogerpon, Darkrai, Kyurem, with a Terrachansi. I love the Terrachansi, that's so funny. Yep. But anyways, honestly, offensive-wise, this is a pretty decent top 4, right? Pretty diverse threat list. Not a lot is checking multiple of these guys. You kind of need dedicated checks to a lot of them. So that's pretty cool. Maybe like a Steel type can check Kyurem and Scizor to an extent. But outside of that, right? Pretty scary top 4. And then Weezing, Mesprit, Terra Rhyperior. I think Terra Rhyperior is so good, honestly. It's super cool. Yeah, I think this one's fine, right? Pretty reasonable. Right, Terras are rude. Got Cinderace, Lando T, Latios, Tink, Deontay, Tentacruel. This one's pretty reasonable as well. I can't really find anything to complain about off rip. It seems fine, honestly. Yeah, no major complaints here. Alright, Raging Bolt, Deoxys Speed, Lando, Rillaboom, Terrahall, Lucha. Okay, if you ignore the fact that Lando I is terrible and should never be drafted, the team kind of works. I wasn't expecting them to no ball, yeah. This is kind of fire. I'm kind of on board. Can't even lie. Alright. This next one. Ogerpon. Gouging Fire. Okay, this one's not so good. Okay, we're back in reality. Yeah, like... these guys, they don't really do a whole lot offensively, ever. So your offense, even Samurott can go in that category. You're not really breaking opposing teams with a Samurott. After 9 teams, you need a ground type, exactly. I understand. But this one, like, the entire offense is carried by Gouging Fire and Ogerpon. There's no Healing Wish. Like, you only have 1 Gouging Fire. I don't think it's enough to carry the offense. I mean, spikes plus spin block, I guess. But, like, even if you're trying to wall things out, your walls don't really have reliable recovery here. Outside of, like, Petulant Recover. Yeah, I think, generally speaking, this team is not going to be too great. Alright, next team. Single Strike with Terra. Bundle. Then we have a Sandcore here with Sinistra. Ogerpon, Skarm. This is kind of a mess, in my opinion. Right out of OG Oras Draft League. Yep, I've drafted that myself, bro. Way back in the day. Rest Talk Time? Nah. This team doesn't look like, it doesn't look like it started as a sand team. It looks like it ended as a sand team, you know? Like, we're not building around sand here. Doesn't feel like it anyways. So what's the idea here? We stretching out here? What's the idea? It's trying to do too much, yeah. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on Quadruple Weather. Well, that's on my team, so of course I will be glazing it. We'll get there. I think US West is coming up soon. But yeah, this team is just, I don't know. Not a fan. Not a fan. Alright, now this next team, right, we have... This one looks weird too. What is the Wake doing here? Why do we have a Wake on here? What was he doing? The offense is like really carried by Valiant here, which it doesn't work like that. I don't think. Because if you're able to tear it out of a Valiant weakness, all of a sudden, what's the major threat here? It's for the Dragon Fairy Steel Core, it really is. It really is. And you know, you gotta have that Water Fire Grass, you already know. Why are Wake and Clawitzer low-key the same Pokemon? Wake is in not sun, not rain, but snow. Yeah, like what's the idea here? I just think you don't have enough offense here. Yeah, I don't see this working out too well. This one we went over already. This one is God. This one's awesome. But that's because I already used it. Right. It looks like they wanted Sun but didn't realize that Kaif wanted it too, so he took the Ninetales. Yeah. Honestly, just drop a Torkoal on here over the Rotom Heat. Low-key? Low-key, though. You could do that. Ninetales did take Torkoal's job. Actually, like, yeah. Alright, but this one. Torn, Palafin, Tinglu, Goldango, Glim. This one's actually pretty good. I like this. This is, like, very similar to a lot of different Torn, Tinglu teams that we've seen in the past. They've done, like, pretty decently well. I think we saw, like, this exact top 6 in DCL. They are just copying good drafts. Which, like, to be fair, can't blame them, right? Who used this draft? Was it, who used it in DCL? It looks really familiar. And then tried to cook for the rest? Yeah, they did. To To be fair, I think they did kind of cook a little bit. Some of these teams look really good. Lapras is, yeah, good value ones. I agree. I agree for sure. Yeah, this one's fine, right? And this last one, Grenchomp, D-Knight. So we go for the double dragon. Okay, sure. Farigiraf stocks need to go up. This thing is so good. I mean, I've seen Farigiraf do something one time. That being said, I've seen Farigiraf maybe twice. So, so 50% hit rate on that one. So maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. That is one more time than a lot of mines. True. Any truers? Yeah, this one though, I mean, you have the Jirachi Dragonite Gren kind of thing going. I like that combination offensively. And then Chomp in there as well. It can't be bad, right? Oh, it was you? That makes sense, yeah. Okay. Quackavool. Okie dokie, so a double fighting thing. But Tinglu went early. It was Garchomp. Oh, so it was like Garchomp over Tinglu on this build. Makes sense, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this team looks a little bit discombobulated, as they say. So not the greatest fan overall of the draft, but I think it does have some tools for success. I think Bangladesh, honestly, they did a good job drafting, right? Just copy the good drafts and then fill in the rest. And then when you fill in the rest, you're going to have some hits, some not. I think this one's pretty cool. I like this one. This one's pretty reasonable. And then the rest are like, whatever. But that's a pretty good hit rate, you know? So I gotta say, they did pretty well. I think this is probably up there for drafts. Maybe on like the 7-8 range. Like it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Let's see, France was 7-5. I think these drafts are better than France, to be honest. I'm gonna put Bangladesh at an 8 for the drafts. I'm gonna do it. They know ball. Okay. That's fire. Alright, Team Canada. Now this is going to be a heavy hitter one in terms of player quality. They have some good players over in Canada. So obviously Nick, they have Jay Scurf, top 5 player by the way, if you're unaware. Mountay, who's like kind of the goat of Wi-Fi at this point, like Loki, him and Addison kind of have claims to that, but you know, between the two of them, they're the two goats of Wi-Fi. Professor Shuckle, one of my favorite players. That's Darkrai, if you are unaware. By the way, if you haven't seen his video on like how to be better at draft, it's a really well-made video. You should go watch it. It was Yurdunk, of course. I invented Yurdunk. Shout out to that guy. He's pretty good overall. LoQP, great player, great personality as well. I think he's a great presence to have on a team. Theo, which is going to be another great player, right? I know SV is not his strongest gen, but I mean, he's a great player nonetheless. FC, we saw in DCL. Not huge success out of him, but he was on a roster. Band Chasers, right? And, you know, they went far. I don't think he was played too often, though. Then Ryan and Ditto, I don't know who this is. 3D is like a Smogon guy. Yeah, very active on Smogon scene, from what I know. And then Vergi, you know, is in my chat. So we have to say this guy's horrible. I'm just kidding. Vergi's actually pretty good. Ryan Ditto is J-Scurf bestie. Okay, that makes sense because he's a captain. He wants to get one of his friends in there. Sure. But Vergi, this guy has some like divine intervention to like win in the most cursed ways possible. Just watch a few replays and you'll know what I talk about. So nepotism, nice. Yep, it's World Cup. What do you expect? I'm cooking. Who is this guy? I don't know this guy. But then like the 2 captains. Okay, so roster quality, this is really good, right? Ryan's pretty decent though. They're cooking! Yippee! He's him? Okay, I'll take your word for it. But this is a quality roster, right? Where's the weak point in a starting 8? There's no like free wins here. You know what I mean? Chef Who? A Wi-Fi player? Chef Who, more like Chef Who. Am I right? Got him. Beat Mountay and stuff. Okay, reasonable enough. Oh, BBR Summer Scramble Finals. Oh, he's that guy. I didn't know he was the finalist there. Alright, reasonable enough. But yeah, where's the weak point on this draft? It seems really good overall. Like, in terms of depth, this might be better than Northeast even. Wait till you see the Who drafts. Spoilers, Terra Hisui and Avrolug and Manabuzz. Hey, we'll get there when we get there. But in terms of player quality, this is really, really good. This is really fantastic. And they don't even have Aster, which is like probably the best Canadian player. So they're missing the #1 guy. And it's still this good. So Canada might just be stacked. Spoiler, he likes apple pie. Oh, I know the Hydrapple is coming out. He won't shut up about Terra Hydrapple. It's impossible for him. But player quality wise, is this better than Team Canada last year? Depth wise, yes. Top end, maybe not. But depth, surely. And depth is what wins championships. Yeah, there's nothing to complain about. I think they're definitely up there. Better than Northeast? I'd say so. I think they're 9 out of 10. This is really, really great in terms of player quality. Because your starting 8 is what? Nick, J-Surf, Mountay, Darkrai. That's already 4, right? Yeah, 4. LoQP 5. Theo 6. And then like what? 3D 7. And then Yurdunk or Vergi for the last slot. Something like that. That's powerful, man. That's so good. That's like definitely like a DPL, DCL quality roster. Which is rare in World Cup, you know what I mean? It's pretty rare. So I have to give them props there. Let's look at their drafts though. Are their drafts good? Canada, they're pink. This is awesome. Now, let's see. So Annihilate, Ting-Lu. You have Latias. Healing Wish plus Annihilate is, you know, pretty good. He said no. Okay. So this draft though, what's the idea here? It's kind of just like screens into Annihilate, it looks like. And then you try to like pick off things with Cinderace as your speed control. The drafts are teaming. Yeah, I'm doing a quick look over, and I'm not super super crazy about these, but we'll go over them. So I think the idea is just to support Annihilate as best as you can, right? You have the hazards plus spin blocking with Annihilate, and if they hit you, you boost the Rage Fist, so it's fine. You have Healing Wish for it, so it can do that roll and then still win the end game. It's pretty reasonable in terms of like synergies and stuff like that. You have another good Terra user with Thundurus. This is probably fine, right? Maybe you could use a little bit more power, but this is probably fine. It's not like weak or anything. This next one, okay, this is what you were talking about. The Mandibuzz Avalugg, but you're just going to be tearing the Ogerpon. Don't worry about it. So, this top 4, or bottom 4, I mean, you have to bring 2 of these every week. That's kind of rough. Eongi Terra's Avalugg. Okay, that's on him. I'm just looking at these on paper. The top 4 does seem pretty cool, honestly. Like, obviously, Chi-Yu for the power, Ogerpon for the speed, and then, you know, Garchomp for the hazards, Goldango to keep him up. It probably works, right? It's just the bottom 4 is just... You could have done better here. But, like, you probably bring Alomomo +1 every week, and it's probably okay, you know? Ogerpon for, like, the super fast Encore is probably the best you can pair Alomomo with. So, it works, I think. It's just, like, you have to bring 2 of these. This guy is addicted to Aloe. Real. I think this team works. It's just a little bit clunky at the end. Who is like budget Theodore Manny, likes stall and plays it well? This is not a stall team. No sir. Okay. Next draft though. Tusk. You have Palafin, Terrace. Why are we Terra Screamtail? Chat. What are we cooking here? Shoutouts Low QP. My brother in Christ. He has an addiction. Supposedly cooked people in DCL tryouts with it. Okay. To each their own, I guess. Maybe it's the secret sauce. I want what Low QP has. So true, bestie. This is a weird looking draft. If it's me, I'm tearing the Tusk 11 out of 10 times on a structure like this. Alright. We're gonna have to see it to believe it, alright? Terra Hydreigon at least is like conventionally decent, right? Levitate plus Terra Steel, beat the fairy types, stuff like that. And then what else is on this team? This is so weird. I think Low QP is behind the live, so maybe refresh or something like that. We talking about the next team already? But yeah, this one's definitely on the weirder side. I'm gonna have to see it before I believe it. You haven't seen Hisui Trode in like 2 years. It's definitely been on a hiatus, right? I think it's because it was so cheap early on, and now it like rose up to like 6 points or whatever, and now it's like, oh, I'd rather have other Pokemon most of the time. Yeah, whatever. It fell off even on Wi-Fi. Yeah, it can happen. Let's move on though. Let's look at Greninja, Terrap, Jirachi, Terra Gliscor, Terra Hydrapple. Okay, this is the Yurdunk team, right? You'd rather have a Belly Bolt? Yeah, exactly. Other Pokemon kind of stole its job as like that cheap electric type. Alright. Any Yurdunk believers in chat? Terragator is Mad Aura. Yeah, it might be. It might be Aura. I think it would have been better with Terragren and a different Lastmon. I think so as well. I really believe that to be the case. Because let's see. Which team is here is using Dragonite? I don't see a Dragonite drafted here. Just make the Gliscor a Dragonite. Make it a Terra Greninja. I could do that. It's fake Aura. Yeah, exactly. Forgot Gator was in the game. Hey, don't sleep. That guy's the GOAT. Welcome back, Low QP. Alright. So, let's see. I mean, it's just the Yurdunk draft. I mean, whatever. Whatever. It's not my favorite. It's not horrible. Alright, now this one, Meowscarada, Iron Treads, Terra Rapid. This is kind of like the same as the Hiker Toad team in Circuit Championships, which, of course, has looked decent. Welcome to the real world. Exactly. But yeah. The Clef is definitely interesting on this build, right? You have the Healing Wish option into Urshifu. I don't think you're going to use Clef as like a traditional Clef on this team. I could see like Life Orb on this team, something like that, being pretty strong. Maybe just Healing Wish with screens, that could work. Yeah, it's a little bit more of like a flexible Clefable slot here. You don't really need it to be fat necessarily on this team. But I kind of like that. I kind of like it. It's cool. Alright, next up we have this Darkrai team. And we have Terracotta Quabble and Iron Crown on this. Interesting, of course. We have Pecharunt, and I feel like Pecharunt, you usually want to have it on like a Spike Stacks team. And in this one, like Ogerpon is the Spike Stacker, which is not the greatest at getting hazards. It's fine, right? But there's better options. Maybe you want like the roll compression, right? It's spikes plus the speed tier, plus, you know, the sturdy is nice, plus whatever. Offensive rock type is cool. I don't know. I think it's a good mod, but like the draft overall, I mean, Terra Iron Crown is so good. It's hard to bet against that guy. I think the team works. I think it's probably fine. Yeah. Alright, next up we have this abomination, dare I say. We have Terra Zarude, and we have that Hail Core once again. Iron Bundle G King. We've seen this like 5 times at least by now. We have a Lando. Hate that guy. And then what? Cyclizar, Tinkaton, Conkeldurr, Volbeat. I don't know. It's just like a lot of Pokemon that don't do a whole lot. Is that even true? I guess like Tinkaton, Encore, T-Wave, Rapid Spin, Knockoff. There's good utility in here, but yeah, I could really use like a physical breaker of some kind, like Conkeldurr, I guess, but it's so slow. Maybe you could put like a Roaring Moon on this instead, then have that double dark. Then you have like Moon to break, Zarude to set up Wincon. That'd be pretty cool. I could co-sign a Moon on this with Zarude, then have like a similar Tinkaton kind of G-King angle. That would be pretty cool. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. As it stands, not my favorite team. Oh well. The team has 0 steel resists. Yeah, it can happen. You're gonna get rolled by that Terra Scizor that we saw earlier. Yo, actually, Scizor Terra Steel sets up a single Sword Stance and you lose. You're playing a Metagross this week? I mean, it's a Metagross. It's all good. Did Metagross keep Agility this gen? I know a lot of Pokemon lost it. Or like Rock Polish. Something like that. Agility, Metal Coat, Metagross. Yeah. That's going to be hard to deal with for sure. Alright. Anyways, next team, we have Ogerpon, we have Roaring Moon, we have Deoxys Speed. So very fast top 3. We have that Scizor for priority, Donphan for like Rock's utility, Rotom for spin block, you know, checks the Tornadus as well. So Rotom like really counters a lot of these top tier threats, which is nice. Enamorus as the backup Terra user, and Muck. It looks a little bit clunky in the middle, right? Like here, it's like, I don't know. But like, as a whole, I think it probably works, right? Donphan being the only rocker in theory. Like, Deoxys can rock, but you don't never want your Deoxys to be the rocker. So, in practice, you know, Donphan's the only rocker. Some of the names being short makes it look off. I guess, kind of, yeah. I feel like the sprites are in the wrong order. You know what I mean? But overall, I think this is a fine team. It's like, you have your scary threats, you have some setup priority, more priority, like, this team probably is going to do fine. Alright, this next team, let's see, Iron Val, Raging Bolt, Spike Stack with Raw Drill. This top 3 could be so good, but I don't like this bottom 5. You could definitely do something different with it, and it would be a really cool draft. I just don't see the vision here. Like, surely you want a ghost type on this team. Maybe it's like you want to Terra Ghost your Raging Bolt, but that's not something you should do in like the drafting phase. You don't want to draft Terra Ghost Bolt. You want to have a ghost type, and like if you want the Bolt to be Terra Ghost, then you don't need to bring the worst ghost type. You could just bring the big boy. Did Mesprit get taken? Did it? I don't see it. Yeah, because Raging Bolt really gets a lot out of Healing Wish, which is why you have Shaman, I guess. But I feel like you could just have a Mesprit here and it would be even better. And then this Drill. This feels like he ran out of Pokemon in the draft. So, I don't know. This team definitely has potential, but I don't like the execution on this. Everyone's really adamant on liking their individual teams and confident on being able to pilot the most, so I trust them. Okay, but you're on the team, so bias. Yeah, I don't like this as a whole. The top 3 is awesome though. I like that a lot. And then this last team, I think this one's really cool, right? The Raw Gambit. We have the Territorn, the Gouging Fire, the Glamora, stuff like that. I was gonna say it felt like leftover mons, but the top 2 is insane, so surely why not? Yeah, it felt like that. Like someone said, all right, I want to preserve Valiant and Bolt, just like I called dibs, and then you guys make the rest of your drafts and I'll pick it with the pieces. Something like that. I could see that being the case. You can either confirm or deny if you want one of the members of Team Canada. That's what it feels like though. And this last team just has aura just dripping off, right? Gouging Fire, big aura. Raw Gambit has aura for sure. And then like Terra Rhyperior, Sinistra, Keldeo, I think these all have drip. Yes. Yeah. Hey, if the pilots like their team, sometimes that's all that matters. You know, I see the vision, just letting people do what they want. Alright. So overall these drafts, I think they're probably above average. Maybe like a 6.5 kind of thing. I think a 6.5 is reasonable. Could I go higher? Let's see. Could I give him a 7 for these drafts? I think I can. I think I'm going to give him a 7 for the drafts. So it looks like Canada's in the lead aggregate rankings. So shout out to that. Can we get much higher? Chats. Alright, Team Caribbean now. And this is going to be another one of those where I just don't know the players at all. I can't see a single player on this that I actually recognize. Caribbean made us lose Mustang. Which one's Mustang? Is Mustang on this roster? Golden Warrior? Okay. So I know one of the players. This is awesome. Jigglypoo kind of has aura. It's a great name. Join Smogon for this event, it seems. Okay. Tay was Latam last year. Okay. The rest you don't know? Okay. You'll immediately know which team is Mustangs too. It's awesome. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Almost everyone on this team joined Smogon for this event. Okay. Thanks for the info anyways. So for that reason, I can't put them too high in terms of player quality. Like, yeah, as soon as you see a good team, you know it's Mustangs. We'll see, we'll see. Player quality, I can't give them too high a ranking. I think I gave China like a 1 out of 10 for the same reason. I just don't know any of these players at all. So I think I'll probably do the same thing. Caribbean, just like a 1. Yeah, unfortunate, but what can you do? Not you were laughing when you saw it first? Okay, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Where's Caribbean? There's Caribbean. Oh, it's this one, right? It's this one. Am I right? The Chrome Cabal team from last DCL. It's a good team. I mean, how could it be bad, right? Zarud Valiant, Snowcore, Lando T. It's actually copy-paste, yeah. You made that team? Even called Ditto an upgrade over Eel? I mean, it is. Ditto's awesome. Keep hearing it's stolen, but I don't know how. Okay, let me show you. So... DCL2, let me open up that doc. Okay, let's look at drafts. Chrome Cabal. Or no, it's not Chrome Cabal. There's a different team. Who was it? I keep saying Chrome Cabal, I guess that's wrong. Oh, Thieves. It was Thieves. Here it is. I mean, that's the same draft, right? It's just the same draft. Mustang's team is Raging Bolt. Where's the Raging Bolt? Here it is. Okay. The round 3 Tentacruel. Yippee! I know it doesn't matter in this, but yeah. You made that team by yourself? You can copy my homework, but don't make it obvious. That is so funny. Okay, but anyways, yeah. We've seen this before. We know it can get wins. But yeah. Let's look at the rest of the teams. The Darkrai Bolt team from DCL. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Where is it? Yeah, like this one here. They say great minds think alike, right? Yeah, so let's go left to right though. This team, Garchomp, Terragambit, Terapagos, Iron Moth. I mean, this is a scary team to prep for, right? We thought Mustang talked to Slick about that team or something. Oh yeah, it definitely looks like it, right? Anyways, this team, it does have some aura, I cannot lie. This top 4, very scary. Terra Sinistra as well, great Pokemon. So, no real complaints about this. Yeah, it seems fine. Now this team though, we have that double Dark Core, and then what? And then we have Gliscor, Tran, Slowking, Amoonguss. This is so thick. You know what I mean? It's so thick. The thing is, Heatran and Draft, you're always just going to get Earthquaked or like Close Combat or something. Everything has coverage for Heatran. Like pretty much everything has coverage for it. So what I like to do with Heatran is pair it with another Steel that has like a ground immunity or like neutrality. Stuff like Scizor, stuff like anything with Levitate, right? So that's what I like on my Heatran builds, and this team just doesn't have that kind of thing. So like anything that gets walled by a Steel type is just going to run Earthquake. So, yeah, Transcarm, that's a classic from a lot of ORS builds. Very popular, very good actually. It has good results, that combination. But here, no such thing. Is there any way I can find replays from the person who used the Valiant team in DCL? Yeah, so just go to the DCL2 doc and just go week by week on the Phantom Thieves. They used it pretty much every week. You'll be able to see. And the replays are all linked on the doc. You can find that on the forums. Yeah. I also went over them on stream when I did my Zarude review. If you want to just skim through that VOD, I went over that in detail as well. Pretty much every Zarude game, so those games were part of that. It's a long live stream. I don't think you can Google search it. Maybe you can. I don't know. Google's pretty good. Yeah, this team here, it's a little bit too fat for my liking. Definitely could fit a few more offensive pieces on here to be a little bit more versatile, right? As it stands, there's no real like offense mode. You pretty much have to run balance all the time, which is something that can be taken advantage of by your opponents. Anyways, this team here, Sneasler. Okay, this one is like, where's the big threats, right? I guess the big threats is like Webs plus Luna, Hoopa U. Like these are some big scary like offensive pieces, but they're slow is the thing. Without Webs, they're really not that scary. You can always outspeed them. The thing with Hoopa is it's Terra, which is actually really good. I've seen Terra Hoopa before, and it's really able to take over some games. Why is it in this order? They just hate people. They just hate everyone. Everyone has to watch this. They did this for you. Yeah, I've seen Hoopa do pretty well. Left 2 points on the board, didn't need them. Exactly. But yeah, in terms of like fast threats, it's just Sneasler. And like, the team seems pretty weak to... Like, you could just Terra Ghost on the Sneasler. And then like, the punish is Hoopa, which is like reasonable. But you could still do it anyways, right? Iron Treads also can't really beat Terra Ghost guys. You had a team with 11 points left over? Bro. That's insane. We're out here doing like challenges. You don't think anything beats quad weather? Yeah, we'll get there. I think US West is up next after Caribbean. Yeah, this team is definitely weird looking. I don't think it's very conventionally good. But Terra Hoopa is kind of shiced, as they say. Alright, let's move on to the next one. Torn T, another Weber. And then we have the Gouging Fire, we have the Bramble Gas, we have the Samurai. So like, kind of common Torn build here. If this Dawn Fan were an Iron Treads instead, you'd have like basically classic Torn T build. But instead we have a Jirachi in that Steel roll, which is fine. You know, Screen Sealing Witch and the Gouging Fire, always a good option to have. Okidoki is great. We've seen really good success out of that guy in the most recent tournaments. I think this team is probably fine. It has the tools to win, you know? And then this one obviously is good. Okay, this one though, let's see. Get some water real quick. So this one. I could really use a Healing Wish for the Raging Bolt. I think it's a Pokemon that really skyrockets in value when you have Healing Wish options, because you can be so flexible with its HP. I think YouTube auto-filters all the links. If you want though, you can just link it in my Discord server, and the link's in the description. You could find it there. A pretty simple way to do it. Here, I'll drop the DCL link in my Discord server, just in the general chat. If you need to find it, just links in the description. You can go there. But yeah, YouTube auto-filters all links in like chats. Clutch way to play. You know, you already know. We out here. Yeah. And I have the link for this. Can't find it on the forums. You mean like World Cup or DCL? Because World Cup, if you go to Smogon Metagames Draft League, it's going to be one of the first things there. Alright, anyways, where were we? We were here. Anyways. So this Raging Bolt team, it's probably fine, you know? You have multiple threats, you have decent utility. Not really too much to complain about, except for Lando I, which is terrible and should never be drafted. But that's just my opinion, you know? There's 10 drafts, you gotta use Lando I eventually, it seems. Right. Let's move on. Great Tusk Latios Meowscarada. This looks like a team that Money Guy used a while back, but instead of Great Tusk, he had a King Gambit in that like top Terra slot, but like Latios Meowscarada kind of thing. Did that team have a Goldango? I think it might have. It's like a very familiar structure to me anyways. Then you have Talonflame for some speed, but you have Meowscarada anyways. I guess it's kind of just like Fairy Resist on this team, so you don't have to use your Goldango like that. But you have Glamora as well. Maybe Talonflame not the greatest fit on this team then. Maybe you could have had something better, but I guess it's fine, whatever. So Great Tusk as the Terra user. Pretty strong. Let's see. I think this team probably works, right? I don't see a reason why it would be bad. Yeah, I like this one overall. I like this one. Alright, moving on to this one, which I can already tell I'm not going to be a big fan of. So Single Strike, which I think is not the greatest Pokemon in general. And then you have a lot of Pokemon here. Like you have Hazards Up. You have a team that didn't use Lando I. Who's that? Who's that? Well, let's see. How many teams didn't use Lando I? There's 8 teams that left it on the draft board. So good job to those 8, you know? Anyways, this team, like, nothing's scary. Nothing is like, oh no, I have to prep for this. Because, like, all you have to do is run Terra Fairy on something, or Shifu can't really break through that. Outside of, like, you know, Terra Poison or Steel, which, like, they're both weak to EQ, so you can cover all your bases by just having something faster with EQ that resists Sucker Punch, and then having a Terra Fairy Pokemon. Like, that covers pretty much every Urshifu combination ever. So, it's really easy to prep for something like this. And, yeah. I just don't think it'll be an issue for opponents to handle, that's all. Not a great team of 8. Yeah, and then let's move on to the Ogerpon team. Okay. Ogerpon, Zapdos. Okay, so Ogerpon and Zapdos are Pokemon that tend to influence Terras quite a lot. So Terra Electric into Zapdos is pretty much always going to be free setup fodder. And then Terra Dragon, Terra Grass into Ogerpon. Because usually teams just aren't able to switch into Ogerpon otherwise. These non-Terra Boulder teams are insane. Yeah, this is crazy. So, first off, what is punishing Terra Electric? Not a whole lot. And then what's punishing, like, Terra Dragon, Terra Grass? Right? Terra Grass, you have Zapdos. And Terra Dragon, you have Hydreigon. Is Hydreigon really enough for that? It's okay, right? But, whatever. I think maybe you could have done a little bit better supporting the Ogerpon itself, right? Yeah, I don't know about this one. What's the last mon? Oh, right, it's my webcam's blocking it. It's Forretress, everyone's favorite Pokemon. So, yeah, not the greatest team in my opinion. You see no Draco switch in? Yeah, you still don't see one. That's the crazy thing. Used to hate 40, but for 5 it's like decent. It's probably fine for 5 points, right? But me personally, I will continue hating Fortress because I think it's fun. So, there we go. Right. Let's move on to the last team, Enamorous. Iron Bundle, Deoxys Speed. Okay, so 2 really fast Pokemon here. And then you have what? Corviknight, Clodsire? So very, very bulky duo there. Very passive, very... You can set up on both of these pretty comfortably with a lot of Pokemon. But Deoxys speed, you know, you can check a lot of Pokemon quite comfortably, so maybe it's not the end of the world. You have something like Scarf and Amorous for that, so... This team, it's not something that I would use myself, but it's not too bad, right? Deoxys speed, Iron Hands, that's something that OG Albina used to win a championship. And then you're adding a Terranamorous Iron Bundle on top of that. Maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. Right, overall, on all of these drafts, let's see. I think I'm only really a big fan of, like, 3 of them. Yeah. Maybe 3 or 4 of them. So, can't give them too high of a rating, probably like a 4 or 5, something like that. Slightly below the average, what I consider to be average looking drafts. Yeah, better than I expected, honestly. But yeah, not fantastic. Okay, US West. This is my team, so spoiler alert, I will probably be biased here, but what can you do? It's my own team. I'll still go over it. So our captains are Spees and Zom. They captained last year, we won the chip, so can't really complain too much. I know Spees was really putting in a lot of effort last year. If he does the same this year, he's going to be a great captain. And then we have Sean, who's a really great player, who's played a long time, had some really strong performances in DCL most recently, and then he's been a DPL player for a very long time as well, just around in the scene forever. JCM Shadow, for my money, the best SV player currently, kind of in contention with Soggy Doggy Sage, and again, bias myself, I think I'm pretty good. But JCM, I think, is number 1 right now. And then, yeah, of course, myself, I highly rate myself, of course. How could I not? Then Money Guy, one of my friends from back in the day. I've teamed with him so many times. He's not going to be very active, but he does tend to win more often than he loses. So that's a good thing in a team tournament like this. Tezzy, he played last year. You know, he had some good wins under his belt. And then, like, another major contribution to this team, like that we didn't have last year, is Roller K and PZZ. These are 2 players that can definitely get some wins. PZZ especially, right? PZZ, he's been on a winning spree this past like year and a half. He's won seasonal. He's won DCL 2 seasons ago, like the first DCL. He won DPL this last year, right? So we had PZZ last. Oh right, yeah. I thought we weren't gonna have him, and then we had him. That's what it was. So I'm just I'm being a silly little guy. The addition was JCM Shadow. That's what it was. I was mixing things up. Why didn't Apologies make the roster? He's pretty decent. I don't know. That's up to the captains, right? But Apologies had a really good season last World Cup. I don't know. I just assumed he didn't apply. I didn't look into it too much. Maybe he did. Maybe we should burn Spees at the stake. We could do that. Yeah, 64 squares. He's like a Smogon guy. He's played in a bunch of stuff. He did late. I think we already figured out the roster pretty early, so maybe we didn't want to kick anyone. I don't know. Apologies definitely should have made the roster, though. But anyways. Drizzle. This guy should have been cut for Apologies for sure. This is Hanguini. Last season, he was like, I'm going to give everyone the best mocks ever. And then it ended up being... He'd just give like confidence boosting mocks, you know the vibes. yeah. I think that's Hanguini anyways, right? That's the same guy, Drizzle. I think it's the same guy. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Drizzle's just like me for real. It can happen. All right, Fagos. This guy, not really big in the Smogon scene, but he's been around in draft for some time. Seeing him on the roster, sure, you know, we'll give him a shot. But yeah, definitely Apologies should have been on this roster if he signed up for it. But Yeah, let's look at our... So, as a starting 8, right? It's what? Spies, Zom, so that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the 8th is probably like Roller K or maybe 64 Squares. Something like that. So are we the strongest top 8 starting roster? No, I don't think so. But I think our top end is really, really good. Like, imagine you have to go to tiebreak against US West, and we pull up with JCM Shadow, King 05, PZZ lineup. You lost, bro. You lost. So I think the top end definitely, bias. I'm on the team, so I'm gonna glaze a little bit. I think we're pretty good. Definitely possible to win the championship. Are we better than Canada on paper? At a top end level, yes. In terms of like top 8, I think their lower end of the top 8 is better than our lower end of the top 8. But I think if you matched 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, I think we would win that series 100%. You know. So 9. Self-glaze, I think we're about the same as Canada, but I think we would win in the 1v1, but that's bias, you know? So I'll just say we're tied and call it a day. Spoiler, I'm biased. Yeah, you can have your own opinion if you want. But US West. Now check this out, by the way. Check this out. Speaking of aura, no one's topping this. No one is topping this aura. Unmatched draft aura. Yep, this guy gets it. And you know, in slot 1, we have the raw Gambit. Like, come on, guys. This is awesome. So this team, it was originally going to be a Torn T in this slot. Or in the Enamorous slot. And the rest was the same. I think the Torn version's better, but we wanted to use the Torn for another draft, so we slotted Enamorous instead. Sure, man. Finally, quad weather in Gen 9 has been realized. Yep. And it came week 1 too. We brought that. I think Sean's using it. But anyways. This is really cool, right? Because Gambit, right? What do you bring versus Gambit? You bring fighting coverage. But fighting coverage is so ass into the rest of the team. You're bringing it only for Gambit. So it's forcing the item slot for coverage a lot of the times. Like, even Earthquake. The team isn't weak to Earthquake. Is Psychic Terrain Gambit Aura? It is, trust me. Because look at Psychic Terrain Deoxys S plus Hawlucha in the cut. I mean, come on. The team isn't built around Gambit. Gambit's just a nice supporting piece for this, you know? If it were built around Gambit, you'd see it with a T next to it, and it would be Terra, and we wouldn't have Psychic Terrain. But as it stands, I think this is really funny. It's super cool. A lot of aura, as they say. And this team, I helped build this one. It's very colorful, so that's a big plus. I think as far as Raging Bolt teams go, it can't get too much better than this. It's the first one on the team, so that means it was built around. So true, so true. But anyways, this team, like, it kind of has everything that a Raging Bolt team wants, right? You have the Meowscarada for the speed control, you have Treads for the spin, because Raging Bolt hates coming in on spikes. Like, having max HP on that thing is so valuable, and you don't really want to run boots. You want to run things like Booster, Specs, Leftovers, stuff like that. Even like Sugarberry, stuff like that. So Treads is a nice support piece for that. Another like decent speed option. Spin, rocks, all that stuff. A knockoff as well. You have 2 knockoffs here. So getting rid of boots allows for like things that take hazards, you know, and then Raging Bolt, you know, sometimes you need that little bit of chip, and that's fine. You know, spikes plus Raging Bolt. So everything that's immune to spikes is not going to be switching into Raging Bolt, outside of maybe a few levitators. But flying types, hell no. So that's why Raging Bolt really synergizes well with Meowscarada in particular. Like, if you see a Spikes Meowscarada matchup, Raging Bolt's going to take advantage of that better than pretty much any Pokemon in the format. And then Keldeo is something I think is slept on. Tinkaton on this team, you know, double steal. It's cool. I like it. It doesn't have, like, everything put onto it. I think a lot of teams, they're like, they ask Tinkaton to do too much, and it just can't do everything, but it can do a lot of things. So Moltres as well for secondary, right? I guess tertiary fairy resist, because obviously Raging Bolt, Meowscarada, you need some fairy resists. So Tinkaton, Moltres, Iron Treads, you're going to be covered versus pretty much everything, right? And then the last two Pokemon, like this is a great top 8, or top 6 is what I mean. And then the last two mons are kind of there to force prep, or if you need it in a certain week. Sableye to spin block for the Meowscarada is like pretty cool if you do have that kind of matchup where hazards do look quite good. Sableye can do that. Just Prankster Encore, Prankster Wisp in general is a nightmare to prep for. Ask anyone who mocked me in DCL this past season. I know they hated building for that team, and part of that was because of the Sableye just sitting on the bench, just like, what am I gonna do if Sableye comes in and just encores my setup? It's so hard. And then Blissey for 4 points. You know, that massive special wall, the Healing Wish option into the Raging Bolt, stuff like that. You know, Heal Bell is something so rare in SV. Like basically only Blissey gets it, and like Chimecho, right? So I'm kind of done glazing this team. I think it's really, really good. And yeah, I think it's really good. Now this Zarude team, this is what I'm talking about, right? With the Terapagos Sneasler teams, it's so easy to just slap on Terra Ghost with Terapagos Sneasler. But when you're facing a Terra Zarude, that becomes so much harder. You know what I mean? And this is what was missing on a lot of these other Terapagos Sneasler teams. Because obviously, Terapagos Sneasler, we've seen it before. We've seen it in the past. We've seen it on a lot of teams. But now pair it with Zarude, and it becomes so much harder to deal with, right? Pair it with Latios. You know, that Healing Wish into Terapagos Zarude with screens. I think it's so good to have that option. And then, of course, you know, you need some special presence with this. Latios can serve that role, right? We've seen Specs Latios do great things in SV in the past. Then we have Gliscor. You know, Gliscor for Spikes, just because Spikes plus Sneasler is a good combination. Sneasler sometimes needs that little bit extra chip to get those KOs, and oftentimes you're going to be running Covert Cloak or something into the Sneasler, not Boots. So yeah, you wanted to do Terap Sneasler with a Terra Gambit, but your team flamed you for it. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Terra Gambit, perfect. Something to punish Terra Ghost. That's all you want. But a lot of teams are lacking it. I think it's so important. Anyways, Latias Gliscor. And then a Klefki. I think Klefki fits on this team. Another screener. More spikes, right? So you have a lot of hazard options on this team. You can go Rocks, Gliscor, Spikes, Klefki. You can go Spikes, Gliscor, Rocks, Terapagos. You can go Rockless, just only Spikes. That's something that's perfectly reasonable in SV. Maybe not so in older gens, but you can totally do it in SV. And then Rotom, which I think is probably the best low-tier Pokemon in the format, just by it checking so many top-tier threats. And then Ditto, which I think is so cool, because it forces so much prep. This is the kind of thing, like, you have to deal with Prankster T-Wave, you have to worry about Gliscor absorbing status, you have to worry about Rotom spin blocking, and you have to worry about Ditto reverse sweeping you with your own threats. Like, it's so hard to prep for something like this. What are you supposed to do? And as you can see, I helped build these two teams, and I'm just glazing them so hard. So, no bias, no bias. The rest of these teams, I did not build myself. This was like a collaboration between some other people. I am glazing my own teams. Deal with it. But anyways, now I'm going to start critiquing, because I don't think the rest of the teams are all amazing. I know the rest of my team, they're cool with it, and that's fine. Glazing uncontrollably. Yep, it's all over the screen, bro. Yeah, this one is built by JCM Shadow. It has like the Hands Moth Terracore, which we've seen by quite a few teams so far. You've died of alcohol poisoning. That's tough, buddy. Yeah, Darkrai Lando T is a combination we've seen before. Metagross, sure. I don't really know too much about how well this team is gonna go, but hey, they have confidence in it. Whatever. All right, this one, a lot of people on my team liked this a lot. It's not really my style, right? Gouching Fire with no Healing Wish is something that, you know, I immediately say, hey, what's going on here? Ogerpon's a great Pokemon individually, and then you have the Hail Core. So, like, the top 4 is threatening and all, but then you have, like, a Terracorviknight, which, according to my team, is Aura, but, like, I don't see it, man. Then Crook has been, like, somewhat okay, probably on the lower end of, like, viable ground types in SV. So I think maybe we could have done better, but it's like 10 drafts. The ground types do start to fall off pretty fast. So whatever. Driftblim. I mean, sure. You're not really like spike stacking with this team, so you don't really need a ghost on this, but we have a ghost. It's kind of just there to check like what the Great Tusks of the world, stuff like that. I mean, sure. Right. So overall, like there's good offense here. It's just not my style. I wouldn't use this personally, but it's fine. And now this Great Tusk team, I'm not gonna lie, I think we ruined the Terra Tusk low-key, but I know they like it, so whatever. It's like Great Tusk Roaring Moon, which we've seen a lot in the past. Zapdos paired with Tusk, I think this is standard. And then our Chaladon Iron Crown, like, we have double steel. It's cool and all, but is it really the best we could go for? Maybe, I'm not so sure. Enamorous for some Healing Wish at least into the Great Tusk. You know, go for round 2, something like that with the Terra Tusk is fine. And then the threat of webs at least. I think Araquanid is a good fit here. But yeah, overall, not something that I would use. Yeah, it's just whatever to me. Now this Valiant team, Valiant, Palafin, Iron Boulder, Jirachi, Mandibuzz, Clodsire, Terra Chestnut, Terra Haunter. It feels like these bottom 4 are like, they're just not my favorite Pokemon, you know? Now allegedly, Terra Chestnut is the best Pokemon ever. That's what I keep getting told, but I don't buy it. We'll see, we'll see. I'll allow my teammates to prove me wrong. Is Chestnut real? That's what they say. Chestnut underrated? Well, it's not rated at all, so by definition, it can only be underrated. You told them it sucks and made them drop it? You know, you might be onto something, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe this team pops off. And then you'll have to, you know... Terra Chestnut will claim lies. I'll watch the replays. But yeah, Terra Boulder, Iron Valiant, these are some really good like booster energy sweepers, right? Unfortunately benched week 1. This is tough. But like Palafin here, good priority. Like the offense kind of works, but yeah, I don't know if I can co-sign this one myself. You will live with remorse of not keeping it if it cooks. Yeah, that'll be on you. You gotta be the visionary. Right. So. Torn, Tinglu, Classic. Then Kyurem here with a Chili out of Slowking, not Galarian Slowking. Scizor. I do like Scizor. Yeah, Thundurus with no Terra. This was like definitely the last build to be made, right? Yeah, a lot of like leftover Pokemon here. And then the Torn, right? Which we swapped places with the Enam, because like put an Enam on this team, it's like really cooked. But you put a Torn and it's a little bit better, you know, a little bit more winnable. So yeah. It's the King Lucor, shout out. Yeah. It's probably fine, right? Then this one, we have Gren with Annihilate. We have Dragonite, Cinderace. We got some power in this top 4, which is cool. I love to see Terra Annihilate. I think it's like super underrated at the moment. And then like Swampert is the ground, Skarmory is the steel. These are some like less popular Pokemon for a reason. And then Terra Gardevoir, like what year is it, bro? I remember when SV first dropped, people were like, oh, Terra Gardevoir is so good. I just have never seen it be good, you know? So that's just me. And then now the real meat and potatoes of this draft board, the quad weather. The quad weather is crazy, right? You got the 4 setters at the bottom, the 3 abusers and a rotom wash to tie it all together. The fire is in burnt. No. This one's awesome. Trust me. Trust me, bro. This obviously is just the leftovers, by the way. We're bringing it week 1. But that's because we're playing against, who are we playing against? Who was it? Yeah, we're playing against Austria, so we'll bring it, you know? Yeah. A12 Loyal 3 vibes. It's definitely a theme team, right? Yeah. Hopefully he cooks with it, because that would be a super funny replay. But yeah, that's going to be it for US West. Okay, dude. This is cooked, but the chefs were in the bathroom. You like the way it's ordered? Yeah. It's just by cost order, right? But it also just so happens to be the setters in the back, you know? It's pretty cool. Yeah, overall, I really only like these 2 drafts, personally. Like, in terms of, like, would I use them myself? These 2 drafts only. Which is fine. You know, to each their own. But overall, I don't think I can give our team the best drafts or anything like that. I think we're probably more in like the 6-5 kind of range. Just overall. Like a lot of these, the vision was made, and it's not my vision, but it's someone's vision, you know? So if I'm debating 6 and 6-5, I'm going to go to 6-5 because it's my team and I'm biased. Deal with it. I think 6-5 is fair, though. It's really fine. Tied with Brazil. Shout out. Alright, let's move on. Let's keep it moving. We're almost at 5 hours on the stream. Yeah. And how many more do we have to go through? Do you have a build you'll main or not? I'm probably going to be using the Zarude team most often. And if I'm not using the Zarude team, I'll use the Bolt team. It's all good. But yeah, next up is US South, which I think is another heavy hitter in this tournament. So we have Hacker, Jeroni Puff. So Hacker is one of the Smogon leads at the moment. Then Jeroni Puff has been around for a long time. He's just generally a good player. I think he won the ADV draft tournament that Smogon just hosted. I think he won that. But anyways, he's playing in this now. And they have Rye, they have Harris, they have Hasbro 300 playset. Who is this guy? Oh, it's Psionical. Okay. They have Hopeless, they have Agency of Zone, they have TPP, they have Dawn Mist, and then Wagon Fruit. I actually saw a video from Wagon Fruit and I was really impressed by his understanding of the game. So take that for what it is. And then P is for Penguin, and Stories, I don't know too much. I guess Stories we see has some shiny stuff on their profile, so we'll just assume they're good at Pokemon. But yeah, as a team, this feels like a US Northeast light. You know what I mean? It's like the depth is there, but there's no one on the roster where I'm like, wow, that's one of the top 5 people in draft, you know? There's no one like that here. Let's go, Wagon. Yippee! But yeah. I think they just have a lot of solid players. And I can respect that, you know? There's never a free win when you're playing against US South. Like, they're always going to have 8 players who can fight you for that win. But overall, let's see, out of 10, I'm thinking player quality is like probably around like a 7.5 to an 8, something like that. I think they're quite good, but I don't know if they're quite world beaters. So let's see. Like comparable to UK, Midwest. Are they better than UK? Let's see. Or Midwest. Absorb the the roster and then let's go look. So I'm comparing to Midwest, which has like top 5 players, Soggy Doggy Sage, so a higher top end, but obviously it bottoms out at some point. And then Northeast, or not Northeast, the UK, which is kind of a similar thing, right? They have, you know, really excellent players, Addison, iPro, and then like they still have some really good supporting pieces as well. But like their 8th player is not as good as US South's 8th player, you know what I mean? So, a bit more depth, but less top threats. On average, I think they are better. I could get behind that. Yeah, I could get behind that for sure. So let's say US South. Let's give them an 8 score for the player drafts. Or for the player quality. I think that's pretty reasonable. Clunker Goat. Shout out to the Clunker Goat. Alright, let's look at the drafts though. The US South. Here we are. Alright. So we have a Valiant, DOS, Hazard Stack, Terra Sinistra as the main Terra guy. That's strange. Usually one of the strengths of Terra Sinistra is that it's the secondary Terra. But here that's just not the case. So very interesting. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because you get to Terra your Sinistra more often with this kind of team. But also like you have to Terra your Sinistra more often, you know? This is definitely weird, right? Because who's the Healing Wish target for Jirachi? There's no great one. So... yeah, not my favorite draft, but I think it probably will win some games, you know? I'll just call it fine and move on. Right, now we have a Sun team with Torkoal. Torkoal's still employed. Let's go! Ninetales is not here today. Do they have another team with Ninetales? Is that why? No, they just like the Torkoal better. Alright. Is Ninetales more expensive than Torkoal? They're the same cost. I feel like Ninetales is just a better Pokemon. But they are the same cost and they went with Torkoal. To each their own. Right. Why though? Why not Ninetales? You don't even need the spin. You have a great Tusk. I don't know, man. That's up for them to know and for me to never find out. Anyways, classic Sun, right? The Tusk, the Roaring Moon, the Iron Moth, the Hisuian Lilligant. This is something we've seen 1,000 times at this point. Rocks, maybe? I mean, sure, I guess, but if your Ninetales is dying to rocks, you probably misplayed somewhere. Letting it take a big hit or something like that. This team is probably going to be tough to play against. If your Sunsetter is burning turn setting up rocks? Oh, you mean like setting up rocks. I thought you meant spinning. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? You don't want Tusk to be the only rocker. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense then. Okay. I see the vision now behind the Torkoal. But anyways, it's Cresselia Sun, which is cool. I wanted to see Cresselia in SV a little bit more often. Just because I think it's a little bit underexplored. So here, I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll have to see. I think this is probably just a worse Sun team compared to the Kaif one. but we'll have to see. Alright, moving on. We have the Torn, we have the Hisuian Samurott, classic combo, but then it's like Latios Lando, and then everything's on Tinkaton on this team, you see? This is exactly what I'm saying on Tinkaton teams. Like, Tinkaton's the everything resist for this team, and it just can't do that job. Not by itself. So I think maybe not the biggest fan of this draft. I think it's probably easy to overwhelm this kind of thing. Because Tinkaton's like the only dragon check. It's also the only fairy check, because Volcanion is going to get murked by coverage. Like, is Volcanion switching in on an Amorous Moonblast? Not really. Like, you don't KO back and Earth Power to it KOs. So, there is that. Alright. Yeah, I don't know if this quite works for me. Anyways, now this Zaru team, this is actually super funny. It's the exact same concept as the team that I'm basically going to be using. So therefore, I have to say, this is a good team, you know? It's the same Zarude Terap Sneasler, and then the only difference is actually super funny. The Gliscor that I have is a Lando T on this build, so an upgrade there, but then they downgrade, instead of having a Rotom and Ditto, they have Lapras and Thwackey. Now Lapras is a good Pokemon, but Thwackey is not. So it's like, this is totally reasonable. It might even be an improvement over the version that I have. The main problem is that Lando T was taken on US West by the time I got to my build, so wasn't even an option for me. But yeah, it looks good, you know? The same things, the same strengths that I said for the US West build, they all apply here. Just maybe you lose out on that status absorber from Gliscor, but you get a Lando T in exchange, so not really going to be worried too much about that. Right, and then they have also a very similar Raging Bolt structure. This was definitely worse than ours, but you know, Raging Bolt, Meowscarada, Iron Treads, and then Uxie Primarina. You have a Gyapdos as like a physical breaker, which is nice to have. You know, freeze up the Meowscarada. It doesn't have to be the physical breaker. It can be like a Scarfer set if you need, or just anything else like spikes. But yeah, Uxie is good on this kind of team, but again, no Healing Wish for the Raging Bolt. Maybe a Mesprit would have fit a little bit better. Maybe you needed the Mesprit on another team, but I don't see a Mesprit in any of these teams, so I would have preferred a Mesprit here, and then use those points to upgrade something, like maybe the Arbok into a reasonable Pokemon. But yeah, this team's generally pretty decent looking. It's just a few like upgrades could have been made, I think. Alright, moving on. Greninja, Garchomp, Terraceraledge, Terrahands. I mean, Terraceraledge, my goat. And then Terrahands, I know a lot of people have been big fans of that, so pretty cool to see. We've seen a lot of Terrahands in this format, so that's always nice to see, right? I used Terrahands a long time ago, like a year and a half, something like that, in the summer seasonal of 2023. I think it was? Or was it before that? It was some seasonal somewhere I used Terrahands. It was pretty good. It was like nothing to write home about, but it definitely was like not bad. Let's see, the whole team though. Let's see, what's the vision here? It's a lot of setup threats, right? SD Chomp, SD Cerulege, SD Hands. Can you really support that in the best way though? I feel like in terms of like setup spam, you want a really solid screen setter, and you just don't have that on this team. Whimsicott only gets one of the screens. Terra Electric Chimecho has no weaknesses, you so right. Maybe like the idea is screens healing with Chimecho, like for 1 point, sure. But I don't think you can rely on that as like an every week thing. So if this team had like a Jirachi, I think Jirachi would be an excellent fit on a team like this over the Corviknight, and then just like downgrade something. Something like that would have been a massive upgrade in my opinion. But as it stands, this team, it can probably still work, but maybe not the most consistent team that I've ever seen. Alright, moving on. We have Darkrai, Gouging Fire, Terra Enam, and then, you know, the supporting cast here. So Darkrai Enamorous is a combination that I think is quite good, and then Enamorous Gouging Fire is another combination I think is quite good. So as an offensive trio, I think this is pretty synergistic. Outside of those three, though, how do we finish off the team? We have Cobalion, which is not exactly a steel type, so we're going to be a bit weak to opposing fairies, which is why we have a Tentacruel on the team. So fair enough, right? If any team needs a Tentacruel, it's this one. We have Terra Rhyperior, which I think is a good Pokemon, but then Shaman, and then Rotom. I think Rotom's really good, but Shaman, I mean, you already have your Healing Wish here. Do you need another one? I feel like Shaman, the 7 points could have been used on something else here. Maybe you want like the Ground Resist, which is fair, right? Once the Enam Terras, you're like really, really weak to ground. So I kind of see the vision there. But is there a 7-pointer that does that job better? Let's see. You could look at maybe a Bronzong on that, but Bronzong is bad. Dude, Serperior would have been better on this team, I think. Because spreading Para really supports these two in particular. I think the Shaman should just be a Serperior on this team. Is that not just an immediate upgrade? I feel like it is. Hey yo, what's going on? The Kazuki. We out here. Yeah, this team, I like the start. I like the Rotom, and I think these kind of make sense. But then, like, the Shaman could be a little bit improved, and then, yeah, maybe the Cobalion could be something else as well, because the team is a little bit weak to ground as it stands. Like, the only resist are the bottom two mons. New to Pokemon competitive communities, is this part of Smogon Draft? Yeah, so this is going over the Draft League World Cup, which is hosted by Smogon. It's just kind of all the nations going at it in a Draft League Team Tour context. This is the second one that's been run annually. Yeah, we're going over US South right now in their drafts. So this next one, Ogerpon, Zapdos, Goldango. This one's a little bit clunky looking, right? And again, nothing to really punish Terra Electric for those Zapdos. Have you gone over Asia? We have not gone over Asia yet, so we'll get there. Yeah, I feel like Terra Electric is just a little bit too free into this draft. Like, Donphan is not enough. Yeah, because if it's me, like, imagine I have a Terra or Shifu Rapid or something like that. I'm literally just bringing Terra Electric, and I'm going to win the game, you know? Like, it's just so simple versus a team like this. Like, what is this team supposed to do against Terra Electric or Shifu Rapid? And that's just one Pokemon. Like Terra Electric Zarude as well. Gonna be a massive issue for this team. Pretty much everything. Is it possible to make this slightly bigger? Well, I mean, I can only fit the 10 drafts side to side by doing it like this. If I zoom in, I'll have to like scroll around a little bit. I'm gonna stick with this setup. Yeah, this team I don't like at all. I think it's just not too great. Do you think teams with Zapdos should have top tier offensive grounds? Yes, 100%. 1000%. They should have... Zapdos should only be paired with like a top 3 ground in the format. Because otherwise, Terra Electrics are just going to walk all over you. That's just like my experience, and I've seen it happen so many times. Alright, then we have like this random ass rain build. Okay, I'm not going to count this. This is just leftover mons, surely. Because they only need to bring 8 out of 10. We're going to be benching this. I almost guarantee it. And then this team, Iron Boulder. We have Terra Blastoise, which is interesting. Why is Donphan worth more than Dash Bun? Because it brings more to the table, right? Spin, Rocks, its utility. And then the stats on it are fine. You can run Boots plus Sturdy. Serve as like an emergency check to something. You have Ice Shard for priority. Dash Bun is none of those things. Right? Here, though, we have, like, a Hail Core, but, like, I don't know. I'm just not impressed by this team. Like, the biggest threat is Iron Boulder. And then after that, it's like Huram, and then what else? You're not really too worried about everything else. There's no good Scarfer on this team. I guess Crook, right? But you want Crook to be rocks more often than not on a team like this. You remember when Dash Bun was the answer to Chi Yu when it first released on Showdown? Shout out to Dash Bun. Main problem is in draft, the Chi Yu knows that the dash button is there, so it preps accordingly and goes to like any number of sets that Chi Yu can run that can actually just 1v1 it, and it's no issue. You really don't think Gen 9 Blastoise is that good? Mirror Herb is too scary? Yeah, exactly. Like, Shell Smash is a banned move. You can't click it out of fear of the Mirror Herb. Because if your opponent just Mirror Herbs it, you're cooked. You're just absolutely cooked. Unless you have something like, I don't know, an Ogerpon Grass with Terra, just something so obscenely fast. Like, you could run Choice Scarf on that and outspeed the +2 Mirror Herb guy, but like, that's not realistic, right? What's the mon under Torn? Hisui and Samurott. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this team, not a big fan of this, not a big fan of this. Kind of a fan of this, kind of, I see it. This one's alright. This one's really good. This one is, nah, not really. I see the vision on this one, it's pretty cool, and this one I'm not a big fan. So overall I think the US South drafts are probably subpar. I think, yeah, definitely like maybe a 4 out of 10 or 5, just a little bit below average. Because for this I'm putting 5 as average. So I think probably a 4.5, I can be pretty comfortable giving you that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. No, I'll give you a 4. 4, there we go. Alright, so now we have Portugal. How many more do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We only have 5 teams left. Yippee! Okay, Portugal. Shout out to Jay Ricky, my goat. So, this team has some drama to it. I'm not going to get into it today, but, yeah. Is there a Japan team? No, I don't think so. I think Asia is part of rest of world. So this is like Asia, Oceania, and a few other places. 5 teams, 5 hours. Yeah. But there is drama, which we will be going over in the podcast that me and Owen, OG Albina, we do. Because we're going to talk a bunch about Draft League World Cup in that episode, as well as, you know, some other stuff. We're going to have K-Crick as a guest. It's going to be so awesome. But, the sauce on this team, TLDR, this guy, Beleth, has immediately cancered his team. Just off rip. So, it feels bad to be on Team Portugal. But, yeah. So, what is the story? Let me just pull up the TLDR that Jay Ricky sent me. Let's see. So he he's like, okay, last year Portugal was really bad in World Cup. He says he's like the second coming of Christ and he can fix the team. He can do it. Just you have to trust me. He's just the best ever. Everyone in Portugal on that old Draft League team was horrible, and but with his help they could be awesome. But the thing is, obviously those old players, they don't like this guy, so he finds a way to like sneak his way into captaining this, and then all of the old like Draft League players from Team Portugal were like, we're not playing under this guy, this is horrible, we're not signing up. So this guy basically got half of Team Portugal to quit on the spot, like not even sign up, and then what happens? He doesn't help anyone prep, and he's like, F this, I'm out. Just frame 1. So shout out to that guy, Waffler of the Week for sure, spoiler alert. But yeah, that'll be fun to go over. Anyways, iCrux dropping no games now. The GOAT. It's depressing. Yeah, it's a whole mess over there from what I've heard. But they do have a few good players, right? So, Jay Ricky, of course, Wi-Fi GOAT, as they say, master of the citrus berry. Uh, got all the losses out in 2024. Exactly. He could definitely get infracted on Smogon for that. I'm sure he can, right? And, you know, Jay Ricky has all the info on that. I'm not going to go ahead and report it myself. I'm sure someone else can do it if they really feel strongly about that, which I'm sure they do. but yeah, Hycrox, great player, obviously has seen massive success in past team tours. You know, has had a down season recently, but happens to us all. I'm sure he'll bounce back in the World Cup. And then the rest of these players I don't know too much about. I know M. Souza. He's supposed to be pretty good. I haven't seen him play myself, but the rest of these guys, I have to rely on my chat to let me know who's good. Yeah. So if you have any information on these guys, you reported him to the mods, that's good. Like, do you know who the rest of these guys are? Anyone that I should know? You don't know any? Unfortunate, yeah. Anyways, player quality, there's definitely a few bright spots here, but Frixel is a good Smogon player. Is he? Sure, whatever. Missouri's decent. You don't know why, but thinking back on the Zapdos quote, I remember the draft where the guy was playing Rain with 0 ground types, and he won it all somehow. That's awesome. Usually rain teams in old gens, like you'll have your Mega Pert as like the electric check and also another abuser. Then in newer gens, like Gen 8, you'll have like Dracovic, which can take an electric move. You'll have stuff like Ferrothorn on there. You'll have Zeraora, pretty commonly on rain builds. So usually there is something for electric types because, you know, you're spamming like 5 water types on the draft. So you do kind of want something for that. But I guess in SV, electric types are pretty rare, so maybe you can kind of skip that step. No, this was Gen 5 with Gen 9 mechanics. That's insane. Like, that's a custom format if I ever saw it. Very funny. Belif is supposed to be the Ronaldo of Mons. Shout out to Ronaldo. Alright, but anyways, player quality-wise, out of 10, there's a few players here that I know are good, and a few that you guys are telling me are decent. So I'm going to probably put them around the 3.5 to 4 range. Alright, if we compare to like EU East, for example, that's at 4. So where's EU East? Which team are we taking? Compared to this team, I think this team's probably a little bit better. So I'm going to go ahead and put 3-5 on Portugal. And we'll call it that. But let's look at some of the drafts from Portugal. Where are we here? We're near the top. There we are. Portugal. Specs Boomburst Swallow the GOAT. Yep, he do be pretty strong. Alright. Let's see, Roaring Moon, Enamorous. Good pairing, I think. Deoxys Speed. Iron Crown. I like Iron Crown plus the good fairies like Enamorous and Iron Valiant. I think Crown pairs well with them. Just a lot of pressure on those steals, right? If you hit a Focus Blast, or you know, you hit a coverage move with your Enamorous, your Valiant, all of a sudden Iron Crown's opened up, or vice versa, you know, stuff like that. Tentacruel, Swampert, Rotom-Mow, Dusknoir, like, we definitely could have done something better with the last 4 picks, but I think the top 4 does have some strength to it. Can't say I hate the draft overall. Right, Greninja, Iron Treads, Terra Annihilate, Terra Thundi. Pretty cool there. Ogerpon, Cornerstone. We have G-Weezing, Vaporeon Arboliva, as they say. It was just me or Kyurem eats. Kyurem eats what? This team? Or you mean this one? 1 or 2? Because Kyurem into Iron Crown, obviously Iron Crown can take on Kyurem itself, but, you know, outside of that crown, certainly, yeah. The Tentacruel, the Swampert, both weak to Freeze Dry, but also you can check it offensively, right? Enamorus is faster, KOs it on the spot. Roaring Moon, faster. You know, with Outrage, it can KO, or like Attack Booster, Dragon Claw, stuff like that. The Kyurem is probably going to go down. So there's definitely options. It's not like you're just going to roll over and die to Kyurem. Alright, but this team though, let's see. I don't know about this one. It's like, Annihilape's really good, Gren's really good. I do think Treads is good. Like, these are good Pokemon in general. I don't know how much they work together necessarily. I think these are all threatening Pokemon by themselves. But what's the idea here? It's like, what's the vision of the team? Are we trying to win with Annihilape late? I don't think you can really do that on this team. I think Annihilape kind of is forced into a Scarf role a lot on this team. Which is fine, it's a great Scarfer. Immunities the team. Yeah, you do have a lot of immunities. Like, what's the idea? You don't have very much longevity on the team, but also, like, you don't have, like, super big scary threats. There's nothing that's just going to claim every time it's in, like, versus most drafts. Like, sure, eventually you're going to find matchups where some of your Pokemon claim every time. That's just generally draft league things. But in general, versus the majority of teams, it's hard to see you having more than, like, 1 or 2 major threats where, like, your opponent's really, really worried about it. I think it's, like, somewhat of an easy top 5 to contain. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that. But yeah. Maybe not my favorite. Alright, we have another Terapagos Sneasler, and this time we have a Terrachiyu to punish the ghost types. This is great. I like this a lot. And then Latios, of course, can Healing Wish on a Terapagos. You usually want Healing Wish paired with that Terapagos. Just get that Terra Shell back is a great option to have. Now we have the Thwackey for the Grassy Terrain plus Sneasler combo. I say usually Thwackey is not worth drafting. I've seen it on Sneasler builds quite a bit. I don't think it's good on Sneasler builds, but I've seen it a lot, you know? I think you should probably just go for a Rillaboom or just don't bother. That's my take on it. But yeah. And then Chi-Yu, Latios, Gliscor. I think this is quite good as a combination. And then Tinkaton here, which is nice. I think Tinkaton on this team, it works. I like this. And then Electros, Thwackey, I'm just kind of whatever. This is mostly going to be a top 6 draft. If anything, the Thwackey is going to come over what? Over the Gliscor maybe in a given week. Maybe you want that Unburden really, really badly. I could see it. But yeah, overall I think this is a fine team. Pretty strong. And now Ogerpon, Darkrai, Gouging Fire, Jirachi. Now this is a solid team, I think. This is one that, like, you can really build a game plan around these top 4, right? You have, like, Darkrai, which is fast. It can revenge kill a lot of stuff. You have Ogerpon, which, versus majority of teams, they're not going to have a great switch in to this Ogerpon. You're going to be able to pick one up pretty much every time it comes in, on average. Vikavolt, Unslept Threat through the Specs Hurts. Specs Vikavolt, I mean, I guess, but it is pretty slow. You're always going to get a hit off before it attacks. So I think the more scary Vikavolt sets are like the Agility, the, you know, Boots, Webs, Physically Defensive kind of thing, Rocky Helmet kind of thing. Because it does kind of like resist a surprising amount of things. Kind of judging as like serving as a switch in to a lot of like physical attackers, it can kind of do that job sometimes. But obviously the threat of Webs, you know, the ground resist is nice. Yeah, but this team, I like this team. It's pretty cool. You do have the Screen's Healing Wish into Gouging Fire, which I think is a great option to have. You have another Healing Wish, so you could have 3 Gouging Fires or like 3 Ogre Pawns. That's going to be really tough to deal with if you're able to get those Healing Wishes off at the right times, which is easier said than done, of course. But I like this team. Right, now we have Zarude, Valiant, Chomp, a classic trio, right, which is just overpowered, right? Petulant, I think, is quite cool here, right? You set up the hazards and you spin block. Hazard, spin block. You have your Prankster T-Wave threats. You have Healing Wish in the back for Zarude. This is great. I like this team a lot. This top 6 is fantastic. What's the problem here? Is there a problem? I don't see a major hole just off first glance. I'm sure I could find one eventually, but... Okay, now water resist, right? Keep looking and you'll find it. Water resist is really just Zarude and Lantern, which is not the greatest. So maybe an opposing Greninja could be a really big issue for this. But that being said, I think it's pretty reasonable anyways. I like it. Right, it feels weird. I feel like there probably would have been a better spinner available. I mean, it's 3 points. The draft is not really going to be defined by the 3-pointer. So when I'm going over drafts like this, I'm more looking at the top 6, top 7 ones, and going with that. So as like a top 7, I can't really be too critical of this. I think it definitely has some strengths, not a whole lot of weaknesses that I can see. Yeah, I like this one a lot. All right, let's move on to this one, which is a Tauren team with you know, the classic Goldango Ting Lu. Then you have Moth, Quaquaval, very colorful team here. And then Shaman, Bellybolt, Spidops. Interesting. You'll main this one, but yeah, Water Resistant Val being the fastest I don't love, but should be manageable. Yeah, if you're using this draft, I think it'll do well, right? Alright, this one though. This kind of borrows a lot of ideas from a team that I've seen in the past, which is that Tauren, Ting-Lu, Goldango, Quaquaval, that top 4. What does that team usually have? It's usually what? Usually Gouging Fire on that or something like that, right? Am I misremembering? When you get Shaman, does it include both forms? No, it does not. The Skyman is pretty universally banned, especially in 8-mon tours like this. Is usually gouging? Yeah, I thought so. But here it's an Iron Moth instead. Cool. Whatever. Yeah, it is a big downgrade for sure. But instead you also get a Bellybolt instead. And to fit Shaman, yeah, Shaman is not great. You don't think non-Terra Moth is real? I'm kind of there with you. I think without Terra, it's so easy to deal with. But with Terra, it's definitely scary, you know? Yeah, I think this team, there's some cool parts to it, but not my favorite. Definitely could have been better. Did you even draft Gouging Fire? Yeah, you had Gouging Fire in the other draft, so can't have it twice. Right, next up, this looks like a Soggy Doggy Sage build. The Tusk, the Snowcore, the Ogerpon, the Diancie. I feel like Sage has this exact team in the Circuit Championships. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure. I'm like 95% sure she has exactly this. But then like they ended it off a little bit differently with the Hydreigon, the Registeel, the Alolan Sandslash. I think she might have had the Sandslash as well, but definitely these two are different. I do actually think Hydreigon was pretty cool the one time I used it in SV, but that was a long time ago. The meta has shifted since then. Let's see. I don't think this was copied, but I think she does have things very similar. Yeah, it might not have been copied, but it's definitely a similar idea. Yeah, overall, I think the team has the tools to win, right? Yeah, not too bad. Alright, let's move on. Raging Bolt, Meowscarada, Primarina, Lando T. I mean, this is pretty solid at first look, right? The Mon quality seems pretty good. Iron Bundle being worth less than Tusk feels insane to me. I mean, maybe we just come from different sides of the community, but Great Tusk is like definitely one of the best Pokemon in the Draft League format. And then Bundle is definitely on the more situational side. Like, obviously the stab coverage of Hydro Pump and Freeze Dry is really good. It's just maybe a little bit difficult to get on the field sometimes. That's why you see it paired so often with the Galarian Slowking, the Chilly Receptions. Comp singles person here. Yeah. It tops you and it ain't number 2. Non-Terra Bundle's only real in snow. Exactly. It's like very much you have to build this specific style for it to be even like somewhat good. Because a lot of people, they'll see the bundle in the builder and they're able to prep for it. They can bring their Assault Vest, whatever, and generally speaking, they're going to be able to switch into it at least a few times, which is a little bit different than OU, for example, where you have to account for more in the builder. So maybe you don't have that Iron Bundle switch in on your roster or on your team of 6. Yeah, scarves, berries, assault vests, all classic things. You can also Terra Steel, for example, which is a pretty good neutral typing into bundle. You could go Terra Water with a Yachi Berry, for example, and all of a sudden this bundle is not doing anything to you. Just an example. But yeah, this next team. We see another Raging Bolt Meowscarada, which of course they synergize well together. Makes sense. Let's see, Lando T. What's the idea here? I mean, the team seems like it checks all the boxes to me. Maybe I'm missing something. Let's see, what's like a typical game plan on this? This feels like a singles team? Yep, they're all singles teams. But it's all draft. Yeah, like this team could probably work in OU. I see what you're saying. The main problem with like Corviknight in draft is that you can plan to set up on Corviknight, and there's not a whole lot in its toolkit to prevent you from doing that. Whereas in OU, that's not necessarily the case. The team does seem relatively slow outside of Meowscarada. Lycanroc Midday does not really count as a real Pokemon in my eyes, and Delphox barely counts. So, yeah. If I'm playing against this, I'm definitely aggro creeping a lot of Pokemon. Corvi has to be kind of a U-turn bot. Yeah. Kind of. I don't know, I feel like you could be like Iron Defense or Defog on this team. It wouldn't be too bad. Because between like Primarina, Lando T, Corviknight, even Raging Bolt, you can kind of switch in on a lot of stuff. You don't necessarily need like a slow momentum pivot. Speed coming from bottom 2 is less than ideal. Yeah, exactly. It's like when you realize round 6 that you don't have a good speed option, you're like, what am I getting here? Am I getting Cinccino? Are we getting Ambipom? It's like a similar vibe to that. Choice item team though? Like what? Specs Bolt, Banded Meow, Scarf Lando, Specs Prim. Yeah, a lot of these Pokemon do like get good value out of choice items, but that's not necessarily something that, you know, oh, the more choice items you do, the more synergy it is. It's not exactly like that. The team overall, I think it's probably fine. Just like the speed issue, of course. But yeah, it's probably alright. Right, let's look at this one. So Iron Boulder with Terra. We have Spikes. We have Terra Sinistra. This is the leftover team for sure, right? Can I guess? It's gotta be, right? And then you have like your throwaway Rain with Palafin. Classic, right? Yep. My god, don't let a fighting type near them. They do be kind of weak to fighting, yeah. If you have coverage for the Sinistra, not a whole lot they could do. Maybe like a Terra Flying on the Boulder, flip that matchup. But yeah. I guess Boulder kind of beats you anyways because it's Psychic Stab. I always forget Boulder has Psychic Stab. It's just a rock type in my head. It's never a psychic type. But he do be clicking psychic things or whatever. Palafin might go though. Sad to see it come and go so soon. Yeah, Palafin, like, when people don't know what to do with Palafin in this kind of format, they'll just throw it on Rain, which is so funny. But yeah, Zapdos on Rain is pretty cool because the Hurricanes are accurate. But like, where's the Basculegion, man? These teams always have a Basculegion and I don't see a Basculegion. Like, what's the Screamtail doing there? You should just have a Basculegion on that slot. Like, where's the Swift Swim Water Stab guy? You could even have a Golduck on here. A Golduck would have done something. Golduck over Fortress and upgrade something. Like the Clodsire. Yeah. You would draft this team? Yeah, it does seem kind of fun to use. Pheasant Skibbity? No. We call it Pheasant Drippity around these parts. 10 for Basculegion is robbery? Not on Rain. No, that mon's good, bro. It's actually good, I promise. You're a D1 weather player? You're gonna have to contend with Nick Numbers over there. That guy, he owns the copyright to Sun teams. That's what I heard anyways. They're trademarked. You wanted Floatzel last slot, but they preferred Fori. It's like kind of like, what it feels like is you have a Rain hyper offense, but then you're like, oh no, I can't switch into X threat. I need a Screamtail Clodsire Fortress, you know? Like that's not how Rain teams work. You're supposed to just get your threats in and just win. Just win faster. But, you know, whatever. Am I right there? I feel like I'm right. Fortress feels bad. Yeah, 100%. Inventing Rain balance. Yep, shout out to that. So overall these drafts, right? What are we looking at here? I do actually not mind quite a few of them. There's a few that I actually like these. Not all of them, but certainly more than average. I think maybe like a 6 out of 10. A lot of these have the tools to win, and a few of them are just obvious benches, so it's fine. I think this is a 6, maybe even a 6.5. Yeah, I'll put 6.5. I think these drafts are pretty reasonable. I like them a lot. Alright, let's move on. So, Latin America, right? Yeah, Latin America. Now, this team has quite a few Smogon players, if I'm not mistaken. 6.5 surely? Yep, you know we got that. Alright, Mr. McLovin. What a name. Then Zeden. I don't know these guys personally. A legendary Superior though I've seen around. Venga Benga was like on the winning DPL team, I think. Dact, of course. We've seen him in DPL, I think. Gondra is like definitely one of the Smogon guys. That's like a name I recognize for sure. Mr. Bananas is Witchin. Okay. And then Louis Romain. I don't know this guy. OUPL champion, he must be good. And then Apache Romero, I don't know. And then we have subs. Okay, sure. So fill in the blanks for me, guys. Do we have some shooters on this team? Are they good? Because like Dact and Venga Menga, they were like they were kind of like role players on the DCL DPL teams. Not exactly carrying the whole roster by themselves. So I don't know. I don't know how high I can rate the team overall in terms of player quality. Is there anyone else I should know from this? You seen Lurio out in the wild? Okay. You said you're like a Smoke on Singles player, so... That's it, okay. So player quality, I'm gonna have to go with like... Maybe a 4. I think 4 seems fine, right? Just from this alone, I don't think we're aiming for the title or anything like that. Definitely a few players that I think are respectable, but there's too many people that I don't know. Like, never heard of them in draft. You played Lurio last World Cup. What's the verdict? Did you get smashed? He seems fine. Yeah, okay, reasonable. So maybe like 5 or 6 players that like reasonable enough. Waiting for the Gravity Sand team, never gonna see them. Okay. I think 4 is probably fair. Are they worse than EU West? Let's check the EU West as a measuring stick. Where are we? EU West. Yeah, this is definitely a better roster. So, I think 4 is fair. Alright, but let's look at their drafts, right? Because that's what really matters. There we are, Latin America. Hey, that's my team! It's like very much based on the same team that I was spamming in DCL, right? Except they fit a Saraledge on there, which is like awesome. The downside is, of course, you have Rotom Fan Croparaja, so it's really a top 6 draft now. There's no real wiggle room necessarily, so Clodsire is definitely part of the top 6 now, which is a little bit worrying because Clodsire does most of its work on the bench, just influencing prep. Like, I think I benched it like 3 or 4 times, like, and then it forced prep and it did fine. But here, to get that Saraledge to fit on the roster, you have to drop your Steel type from Klefki down to a Copperajah, which is a massive downgrade. I cannot stress that enough. So like, this is definitely a worse version of the SV2 from Armory and DCL. Like, definitely a downgrade overall, but you do fit a Saraledge, which is cool, you know? So there is that. Overall, I know the team, this top 5, is going to have success. Just I'm worried about the bottom 3, right? You have to bring one of them every week. That was one of the strengths of that team, is all of the Pokemon are bringable in any week, and you can't just like ignore any of them in prep. Here you can totally ignore Copperajah, Rotom Fan in prep. Weights on a scale for Aura Trade. I mean, the top 5 has some pretty nice drip, but we'll see. Clodsire does have negative drip, unfortunately. But yeah, it'll probably be fine with that top 5, right? Hard to go wrong. Alright, this next one, we have another Tusk Moon with Iron Moth. So like, this is a Sun team without Sun. Like, it has a Vulpix. Like, does that really count? What is the Vulpix doing? Yeah. It's like a Sun team, I guess, but you de-evolved your Ninetales, and in exchange for that, you have managed to fit a Rotom Wash on a Sun team. Like, congratulations, I guess. Was it really necessary? I think we could have put a Ninetales on here and we would have been way happier. Yeah. I feel like Sun teams in general, you just have to compare them to like the Kaif build, and this is like definitely worse than that one, like without a question. And so at that point, why are we even building Sun if we're just going to be worse than an established Sun build? At least like the Torkoal Cresselia one from earlier that we went over. Where was it? It was somewhere here. Here. From US South. At least this one is like trying to shake it up and you have like positives, right? You're able to fit the Iron Crown on here. You have Cresselia with Morning Sun in the sun. But yeah, where were we? LATAM. How much is Scovillian usually in draft? I think it's like 1 point, maybe 2. It's very cheap. Why is there a Vulpix? Yeah. Like, just make this a Ninetales, man. You don't need a Rotom Wash on Sun. You just don't need it. It's 1 point? Yeah. Shout out to Scovillian. We Scovillains! Raising the temperature to the ceiling! Yep. Great song, by the way. But yeah, Tinkaton on here. Sinistra. I don't know, I just don't see the vision entirely. It's like we built a team that is supposed to work outside of Sun, but then we put Sun on it. I can only assume the Vulpix is just there to force prep. I don't know, man. Don't remember the last time I saw Scovillian drafted? Me either, bro. Scove would be doing more on this team. Like, take this Ninetales, make it, or take this Rotom, make it a Ninetales, make this a Scovillian, and then upgrade your Hisuian Braviary to something useful. And then I think the team, like, low-key works. But as it stands here, I don't think it is too great. Now let's move on. We have Terratorn, we have G-King Bax, which is like, back before Kyurem was a thing, people ran this, but then people are like, well, we can just run Kyurem now, it's better. For the same price, too. They're both 15 points. So, like, this should just be a Kyurem here, but the Kyurem's over here. I kind of get it. But, okay, we have a Bax, we have a Treads. Treads kind of like, you need a spin for Baxcalibur. It's, like, not even mandatory. It's, like, kind of mandatory. You can run Boots, of course, but you don't really want to be running Boots Baxcalibur if you can run another item on it. And Keldeo, I think, is pretty cool. Like, this top 5, top 6 even with Rotom, top 7 with Galarian Moltres, I think it's pretty cool. I like this team overall. Hisui Braviary only has Hurricane going for it. Yeah, with Tinted Lens or with Sheer Force Life Orb. Obviously, its abilities are nuts. It's a very strong Pokemon, but most consistent, it is not. Where was the Christmas edition Pokérap? Hey, man, we're working on it. Yeah, this team is perfectly reasonable, I think. No major complaints, I don't think. Seems fine. Maybe a little bit Dark Week, but you have Keldeo, you have Moltres, it's probably fine. You also have Torn, right, which doesn't mind taking knockoffs, because if you remove the boots, it still has regen. You're still probably fine. Alright, this next team, though, Raging Bolt, Palafin. This one's a little bit more wonkier, right? You do have, what? Fast offensive threat, 2 priority users. You have Ogerpon for some wall breaking. I think it's actually not a bad wall breaker, Ogerpon Hearthflame. It's just you do kind of need to support it quite well. It doesn't really stand alone very well. But if you support it, it can definitely do some work. I like Jirachi here. This smells of singles. OU? You mean that? I don't know. I kind of like see the vision a little bit, but I feel like you could have moved some pieces around and it would have been significantly better. Right? But it's like, okay. Alright, let's move on to this one. You once saw Terra Rhydon do something? Yep. Terra Fairy to check the Iron Boulder. Shout out. His team forces Terra Dragon a lot with Palafin Hearthflame and does punish well with Bolt, kinda. Bolt's a little bit slow for that, right? When you're talking something to really punish, like Terra Dragons, like, you're also opening yourself up to opposing dragon moves, I guess. But I guess you don't really want to be Terra Dragon into Weavile. That's like a better argument than saying Bolt. I think. But yeah, it does do a good job doing that. You're right. Now this Greninja Ogerpon team, so very fast top 2. Then you have like the Zapdos Metagross. This is like a really old core from like old gens. You see this a lot in like Sun and Moon with like a fighting mega like Gallade. Yeah, this definitely feels like an Aura or a Sun and Moon build that was kind of transported in the future and has an Ogerpon on it. You know what I mean? Oh, I know Carbink is real. It's like the best one pointer on the draft board. Like high key, low key, high key. Yeah, this one, it's a little outdated, I think, right? Does this work nowadays? Yeah, like you kind of get rolled over by the strong fairies with Metagross as your only resist. I don't think it's quite enough. The power level is just a bit lower, I think. Yeah. This isn't like a scary draft to play. Like, I'm not scared of Metagross, I'm not scared of Zapdos. Whereas in old gens, maybe I would be, right? So that doesn't translate quite as well to SV, necessarily. Even Greninja, right? Just raw Greninja, no Terra. I mean, I have to worry about Battle Bond, but it's fine, you know? This looks like a Jake Ores team with an Ogerpon. Exactly, yeah. Definitely, I agree with you there. Alright, let's look at the next one. Ogerpon, Ting-Lu, Kyurem, Scizor. I mean, it's alright. Yeah, it's alright. What is this team missing? Like a flying resist? Like Carbink is the only flying resist? But Ting-Lu does kind of deal with opposing Torns, at least somewhat, right? You force Grass Knot, or at least, like... Yeah, Torn is a big issue for this draft. Where did the points go? Maybe that's harsh. Maybe, like, the top 3 is threatening. Hazards plus Ogerpon? It is more balanced. So the thing about balanced builds that I find, you have to have the tools to run offense if you want to. Does this have the tools to run offense? I think it probably does, right? Terra Okidoki is Demon? Yeah, for sure. I don't know, I think this one is like... It looks a little weird, but I think it works. Ban Sizz, yeah. I think it works. We'll see. Anyways. Next up we have Garchomp, Enamorus, Hisuian Samurott, Cinderace Goldango. Better removal? Yeah, maybe. But like, it's SV. What do you want? You know? Alright. So this one, we see the Hazard stack plus Goldango. It's like classic, right? Cinderace for speed, Enamorus as like a breaker. I mean, this one seems like... I feel like ground types are just impossible, right? They pull up with a Lando T, what do you do? Like, what's the play into Lando T? You're just cooked, I think. Like, it legitimately beats everything. You got Greedy on the start. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I just think you need a better flying type. Like, your flying type is not going to be resisting ground. It's going to Terra a lot. So in that case, you need a better secondary ground check. And in this case, it's Braviary and Meganium. Like, is that really our best option? I don't think so. I think we could have done a little bit better. Makes Meganium too important defensively and kind of waters. Yeah, I think so as well. Like, is Meganium really mandatory for you to bring into stuff like Greninja? It's not even good into Greninja, by the way. But Raikou and SV mod check? What are you yapping about, Keegan? Defensively, it just doesn't have great options. Yeah, I think so as well. It's like your offense isn't quite fast enough to justify you having this little defense. Like, if you want to go balls to the wall offense, you can. A lot of weather teams kind of function that way. But here, you're just not fast enough. Like, I don't think it's quite enough. Anyways. Yeah. Maybe not the biggest fan of this one. Alright, this one is just a copy of an existing DCL team that did quite well. Right? Valiant, Zarude, Landity, Gouging Fire, Iron Crown, Tentacruel. I know we saw this exact top 6. I'm not sure what the last two were in that. He is always yapping about ADV. That's true. But Bastiodon, I think, might have been on that team. I'm not 100% sure, but Electrode, I don't think was. But yeah, proven top 6. Can't really argue against it. Right. So, DOS, Sneasler, we have Sand with Terra Drill, and we have Terra Ments. ADV Yap is always a W. How'd you do in that ADV Coliseum tour, by the way? What was the final placing? Because I know you're obsessed with ADV. You probably did pretty well, right? So true, so true. One day you'll get your top 8 Emerald Open run. Yeah, one day. Dodrio sighting. We actually do be seeing a Dodrio on our screen, that is true. But yeah, what is this team aiming to do, right? It's kind of like a Sand super fast offense. Like, there is not a lot of defensive backbone on this team. So you're going to be weak to Choice Scarfers a lot, but you have stuff like Unburden potentially. You have Deoxys Speed, the fastest Pokemon ever. And then you have Sand Drill. I think this is probably fine as far as like a offense goes. This needs a Dodrio. Yep, so true. Yeah, I'm just mostly worried about like... Okay, I ran something somewhat similar to this in the past, and a big problem was Scarf Fairy types. A massive problem. Because your Drill doesn't want to stay a Steel type, you want to Terra into something different. And a lot of times, the Fairy types are just going to end up beating you. Right? Like, Scarf Enamorous into this team? That's a tough one, right? Valiant, even worse. And then just anything just Terra Fairy, Scarf Terra Blast is going to be an issue. Yeah, this team has no Fairy counterplay. It's a big problem. Especially with a typing that's so spammable as Fairy. You definitely want something for it. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to Terra Poison on your Salamence? Like, probably not. So yeah, there is that. Outside of Sand doesn't have the best speed. Yeah, exactly. I think maybe it'll win a few games. Maybe go 500. I don't see too much past that, though. Right, and the last one. Blaziken, Darkrai, Latios. Really cool trio, honestly. I like the idea behind it. Autocorrect is so random. Yeah. It seems cool as a top 3, but then the rest of it is like Glamour, Klefki, Swampert. Not exactly the most awe-inspiring finish to the draft. Blaziken, my goat. Yep. I don't know. I feel like you could probably screens into SD Blaziken and win a lot of games that way, right? Seems fine. Yeah, Veil as well. There's options for that, for screens. T-Spikes, right? T-Spikes plus Protect Blaziken. Natural synergy there. Why Fire Oricorio? Well, Oricorio gets all the forms when you draft it, so they can run any Oricorio. But yeah. Definitely an interesting draft. I'd be interested to see how this does. I want to watch the games for this one. Low-key. Yeah, overall, the whole of Latin America, what do we think about the drafts? I think there's definitely some good, and a lot of mid. Is this like average? Is this low-key like an average looking draft board? I think it might be just average. I think like a 5. That's what I'm feeling. What do we think? I think a 5 is pretty reasonable here. They all look usable. You know what I mean? But none of them are like, wow, that's gonna go 6-1 or whatever. Yeah, because I don't actually hate any of these drafts. Like, low-key, I think they're all somewhat reasonable. Maybe not my favorite, but yeah. Can't comment, just a ladder player. You can comment. Everyone's free to yap. Wafflers are welcome. But anyways, I think that's enough for Latin America. We can move on to rest of the world. So this is going to be mostly Asia, Oceania, those kind of guys. The G Molt one cooks? Yeah, I did like that one quite a lot. There's no 2, but also no 8. Like out of 10? Or like what? Like everything is kind of in the middle? Or you mean like here? I don't know. You can clarify if you want. Alright, rest of the world. K-Crick and Genius. Can't ask for much better out of a captain duo. And then Gypsy, Habada, Bacon, See You Later. This is Pi, right? Is it? Draft Circuit Champion? Is it Pi? I might be mixing it up. Isn't it? Asdiff. Yeah, okay, I mixed it up. My bad, my bad. But Asdiff. And then Lucas. You have Gorex. You have Hedja. You have Mimikyu Stardust. You have Trace. Like, this is a good roster, guys. This is really, really good. Like, as far as the top 8 goes, this is about as good as you could ask for. It's like up there with Canada. But maybe like a higher top end. Like, think about it. Going to tiebreak against these guys, you have to play against Genius, K-Crick, and then one of like Gypsy Haba, right? That's crazy. So in terms of player quality, this is probably going to be the best one out of everyone. I can't even lie. This roster comprises like 1/3 of the planet. Yeah, it's kind of messed up that Oceania, which was already a really strong region last year in World Cup, they now get to add a bunch of other people to their roster. Kind of messed up. Gypsy good this gen? I don't think he's like the same Gypsy as he was dominating like Oras and Sun and Moon, like back in the day. I think definitely people have surpassed him, but he's still a good player, you know? He's still really good. But yeah, I think the tiebreak versus this is really scary, and also like the depth on this is insane. So I think maybe this is like the best region. Thing is, Genius was eligible for US region. Yeah, he moves around a lot, I know. Genius, like, I know he's been like a bunch of different time zones in the past few years. So I figure rest of world, he probably qualifies for that, you know? I think he's like, he's been in Japan for a while. He's been in the US for some time. He's been all over the place, I think. Those are the ones that I know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was like Japan and East Coast US. He's in Japan right now, funny enough. Yeah, so shout out to Japan. And, you know, qualifies for the rest of the world. But yeah, very strong roster. I can't really complain about any of this, right? Just like the top 5 here. It's the amazing top 5, you know? And then like the bottom of your top 8 starting roster is still really, really good. He lives in Japan? I think he does right now. I don't know if that's a full-time thing or what. Japan represent, yep. But I mean, in terms of player quality, rest of world, it's gotta be like at least a 9-5, if not a 10. I don't think you can put 10 because there are ways to improve the roster in theory. Like if you just had, you know, the 10 best players in the world, that would be a 10. But a 9-5, we can go with that. Gypsy is cooking in TBC right now. Yeah, I know he's doing like pretty well in the leagues he's participating in, but I haven't seen him in any like major tournaments, so obviously that's a knock against him, at least at some point, right? You have to play in versus the major tournament players to have, you know, to get my opinion higher, you know. But anyways, let's look at these rosters, right? They're at the bottom, right? Yeah. I remember I was looking at some of Gypsy's replays a while back. Not a while back, but like a week or two ago. And it was like, he's still good, yeah, but is he like wowing me with his prep and play? No, he's just good. He's just a good player, solid. But anyways, that's all you really need. Let's look at this. So Great Tusk, Meowscarada. This is a core that you cannot get in normal draft leagues anymore, let me tell you. Then Archaludon, got Mesprit for some roll compression, Pecharunt, pretty cool. Keldeo, I like this team a lot. This one's really cool. I do like this one. It's like, you have everything. Everything is like somewhat of a threat, right? Archaludon is like your bulky steel kind of thing. It doesn't resist a whole lot, but its stats are kind of there, and it does hit hard back. Great Tusk as well, like blanket checks a lot of things, hits hard back. Meowscarada, really strong, really fast. Mesprit, you know, a lot of utility options for only 9 points. Really great value. Did my music stop? Let's keep going, let's keep going. But yeah, Pecharunt can be nasty plot, stuff like that. And like, steel types are going to come in on Pecharunt, but this team takes advantage of steel types really, really well. That's something that I do enjoy about this. You have the double fighting, right? Keldeo and Great Tusk. Both of them are going to come in on steel types no matter what. And it's pretty threatening. Volbeat is going to be a prick. I don't know about the Volbeat. I think the top 6 is just the generally what's going to come to the games. Maybe an Amorous here and there, but Volbeat, you don't really need the Volbeat on this team. It's just kind of there because it's only 2 points. What else are you going to get? Not a big deal. Yeah, good team here. Alright. Shifu Rap, or not Rip It, it's a single strike here with Roaring Moon, so a little bit of double dark action. That's something we've seen have a lot of success recently in tournaments, so good to see it here. Iron Treads for the utility. Glimora, you know, Glimora's a good Scarfer, good hazard setter. The Meteor Beam sets are cool with Rock Polish. Sinistra with Terra, a great supporting piece. Then Aloe, Moltres, you know, some good Pokemon. The thing with Alomomola is there's no fast Encore, right? So this team is quite susceptible to subs. Just anything that can sub on Alomomola will probably do so. And you're going to have to worry about that in the builder and while you're playing. So maybe not the best fit for Alomomola on this team. I much prefer it on that other team with the Ogerpon, right? Because you always have that fast Encore option if they do try to set up or go for a sub against your Alomomola. Then you flip turn out, Encore, all's well. Here you don't really have that option, which is a little bit rough. But yeah. Overall, maybe not the biggest fan of this exact setup for that reason, as well as like not the biggest fan of single strike in general. But like, it's probably fine. I'm sure they'll find wins with it. It's just not my favorite look. Alright, let's look at this Zarude team. Alright, Zarude, Garchomp, Cinderace, Latias, Goldango. I mean, this just looks pretty solid, right? It's like a very similar core to what Armory had in the SV1, which is basically Deoxys speed over the Latias, and then it's that top 5 exactly. Your team? Yep. Great minds think alike, as they say. Yummy team? Yeah. Yeah, this top 5 is just so good. And then you have the Lapras as well. Shout out to Lapras. And then like Diancie here, it's like fine. Grafaiya I think is a horrible Pokemon, Loki. Like, why do we have a Grafaiya on this? But it's 3 points, so whatever, who cares? Yeah, I'm sure you'll do fine with it, K-Crick. And then next up we have this team, which is basically a carbon copy of the draft that Money Guy used last World Cup. And he went 3-3. Not exactly the most inspirational performance, but I guess they just love the score. Like, this top 5 exactly. Tier 5 has Prankster Encore. I've seen worse. Yeah, but like, whatever. The poison type Volbeat is crazy. Alright, well, whatever. This team, I mean, we've seen this before, and since then, the point values have gone down on a few guys, Quaquaval Latios in particular. So maybe they can do something, but whatever. Shout out. Shout out, I hope you lose. That's crazy. The grind never stops, huh? Alright. This Raging Bolt team, though. What's the idea here? Alright, Raging Bolt plus Deoxys for speed. You have double Healing Wish. You have Gliscor for spikes. Okie Dokie, just generally good Pokemon. And then Sableye, Prankster Encore, Spin Block, that kind of thing. Arachnid, Threaten Webs. This team has a lot to account for in the builder, right? It's kind of rough to prep versus this team. Because a lot of the Pokemon, they can just be versatile. And you have to, like, kind of respect a bunch of things. So there is that. I think in terms of forcing prep, making it uncomfortable on your opponent, this is pretty good. Now, are the Pokemon themselves actually the most threatening? Maybe not. But it's definitely going to be hard to build for. No, it'll probably do fine. Right, moving on, we have Iron Valiant, Rapid Strike, Terra. We have Lando T, Iron Crown. Like, this top 4 is just good Pokemon, you know? They're all, like, probably the top performers in their price bracket. So I can't really hate on this too much. 3 Raging Bolts, let's go! Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I really like these 4 Pokemon in general. And then we rounded off with Screen Setter, Grimmsnarl, Clodsire, Noivern, Dunsparce. So, interesting, right? So they have to prep for Unaware. They have to worry about that. Prankster T-Wave, Screens, Parting Shot. Dunsparce is like pretty good roll compression. With Rocks, you can Glare. You can be set up on both sides. It's a cool Pokemon. And then Noivern. I don't know what the Noivern's doing here, honestly. I feel like anything else would have been fine. But whatever. It's like the 8th mod on the team, so who cares? This is a pretty cool draft, I think. I think if I changed around a few of the bottom 3, maybe bottom 4, I'd probably use this. This seems totally cool. Right. Now this Greninja Hydrapple. What are we cooking here? I feel like this just doesn't have aura. You know what I mean? Like, where's the big scary guy? I don't see a big scary guy. Like, you see this matchup and you're like, oh, cool. I'm not like, oh no, they have a Hydrapple. Oh no, what am I to do? Like, that's not exactly something that you think when you see this roster, right? It's not the same power level as like a Zarude, a Tornadus, even like a Great Tusk, something like that. Like, I'm not too worried about this draft if I play against it. Also, we literally don't punish Terra Electric. Like, again, it's just a Crook, which is not enough for me. Because Terra Electric beats these 6. Like, pretty comfortably. Hydra is the truth. I mean, sure, he's good for the price. Is he carrying your entire draft? I don't think so. I really don't. But it's cool, whatever. I'll just say I don't like the draft and move on. Unkillable Beast. It's pretty good, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You guys can glaze Hydrapple. I won't stop you. I'm just gonna say I don't care for it. Maybe this is their leftover draft? Is it? I think this is the leftover draft. Look at it. Look at this one. Okay, buddy. And this one too. These are probably the leftover drafts, if I had to guess. Okay, but okay, Terra Necrozma, the goat, as we are now starting to become aware. Of course I'm correct. It's me. Okay, Annihilate and Necrozma, I think two underrated Terra threats, which is cool. Darkrai, you know, your fast revenge killer, stuff like that. Rotom, Donphan, Klefki, is this Oras? Like, I've seen this so often in Oras, and it's bad there. It's not even good in Oras. So now you're bringing it to SV? I don't know about that, man. Seems a little bit hopeful. And then Non-Terra Moth, not a big fan. Lilligant, it's a 1-pointer, so who cares? Yeah, overall this draft I don't think is that good, unfortunately. Would you rather Lando I? Nope. No, I would not. What other ground types are available here? Because it looks like you kind of used a bunch of them already, huh? Like, where's the ground types? Is it really just Donphan? Shout out my boy Piloswine with 0 drafted. Poor guy. We didn't use Lando I. Good man. Yeah, a lot of people use Donphan. It's not like the using of Donphan necessarily that I'm like, oh no, what are we doing? It's this specific combination of 3, which I've seen so many times in Oras, and I've seen it fail so many times in Oras. You know what I mean? It's just that. Like, you'll see this with like a Torn, a Mega Medi, a Hydreigon, and then just these. I've seen pretty much that exact thing. Maybe a Mienshao on there. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, but yeah. And then these are the 2 throwaway drafts, so I'm not even going to go over them. Like you said. They're just the leftovers. Okay. But overall, I think the drafts are like pretty usable. The Donphan used to be a Mudstale. Yeah, upgrade there for sure. Yeah, I get it. It's the end of the drafts. You're picking at the crumbs there. But yeah, this one I like this team a lot. This one, it's all right. This one I like. This one, probably 500. This one, I like it, but maybe the power level isn't quite there. This one's pretty cool. This one, you guys like at least. So, in terms of like a drafts rating, what are we thinking here? Like a 7-ish? I think 7 is somewhat reasonable. I'm not like, oh, all these drafts are awesome, but like, they seem fine, usable at least. So yeah, I think, does this put you at number 1? I mean, the competition is 9 and 7, 9 and 5, 7. So rest of world seems to be the favorites based on these rankings. Ha, shout out. Anyways, I think we have, what, 2 more teams to go over? Yeah, we do have 2. Some I like, some I don't either. Yeah, I was the same with my own team's drafts. It is what it is. Alright, Team Netherlands. We have Thomas, we have 2021. We have Stefan. I think I've seen Stefan around before. Did he like top cut the circuit? I think that's the same guy, right? Yeah, I think he top cut circuit. Jordy, I don't know. Wesley, Quinn, Unbiased Sai. I've seen this guy play before. I don't know for what. But I recognize the name, at least. This is a crazy username. Ooze? That's funny, dude. That's funny. Himothy Hymns? What a name. Like, that's an alt name, right? It's gotta be an alt. But anyways, yeah, I don't know enough players on this to really give a solid ranking. So, unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to say, I don't really know. Stefan made the top 16 in the whatever it is. Did he make top 8? I don't think he did. I think he got round 1-ded. Yeah, for like player quality, I think Netherlands, it's probably going to be like a 3, somewhere around there. Benefit of the doubt for the people that I really don't know, and like they have someone who made top 16, so good enough for 3. But then let's look at their drafts. I think they're at the top, right? Yep. So we have a Zarude team with a Hail Core Classic. We have Cinderace, Kilowattrel, which I think Kilowattrel's a weird one because I think it relies on Terra a lot, but it's always the secondary Terra. So like at that point, what's the point? Yeah, as a top 6, which I think you have to judge this team off, it seems fine. What's the problems with it? Swampert plus 5 grass resist is super funny. Oh man, we're still going? We're still going, man. We got 2 more teams left. Means there's a lot of thinking going on. Yep, I got my thinking beanie on. Psyduck. Are they going to do what that DFL team did and tear the Collateral over Zarude every week? I hope not. Because that team should have gone undefeated and it didn't. And that was really, really tough to learn. Like, I saw that team and I was like, how could you possibly lose? Because it was like Valiant, Zarude, they had Iron Crown, they had Garchomp, I think it was. And what else did they have? It was something else. It was just an insane team. Like, how could you possibly lose? And they were like 4-2. Like, sure, it's positive, but like that should be a 6-0 draft. Slam dunk. But whatever. Whatever, man. Yeah, this one seems fine. No real huge complaints, right? As a top 6. It's probably going to be reasonable. Right, next up we have Torn, Tinglu, Goldango, Glamora. We've seen this one before. But then, like, the finishing pieces, I think it's a little bit weaker than the other Torn, Tinglu drafts that we've seen. So maybe, like, a good concept to build around, just maybe you could have done a little bit better. Right. Yeah. Overall, it's probably fine. Now, Raging Bolt, Sneasler, Rillaboom, Lando Eye, my goat. Guys, get it? Because Earth Power isn't weakened by grassy terrain. It's so smart. God. At least Tinglu is freed up to do disgusting things. You can somehow spit the spider. Hit the spider. Like the Glamora, yeah. Okay, but this team... I mean, Raging Bolt really appreciates the grassy terrain. Like, there's decent synergy here. I see the vision, you know? I don't think the team's gonna go positive, but I see the vision. So maybe not the biggest fan of this one. Okay, Enam, Darkrai, Iron Hands. This is a really good top 3, I think. Then Jirachi to support. Makes sense. Blastoise makes sense on this kind of team. Are you looking at the Portugal team? Oh, what were we looking at there? Oh, like here? No. We over here, bro. We already went over Portugal a while back. It's all good. Yeah, this Enamorous team, let's see.
I think Claude fits on this team. I think it's good. Because you're not as worried about mirror herbs. Because you have Unaware. So that's a good thing to have, right? It gives you like that rocker. I mean, you don't have much else in the form of hazards, like Stealth Arc Jirachi, and that's it. So you want something that can like set spikes or something. So you have that. Then Rotom Heat. What's Rotom Heat for? You kind of already checked the fairies with Jirachi, so what's the problem here? Why are we drafting Rotom Heat? As a ground check, I guess, but it doesn't really beat ground types like that. Not a lot of them anyways. Like, look at Great Tusk, you're just 2-hit KOing with CC. Not a big issue. Yeah, I do like the top 6 though. I think it's pretty reasonable. It'll probably work, you know? Alright, let's move on to Iron Valiant. Treads, we have Terramence. Not the first Terramence we've seen paired with a Valiant. And then Rotom Wash Sinistcha. Okay. I think out of all Rotom Wash drafts, this one does seem reasonable, right? I do like the Sinistcha here. The Sinistcha adds a lot. Braviary. Does Braviary work on this team? It's kind of nice. Yeah, I like the look of this team a lot. I'd use this. It seems fine. Is there any major problem with it? Maybe like your Dragon Resists are on the frailer side. Maybe that. It's not a major concern though. Yeah, I kind of like this one. Alright. Meowscarada, Blaziken, Lando T, Latios, Tinkaton, Tentacruel, Bellybolt, Filler, Dusclops. This one seems cool. This is a cool draft. I like the colors. The colors are nice. But then like Terra Blaziken, right? Can definitely sweep games if you find setup opportunities. Yeah, Blaziken, Meowcore. Yeah, it's definitely cool the way those two work together. And then Lando T, great supporting piece for Blaziken, right? Yeah, I think this one's cool. I think it's cool. Lots of rollout overlap. Yeah, so like if one Pokemon wants to do something else, they can totally do that. You have other Pokemon to fill the roles. It's cool. I like it. Alright, Great Tusk, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Roaring Moon. So another Tusk Moon. We've seen so many of this combination. And then Ogerpon. I think we saw that before as well, this top 3. But how did they finish it? Okay, Iron Crown. We like that Pokemon. Diancie does work quite well on this. Do you think Nintendo add back old Megas to Pokemon Z? Isn't that confirmed? I think they confirmed that, no? Didn't they? I'm pretty sure they did. Not in the know. Anyways, I'm pretty sure Megas are back, right, for Legends Z. Anyways, this team, the Talonflame, Amoonguss, Vulpix, another Vulpix. What are we doing with our lives? Like, we really needed a Vulpix on here. Can the Talonflame not just be a Ninetales and be like an actual real team? Can we not do that? Also, we're bringing Sun on an Ogerpon team. Like, does not exactly work out thematically, you know? I think the Vulpix is mostly just there to scare you in prep. Like, it's not going to come to these games. Yeah. I don't know, it's like a fine top 5, and you'll probably bring a Talonflame or Amoonguss most weeks. It's whatever, you know? usable enough. Right, Bren, Chomp, Ogerpon to wrap. Kind of cooking, but that's a lot of points. And you can see the result of that. You have Pheasantripity, you have Bronzong, Rotom Fan, and Hisuian Typhlosion. None of these Pokemon are good, unfortunately. So, yeah, really relying on this top 4 to do the heavy lifting on this one. Which, to be fair, they're all great Pokemon. So, I don't know. Scarf Typhlosion slept on, though? I mean, sure. But, like, so many other Pokemon can do that role better. Like, sure, he can be a Scarfer, but so can a lot of guys. It's not exactly a unique role that you need to fill on most teams. But yeah, I don't like how this one ended, but, like, top 4 is good. What are you going to do? The Rotom can do that too, arguably better. Like a Scarf Rotom with Terra Flying. You could see something like that potentially. I don't know. I just work here. Right, Annihilate team. Shout out to Annihilate. And then this is another sand build. So another sand build. I don't think you want sand with Annihilate. I think it gets so much out of lefty's recovery that you don't really want to start taking chip on it. You can help it. Love me some sand. I don't know. I've never seen a successful sand team in SV. I've never seen it actually work. So, yeah. Feels like a doubles team. It does, actually. It totally does. Sand and Annihilate requires quite the player to use, I think. I think you might be onto something there. But yeah, whatever. I'm not a big fan of this one. And then this is like Turbo Sun. Turbo Sun, actually. They have Chi-Yu in the sun with Terra for those insane calcs with Overheat in the sun. I love to see it. And then Gouging Fire in the sun, another just absolute animal in the calc. Walking Wake, kind of insane. Yo, are they cooking? This is the kind of team like you gotta run like triple Scarf versus, or else you're just gonna get cooked in the neutral. So like this is some power. I kind of like this. I kind of like it, can't even lie. This got some mad drip, a very big aura. Dude, there's 4 fire types on this team. 4. God damn. Yeah, this is scary. This is one where you are mocking so much and you're scared the whole time. Yeah. This is gonna... Yeah, this makes up for, like, all of the aura points. Yeah, so in terms of, like, drafts, right? Overall, there's some usable stuff. There's only, like, a few of them where I'm like, wow, this is actually kind of fire. And one of them is quad fire. So, yeah. In terms of like rating their drafts out of 10, it's like reasonable enough. I think like a 4, 5, something like that. I'll give them a 4, 5 just because that last team is so fire. So cool. Anyways, that's gonna be the Netherlands, and we're gonna move on to the last one finally. Team India. 6 for the fire. No, I can't do that. The rest of the teams were not that good. West got a 9 in player strength. Yeah, our drafts I think could use some work, but yeah, 6.5 because I only really like 2 of them personally. Like in terms of would I use it or not. But yeah. Okay, India. We got this nice graphic. And let's see. So Swagata Mitra is playing. That guy Top Cut Circuit, I'm pretty sure. Like I'm 100% sure actually. I don't know why I said I'm pretty sure. He did do that. Thinking Sceptile has been around for a long time. And I think he's been improving as well. Like he used to be, you know, a little bit of a silly little goose. Now he's an actual legit player, which is nice to see. I like following players' progression like that sometimes. Anyways, Maverick Shooters, this is like a Smogon guy, right? Or no. He's a draft guy. I've seen him before, though. Gengar Mask? I've seen the name. Did he also top cut? I think he did top cut. He does both in C teams and both. Shout out. Maverick is a draft guy. Yeah. Luster, I don't know. I don't know this guy. You remember him in like an old PokeMMD video? Yeah, for sure. Ash Ball, I don't know. I don't know this guy. I don't know this guy. Don't know. Steven Stone 007. I think this guy also top cut the circuit. I think we have 3 top cutters here. Is that true? Because I think Steven Stone, I think Gengar Mask, and Swagata Mitra all top cut circuit. Am I making that up? I might be making that up, but I think that's the case. Am I gonna check? Let's check. Where is it? Here's the forum link for it. Okay, so who made the top 16? We have Swagacha Mitra. We have Gengar Mask. But it looks like I was wrong about the third guy, Steven Stone. He did not make it to top 16. Alright, so I was like low-key lying, but I got 2 out of 3. So, yeah, we averaged that out. Yeah, I have seen Steven Stone around before. I don't remember what, though. So, curious. Close enough, yeah. So in terms of like player quality, right? Maybe you guys can tell me a little bit about the players I don't know, but from what I do know, they're all people that like, they're all right, but I don't see anyone that's like really top tier, you know? There's no one here that I would consider like to the caliber that would carry a team tour. You know what I mean? So yeah, player quality, I think, given that you have multiple players top cutting the circuit, I think that does give you some brownie points, even if I don't know the rest of the players. So yeah, Mav will put in the time, but I have no idea about the rest. Yeah, that's probably going to be the case. This is like a 5, kind of average in terms of player quality. Is that overrating? I think 5 is like low-key, might be too high. Let's see, what did I have for comparisons, right? So for 5, it would be US Midwest, Latin America, and then for like 4.5 would be Netherlands and EU West. I think they're definitely kind of around that area, right? Right, India. Wait, I was looking at drafts here. Okay, player quality though. 4 is Latin America. 4 is EU East. 5 is EU West. Let's take a look at those, and would you rather have the India roster or not? So like this one, for example. I don't know. The other one was West Europe, right? I think I'd rather have the Europe rosters, personally. But it's just I don't know a lot of these players, so maybe I could be wrong. So maybe... yeah, EU West was 5. I think 4 is like 4 or 5. probably pretty reasonable for India. I'll give them 4.5 just because those top cut circuit guys, they have plural of them. So, for what it's worth, I think that's worth something. And let's look at their drafts, right? This is the last team we're going over, and then we can do our aggregate rankings, right? Alright, here's India. Alright, so we have another Hail Core. We have Tropicos Zarude, which I say before, I think this is a good combination. And then what? Tinkaton, Kilowattrel. Kind of a throwaway bottom 3, unfortunately. It's like probably fine, right? The top 5 will carry. 6 hours live, 6.5. Yeah. Yeah, we've been going over everything for World Cup here. Mudstale rain. It's actually snow. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna go eat something after this for sure. But yeah. See, Ogerpon, Darkrai, we've seen this combination. Have we been through Brazil? Yes, I have. It's somewhere in the VOD. Brazil was like closer to the beginning. So yeah. This is what I ranked you guys as. I thought your drafts were really good. I thought they were really good, actually, overall. Like, compared to the rest of the field, you're gonna see the drafts are probably on the higher end. But anyways, back to India. This combination we've seen in the past, it's done reasonably well. Archaludon. Okay, this is just a lot of fat Pokemon, right? Kind of like a tank here. Kind of a tank kind of setup. So like, they can take the hits, they can dish them out. Screamtail Moltres, they can take the hits a little bit better. Glamora, another nice offensive piece. T-Spikes could go pretty crazy with this kind of team. So, I kind of see the vision. I kind of see it as like a bulkier team style. It's not too bad. And you do have the option to go offensive if you want, which is nice. Odin made like all of them. Yeah, shout out to Odin. He did a good job. Alright. Now we have Frame 1 Knackle Stack. Shout out to that. But the rest of the team, let's see. Torn, Slowking, Iron Treads. Pretty cool, I guess. Like dual regen plus Treads utility is fine. And Annihilate. What is the Annihilate doing here? Who invited him? We just have a raw Annihilate on the draft. I kind of see the vision, right? Random ass Excalibur at the bottom. I don't mind this draft actually. It seems kind of cool. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. Alright, moving on. Meowscarada, Goldango, Gouging Fire. So we got some power. And then Gliscor for some like nice spikes up. You know, Meowscarada doesn't really necessarily want to run spikes all the time. It usually wants to just attack. So having another spiker is usually pretty good with that sort of thing. A nice ground resist here. You really needed another ground resist. That's nice. Yeah. Just like the Terra Pokemon are not that scary, right? You could definitely... You can see, right? You're not really too worried about facing a Terra Gliscor compared to, you know, like any other top Terra in the format, or even like a Terra Ceruledge for the same points. Definitely a more scary Pokemon. But yeah, you're still going to be scared playing against a Meowscarada Gouging Fire combination, right? Leaving, but I have money in over 8 hours stream bet. But we're going to be done by then for sure. But yeah, see you around. What's it going to do though? Okay. I mean, Primarina kind of works here. Just like fills the roles. Kind of like blanket checks a lot of special things. Like a Dragon Check. Don't really want to have that all on Goldango, you know? So it works here. Serena. I mean, you want the spin for the Gouging Fire. You don't want to get rid of your own hazards when you're stacking. So I see the vision. I just don't think Serena's good. Like, I see why it's on the team. It's just not my favorite Pokemon. And then Galvantula, whatever. Hisuian Quillfish, sure, fine, whatever. Kind of a little bit of a nothing burger at the end for me. But I think the top 5 is pretty nice. So I'm going to say thumbs up to that draft overall. Alright, now we have Great Tusk, we have some spike support, we have Spin Blocker, we have Ogre Pawn, so pretty cool. And then what? Iron Moth, Corviknight. I mean, sure. What's my problem with this? I think it's like Is it just like a solid top 6? It might just be solid. Let's see, like, Torn is a major issue for this. You have Electros right there. That's what the Electros is there for. So, I don't know. I guess, like, Iron Moth, you usually want Terra on that guy. I found, like, without Terra, he doesn't really get the job done. So maybe, like, just the Mon quality itself is going to be an issue. In terms of, like, your special breaker isn't really good. So it's a little bit easier to prep for, potentially. But, you know, switching around on spikes, getting spin blocked, that doesn't make things easy, you know? I think the draft is probably fine. Alright. Now this Deoxys Speed, Zapdos, Keldeo, Drill. Okay, if you look at this, this is an Oras team for sure. This is Oras, 100%. But then there's a Deoxys Speed tacked on, and then there's a Sinistcha Swalot. Like, it really takes the immersion out. But, yeah, this is something you would see all the time in, like, Oras draft. The Keldeo Zapdos, commonly paired together. You got your Sandcore, which, you know, sure. And then Clefable, the king of Oras. So, yeah. Very interesting team, right? Is it good in SV? Terra Keldeo is a new one to me. Sounds dangerous. I think it's low-key slept on, right? Because, like, for only 12 points, and, like, you can Calm Mind, you can Terra Water, get that really, really strong Hydro Pump, or you can just Terra into, like, Grass, and all of a sudden you're beating your counters. Stuff like that. You could Terra Steel, aid setup, stuff like that. I think it's pretty cool, honestly, with Vacuum Wave as well. I think Keldeo's slept on a little bit this gen. Okay. Then Terra Drill on Sand makes sense. I don't know. I think on paper this thing looks pretty cool. I think the main problem is that Tyranitar is, like, not really too good as a Pokemon. So if you say, okay, most psychic types, at least the threatening ones, are going to be able to just one-shot Tyranitar without, like, a Chople Berry or something like that. Like, opposing Deoxys, for example, is, like, the #1 psychic type in the format. That's a scary Pokemon to face, you know? I guess it's not too bad. Yeah, I can't hate on this one too much, I don't think. It's just, like, a very balanced approach to SV. Alright, this next one, though, it does look horrifying, huh? Palafin, Ting-Lu, Dragonite, Ceruledge, Hatterene. Okay, this one is a little bit overcooked, I think, right? Because you do have things like Healing Wish into these two guys, even into Palafin, but I mean, it just looks weird, you know? I just... Ting-Lu kind of has to be the everything resist. And if it's the everything resist, it's going to get overwhelmed sooner rather than later. Like, why is Ting-Lu the fairy resist on this team? Like, low-key, high-key. It just is. And that's not what you want, you know? Yeah, not a fan of this one. That close-up on Hisui Electrode is kind of funny. Yeah, he getting close to the camera. But anyways, this next one, okay, Enamorous Sneasler, sure. Blastoise, okay, well, let's look at Garchomp first. Garchomp, I mean, sure. Jirachi, so we fit like double Healing Wish on a team that doesn't really need Healing Wish. Like, what's the point here? Yeah, I'd rather have something that really appreciates Healing Wish getting the support. Oh, yeah, like, I think the only option here is like you're Healing Wishing the Enamorous itself, which is cool, but like, whatever. They do have some big mons on the bottom, yep. They put them a little bit silly ordered, which is cool, whatever. Yeah, this team, I don't know. It has some good mons on it, but I think you could have, you know, you could have put them in a little bit better order, first off, and then also like maybe on different drafts they would have a better result. Tang Terry, hello. What's going on? You call me fat? That's kind of messed up. It's Tez. What's going on? We already went over US West. But yeah, this is the last one. It's been a long stream, but we're on India and we're almost done. So good thing you could join before we end it. But yeah, we got like a few more minutes. Yeah. This team though, I feel like the mons in general, like these 4 mons, they would be better separate. Like it's just a collection of decent mons. I don't think they really fit together on this kind of team. Like the sum of the parts is greater than the whole kind of thing. You know that saying. But anyways, so Raging Bolt, Greninja, right? We are always seeing these fast dark types with Raging Bolt, like Greninja and Meowscarada. Sometimes we see Deoxys Speed, but mostly those two. And here it's going to be Greninja. So how are we supporting these two, right? Donphan, Scizor, Ogerpon, Mesprit. I do like Mesprit because you have the Healing Wish option into Raging Bolt, which is valuable, of course. But then, I don't know. I think Scizor is pretty cool on here. Donphan, like, eventually you have to use the Donphan somewhere. like K-Crick was saying earlier. Ogerpon, I think, is probably slept on. I like how a lot of people are actually drafting Ogerpon Cornerstone. I think it's, like, definitely good. Just low kick is insane coverage on it. Just having access to that coverage, huge difference maker for like a grass plus rock stab combination. There's Terraconkelder, that is Aura, according to LowQP. So there is that. I mean, this one seems pretty reasonable. I'm not like blown away by the power level, but it does seem fine. You're getting distracted by the round 1 of the next. Oh, this one? Yeah, we already went over it. We're going in the order of how they appeared in the signups thread, so this is the last one. We're not going in order of the doc, but yeah, this one is just a copy of the Kaif Sun build. You are correct. Anyways, this one seems fine. I'm just like, the only super big threat is Bolt. The other ones, like, their base stat numbers are not that high. It's not as scary, you know? So, whatever. And then this one, there's an Iron Valiant plus King Gambit. This is a combination that's actually like probably the best you're going to get with King Gambit itself. And then there's like a Blood Moon on here. Like these other Pokemon are like a little bit like, what are you doing here? Lizard just there to Toxic. Yeah. For sure. But like, is this the best supporting cast we can find for Valiant King Gambit? I feel like it has to be no, right? Surely there's better options. I don't know what they are, but it's such a strong duo. Surely there's something that can support it better than these. Because like, your only Rockers and Polion outside of King Gambit, that doesn't feel great. Arcanine, Terra, E-Speed. Okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, not a big fan. Like, obviously the top two Pokemon are excellent together, but the supporting pieces just aren't there for me. Like, I don't think the draft as a whole is very, very excellent. Spider top draft, yep. Spidops. Okay, so India as a whole, right? I think some of them, they definitely had some interesting builds that I do enjoy. Some of them, though, you know, not my favorite. I think overall, I think maybe above average, these drafts. I think they were not that bad. I'm thinking like a 5.5, somewhere around there. Like, they're not amazing, but do I agree with myself there? Because let's see. The Sun team tops. Yeah. I think I'm pretty happy going 5.5 on the India drafts. Am I? Because this one's really bad. It's just so ugly. And this one's not great either. But if we say these three are not that great, but then these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are all pretty usable, that's a good ratio, right? Maybe it brings them down to 5, but I think 5.5 we can go for that. Let's go 5.5. And then now average. So this I'm going to look at that. How smart is Google Slides or Google Sheets? Boom. Alright, let's do this, and then now we go like this, and we go sort. Where's sort? Sort range based on column G. I think it's a Z to A to reverse it. Yeah, okay. So number 1 is going to be rest of world with really great players, and then really solid drafts. Not the best drafts, but definitely solid. And then that averages out for 8.25 on my scale. So that's going to be number 1, followed closely by Canada at 8 combined. Yeah, so those two definitely title contenders, right? US Northeast, UK, and US West are all going to be tied at 7.75. Apparently no team had perfect drafts this time. I mean, yeah, but to be honest, my taste in SV drafts is pretty particular. Like, a lot of times I'm going to see drafts that I just don't like. Yeah, West fell off draft points for sure. Oh, my bad. Hit the mic. No one can make 10 perfect drafts. Yeah, you're going to run out of good Pokemon eventually, especially in a format like this, where, like, you're going to have some misses in there. It's just inevitable. And, like, me personally, I have high standards for SV drafts, so they're not all going to be good in my eyes. But anyways, yeah. In terms of this, yeah, these three are tied, which makes sense, right? And then after that is Brazil. I didn't expect Brazil to be this high. That's interesting. He wasn't here for China. What happened? Oh, I was not a fan of China's anything. I did not think that the drafts were very good. I didn't know any of the players. So we're down there in the trenches. Yeah, Brazil, pretty decent player quality. And then the drafts were pretty solid. So they actually jumped up higher than I thought I would put them. But yeah. And then the other US ones, so US Midwest, 6.25. I didn't like their drafts very much, but the player quality was pretty good. US South, the player quality is like really quite good, but their drafts I just did not like at all. So that's why they're down here. So unfortunate, right? Could have done a little bit better in the drafting, and then maybe with an 8, you know, if your drafts were a little bit better, you'd be looking at like up here kind of thing, but oh well. And then France after that, just because I really liked a lot of France's drafts. That might have been just because they were the first one that I looked at. Let's look real quick. Is that the case? With some more context in mind, do I really like these France drafts that much. Now I kind of stand by it. I think these drafts, they look nice to me. Yeah, to each their own, of course, but for me, I think those are some good looking drafts. So yeah, 5.25 really jumped up. Bangladesh as well. These drafts were fantastic. I really, really liked the Bangladesh drafts for whatever reason. But the player quality, I just think, wasn't quite there. But you can never name a single one of their players, but France does well. Yeah, this might be another one of those cases, right? Where France, they're like so like separate from the rest of the draft scene, where like, you know, we don't really know who they are, but they're still decent players, you know? So maybe we'll see. We'll see if they make it out of groups. I know last year they didn't do too hot, if I remember correctly. Yeah, their two best players did retire, and they do prep weird. The AML effect, as they say. Yeah, Bangladesh, I hope they make Uzi proud as well. Then we have Portugal, who had good drafts as well. Pretty decent. I was surprised by the Portugal drafts. I thought they were actually quite good. So these all tied at 5. India as well. And then Europe West, so Western Europe. I thought they were just kind of mid across the board. There was a DLWC a couple of years ago where I remember Gelbel drafting a goth team and spamming the PP stall set. Dude, that's so dirty. There's a reason why I actually just banned Gothitelle in my modern gens for DPL. I just think it adds nothing to the format except cheese, and I'd rather not have it in my formats. But for like Gen 7 and Gen 6, I keep it just because of historical reasons, because it's always been allowed there, so whatever. And then I just price it out, you know? I don't want to see a single Gothitelle drafted. If they do, I want them to pay for it with points, you know? Players is more subjective, right? Of course, it's only like what I know. So obviously there's a whole French scene. I know it exists. I don't know anyone who's good in it. I don't know the relative power levels of French players to normal, like, the rest of us. But hey, if I don't know, then I don't know. I can't tell you. But yeah. Alright, Latin America next. Kind of mid as well. Germany, pretty mid, a little bit below average drafting. And then EU East, a little bit below average across the board. Netherlands as well, kind of below average. Austria, pretty down there. Caribbean had some, like, pretty reasonable drafts, considering that I don't know a single one of their players. Or maybe I know one of them, but, like, I can't name a single one of their players right now. But the drafts were pretty decent, so they actually managed to bump up to second to last. And then China is the bottom one in my power rankings. And that's going to be pretty much it for the stream. You guys have any, like, major concerns about this power ranking? Anything that you just gotta get off your chest? Anything like that? What are we thinking? Go West? Indeed, go West. Dude, if West had better drafts, like if I were drafting all 10 of the drafts myself, we would be number 1 by far, because I would think that all my drafts are good. But whatever, man. Alright, I think that's gonna be it. We've been live for a long time, almost 7 hours. God damn. I think the top 5 is accurate, but I had reordered a bit. Yeah, I think in terms of like title contenders, I think it's really these top 5. And the rest of them maybe have an outside shot, but really these are the ones fighting for the chip, in my opinion. And so we're going to see. It's going to be a great event. Definitely some good games to come. I'll be covering it on streams and like whatever. It's good content, you know? But that's going to be all for this stream. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Of course, subscribe if you haven't already. We just hit 800 subs, and I'm really trying to get 1,000. at some point, right? Because then I can monetize my videos and I'll be rich. Shout out to that. But yeah, subscribe, join the Discord server if you want to know when I'm going live. That's all in the description. Yeah, just in general, thanks for watching. See you in the next one.